When I woke up, my head hurt, and a strange memory rushed in. Who am I? I am the son of the king of Jinbei, a king of a different surname, a dandy little prince. This is not my life. I was the king of modern special warfare, but I was ambushed while on a mission and died. Then I traveled through time. I opened my eyes, and the scene in front of me almost made me spurt blood. On the bed, two graceful bodies were entangled together, their clothes were messy, and their snow-white skin was glowing with an alluring blush. They were Weigua Princess Wei Hanxiang and her maid. The memory in my mind told me that the original owner had coveted them for a long time, and finally took action with the help of the smoke. Get out, get out. The princess found me and was ashamed and angry. I looked at the beautiful scenery in front of me, and my blood boiled. I couldn't hold it anymore and rushed over. I had already forgotten about the Weigua envoys and the anger of Emperor Jing. When I left the room, the morning breeze blew in my face, and my head finally cleared up. Damn. Today is the day of the competition between the two countries, and I just gave the princess of Weigua to. If the Weigua envoys knew about it, I would be dead for sure. There is no time to think, I have to find a way to save myself. The best way is to win the competition. Now that I am here, I, Chen Luo, will not die easily again. I hurried to the Hall of Supreme Harmony, and as soon as I approached, I heard bursts of mockery coming from the hall. Princess Wei Hanxue of Wei State led the delegation to wantonly humiliate our great Jing, and even forced Emperor Jing to hand over the Jieshan salt mine. My heart tightened. If I lost, not only would my territory be ceded, but even my life would be in danger. How difficult is it to write a poem about snow? It's easy for me to do it. I stood outside the palace door and walked in with a smile. When everyone in the palace saw that it was me, there was an uproar. The civil and military officials in the court were disgusted, and the Crown Prince of Dying even scolded me. Cousin, it's okay for you to act recklessly on weekdays, but now it's a big competition between two countries, you can't act recklessly. I looked around and my eyes fell on Wei Hanxue. She was wearing a white dress, her eyebrows and eyes were picturesque, and her temperament was cold and arrogant. I suddenly remembered the madness in the other courtyard just now, and I couldn't help but feel moved. This ancient valiant beauty should be delicious, right? You can't see the snow when you sing about snow, right? I walked forward with a smile, then I'll start, a hazy river and a black hole in the well. There was an uproar in the hall. What the hell? This is also a poem. The civil and military officials in the court were all surprised and suspicious, and the Weigua envoys burst into laughter. But I looked at them and sneered in my heart. The black dog has white on it, the white dog has swelling on it. I continued to read, and the whole hall fell silent for a moment. Then, laughter suddenly broke out. The officials of Dying suddenly realized that this poem was criticizing the white cloud pattern on the black robe of the deputy envoy of Wei State, and Wei Hanxue's proud figure in the white skirt. Emperor Jing laughed so hard that he could not stop, praising him repeatedly. Well done. This is the son of my great Jing. But the Wei Kingdom envoys were so angry that their faces turned blue, and Wei Hanxue was so ashamed and angry that she trembled. How dare you call such vulgar words a poem? If you can't write a true snow-sounding poem, Dying will still lose today. Then let's write a famous poem. I closed my eyes and recalled the endless loneliness of coming to this time and space alone. After a moment, I slowly spoke. No birds fly in the thousands of mountains, and no people are seen on the thousands of paths. The whole audience was shocked and held their breath. Then, I opened my eyes and said aloud, an old man in a straw hat and raincoat is fishing alone in the cold river in the snow. Boom. Everyone in the hall was instantly struck by lightning. Wei Hanxue's body trembled violently, and her beautiful eyes opened wide in an instant. Her heart was hit hard in an instant and trembled violently. The birds have flown away from the thousands of mountains, and the people have disappeared from the thousands of paths. An old man in a straw raincoat and a straw hat is fishing alone in the cold river under the snow. You could hear a pin drop in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Everyone stood there in a daze, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. 4 lines of poetry, only 20 words. But it instantly captured the hearts of everyone in the hall and pulled them all into the boundless and desolate world of ice and snow. Thousands of mountains are covered with snow, no birds are seen flying or people walking, only an old man in a straw raincoat and hat is fishing alone by the river in the heavy snow. Excellent, absolutely wonderful. Every word is used to the fullest, and every sentence cannot be deleted or modified. Young prince, you are so talented. This poem will become a world-famous piece of writing. The dying Hanlin Academy went crazy, all the civil servants went crazy, no longer caring about anything else, and shouted madly for Chen Luo. The prince and others were shocked and could not believe that this was done by Chen Luo. Was this still the loser they knew? He actually wrote it. How could he have such poetic talent? Isn't he a good-for-nothing who is addicted to alcohol and sex? How could this happen? How is it possible? The Wei envoys, who thought that victory had already been decided, were all shocked and stunned. Wei Hanxue had already become dazed, staring blankly at Chen Luo who was standing in the independent hall. Looking at his desolate face, a tear quietly slipped from the corner of her eye. Wait, why am I crying? Wei Hanxue was shocked. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and she turned to look at Chen Luo again, a strange light suddenly bursting out in her beautiful eyes. No. This is not a masterpiece. It is a masterpiece that will be passed down through the ages. What? The Wei state delegation was stunned, and everyone in Dying was also bewildered, all of them were shocked and stunned. Crown Prince Wang Hua frowned and said, Princess Hanxue, are you kidding me? Wei Hanxue stared at Chen Luo with fiery eyes. Do you think this poem is just about Jiang Shui? No, it's actually an acrostic poem. It's about the endless loneliness. Boom. The Hall of Supreme Harmony was instantly like a boiling pot. When the first letters of the 4 sentences are put together, doesn't it mean a million loneliness? His literary talent and artistic conception have clearly reached the pinnacle, but he still hides this infinite loneliness. Absolutely amazing. It will definitely become a masterpiece for all ages. Everyone went crazy again, completely impressed by Chen Luo's unprecedented poetic talent. How could he be a waste? He is clearly a living literary saint, a literary star that came down from heaven, right? All the scholars in the hall, regardless of their status or position, bowed to Chen Luo and kowtowed to him. In this way, they expressed their highest respect for this poem and Chen Luo. Wei Hanxue was shaking uncontrollably, looking at Chen Luo, her heart pounding wildly. He just said that he wrote a poem about her, but wasn't he writing about her? It describes how she had great ambitions but was restricted by the Wei state court because she was a woman. It describes her helplessness and loneliness that she had nowhere to confide. He is so talented and understands her so well. Wei Hanxue is determined to be the man. The young prince is a very talented person who has never been exposed. It turns out that he has such amazing talent. Han Shui admires him. Wei Hanxue took a deep breath, her eyes burning. We lost this poetry recitation question. I'm convinced. According to the rules, my sister, Princess Hanxiang, can temporarily stay in Dying as a hostage. She admitted defeat. She was so proud, but she admitted defeat. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, knowing that the first step to break the impasse and save himself was accomplished. Everyone in Dying was overjoyed, and Emperor Jing, who was sitting on the dragon throne, stood up in ecstasy. Haha, good. Good job, Luoer. You finally got it. You inherited your aunt's amazing talent, which is why you were able to write this masterpiece. This time, you have shown off my talent. I wonder who will dare to say that I am a reckless man in the future. Good boy, you've suffered a lot during the years your father and aunt were away. Tell me, what reward do you want this time? Here we come. Chen Luo was secretly delighted, and bowed and said loudly, Your Majesty is wise, I have no other request, I beg your Majesty to grant Princess Hanxiang to me in marriage, to show the friendship between our 2 countries. Everyone was stunned, but Wei Hanxue's body trembled, and she immediately said anxiously, No. Why not? Emperor Jing frowned and snorted, You have failed to bring back Princess Hanxiang, and she has reached the age of marriage. It is only right that I should choose a husband for her. Chen Luo nodded repeatedly, thinking to himself, Grant it quickly. Once the marriage is granted, no one can pursue what happened before. Princess Hanxiang, that exquisite beauty, will completely belong to me from now on. It makes me happy just thinking about it. No. I don't agree. Wei Hanxue was anxious. Somehow, she felt inexplicably jealous. My sister has been miserable since she was little. How can she live in a foreign country? I absolutely don't agree. Chen Luo raised his eyebrows upon hearing that and approached her with a wicked smile. Isn't this simple? If your Highness Princess loves the princess, why not marry me together? At most, I will have to work harder, and you two can continue to be good sisters. Wouldn't that be a good story? It would be absolutely wonderful if we could marry both of these two sisters, one daring and the other gentle. Don't even think about it. Wei Hanxue was embarrassed and angry. She had already decided to marry Chen Luo, but this bastard was still eyeing her sister. It must be stopped. All right. Emperor Jing narrowed his eyes and said, since I have already agreed, how can I change it so easily? Princess Hanxue, if you really want me to regret it, then show enough sincerity. For example, directly use the Jiashan salt mine to exchange for Princess Hanxiang. Impossible. Wei Hanxue frowned and refused immediately. Then there is no need to say more. Pass on my decree to marry Princess Hanxiang. Wait a minute. Wei Hanxue said anxiously, Your Majesty, the literary contest is not over yet, should we have a class competition first? After all, if you lose the class, you can still use my sister in exchange for some of the salt mines, right? Emperor Jing was moved when he heard this, and everyone in Dying also bowed and agreed, and asked to review the lessons first. Chen Luo cursed in his heart. The crisis was about to be resolved by granting marriage, but now everything is messed up. It's all Wei Hanxue's fault, this curvy girl. I must teach her a lesson when I get the chance. In that case, let's compete first. Don't worry, Luoer. Once you win the competition, I will immediately issue an order to grant you the marriage. I obey your command. Chen Luo secretly complained in his heart, but had to agree first. Wei Hanxue took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. She decided that she must win the class to get her sister back, and then, win Chen Luo away through a fight and bring him back to Weigua as a male concubine. The king of the small town north has come up with a famous poem, which is amazing. I just don't know how good is the king of the small town north's teaching skills. Wei Hanxue resumed her aloof attitude, looked around proudly, and slightly opened her red lips. Listen carefully, our first couplet is, 10 people are thinking about their country, their ruler, and their country. Please teach me the second couplet. Buzz. As soon as this couplet came out, all the officials of Dying gasped. It turned out to be an extremely difficult couplet. The three characters of are exactly the split of, and king and country are also the number 3. It is simply ingenious. All the ministers of Dying were thinking hard, and the hall was silent for a while. Emperor Jing waited patiently for a long time, frowned and said, My dear ministers, have you gained anything? We, your servants, are incompetent. All the civil and military officials as well as the crown prince and princess awkwardly admitted their guilt. Emperor Jing looked unhappy. Wei Hanxue didn't even look at anyone else, she just stared at Chen Luo before speaking. This is a 100-year-old absolute challenge for our country. It is extremely difficult and no one has been able to defeat it in the past 100 years. King of the North Town, do you admit defeat? 100 years? That's it. Chen Luo yawned and sneered, I thank Suanxin, thank God, and thank the king. Hiss. The Weigua envoys were stunned, and everyone in Dying also widened their eyes and gasped. 10 people are thinking about their country, their king, and their society. I am grateful from the bottom of my heart, thank God and thank the king. Great, absolutely great. The young prince is a genius. The parallelism is neat, the rhythm is harmonious, and even the artistic conception is perfectly matched. It came out of his mouth, the young prince said it out of his mouth, he is indeed the nephew of the late queen. The ministers of Dying have gone crazy again. This is an extremely difficult couplet, but it is a century-old absolute for defending the country. The small town's northern king actually made it down to a minimum and solved it off the top of his head. His talent is simply amazing. They forgot their previous contempt for Chen Luo, and at this moment they were only filled with admiration and were deeply impressed. Emperor Jing was also overjoyed, as if he saw the intact Jiashan salt mine waving to him. Only the prince and others had complicated expressions at this moment, feeling that their limelight had been completely overshadowed. As for the Waigwa envoys, they were all confused. This is the absolute in their Waigwa literary world, and no one has been able to match it in the past 100 years. Surprisingly, it was cracked in an instant. How is this possible? After Wei Hanxue was stunned, her eyes looked at Chen Luo even brighter. She was determined to have this male lover. Turning to look at the members of the delegation, the deputy envoy nodded and stood out. I didn't expect that the northern king of Dying Town, though not a military commander, has such literary talent. In this case, then listen to our second lesson. Every inch of land is a temple, and next to the temple is a poem, which goes, "The bright moon sends the monk back to the ancient temple." Hiss. The cheerful crowd in Dying suddenly froze in shock. Defending the country is shameless. This is an absolute truth that has been passed down through the ages. No great writers or scholars of all ages could match it. How can this be a topic? That's right, there is absolutely no way this could have a neat second line. You guys are just trying to make things difficult for me. Everyone in Dying was immediately enraged and started to jump up and down angrily. Wei Hanxue smiled and said, "Gentlemen of Jing State, please be patient. This couplet is indeed a masterpiece that will last forever, but the hometown of the person who wrote it is now within the borders of our Wei State. Why can't it be used as a theme?" Everyone in Dying was suddenly speechless. I hate it. I can only blame this eternal absolute, which actually came from Waigwa. What can I do? You should know that this is a double-character couplet, in which an inch of land represents the word temple, and the words temple represent poetry. The last sentence, "The bright moon sends the monk back to the ancient temple," is even more ethereal and elegant, and it is impossible to match it with a pair of parallel lines. Dying, you're doomed to lose. From Emperor Jing on down, everyone's faces suddenly turned pale and they all turned their eyes to Chen Luo involuntarily. But Chen Luo was picking his ears and said in boredom, "Is this enough to scare you, silly?" The prince's face suddenly darkened. "Chen Luo, what nonsense are you talking about? Since this is an eternal truth, naturally no one can contradict it. What do you mean by scared, silly? You are simply outspoken. Don't think that you are superior to others just because you answered a poem or a question. Who here is not more well-read than you?" The civil officials all echoed and quickly prepared to take the opportunity to attack Chen Luo. After all, the prince was the crown prince. But Chen Luo narrowed his eyes and glanced at them, sneering, "You are well-read, but what? Isn't it true that no one can match it? As for the second line, I have already thought of it, just waiting for you to ask." What? Absolutely not. What nonsense. This is an absolute truth that has been passed down through the ages. How could you possibly get it right? You are so arrogant, you don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. The prince and the civil servants felt humiliated and were furious. The Wei envoys also laughed out loud, and tears came out of their eyes. The previous questions are easy to answer, but the first couplet is an eternal absolute. Many great writers and scholars have failed to answer it in the past hundreds of years. How can you, a small-town king known for being a waste, answer it? Emperor Jing looked suspicious and frowned. "Luoer, can you really say that? King of the North Town, you think too highly of yourself." Wei Hanxue also frowned and said, "I thought you had some talent, but I didn't expect you to be so ignorant of it. This really disappoints me." She suddenly didn't want Chen Luo to be her male concubine anymore, thinking that he was not worthy. Chen Luo said calmly, "Really? Then your highness, princess, please listen carefully. My second line is, 2 trees make a forest, and above the forest is a prohibition, use axes and saws at regular intervals in the forest." What? 2 trees make a forest, and there is a prohibition on the forest, use axes and saws only when necessary. This is also a double word split. The last sentence also fits perfectly. It actually matches. The prince and the civil officials were all shocked and opened their mouths wide, shocked beyond belief. Although the generals didn't quite understand what was said, they knew from the situation that they were in a real fight, and they immediately shouted loudly, "The king of the north is mighty." The deputy envoy of the Wei state stumbled to the ground in shock, and exclaimed in fear, Actually they met. How is this possible? Wei Hanque's eyes suddenly lit up, her delicate body trembled violently, and a strange blush appeared on her pretty face. This is an eternal absolute, and he can actually answer it in an instant. Is he really the god of literature who has descended to earth? Wei Hanque was stunned, and suddenly felt that the thought just now was an insult to his talent. How can such a man be anyone's male lover? Ha ha ha, good. Very good. Luo'er is so talented. Emperor Jing was ecstatic and said excitedly, Weigua envoys, you have been defeated in 2 poems and lessons. Are you willing to admit defeat? I, Weigua, willingly admit defeat to the king of the north of the town. It took Wei Hanque a long time to come back to her senses. Her expression was extremely complicated and she spoke with difficulty. Haha, good, good. Emperor Jing laughed up to the sky. Now, I want to marry Princess Hanxiang to Chen Luo. Do you have any objections? Wei Hanque gritted her teeth, but suddenly raised her head and said, yes. I, Weigua, still refuse to accept it. Your Majesty, do you dare to add all the stakes from this fight to the fight 3 days later? Emperor Jing frowned. Humph, why should I agree? Wei Hanque raised her chin slightly. Your Majesty will agree. Because as long as your Majesty agrees, then regardless of the outcome of the fight in 3 days, Weigua is willing to hand over the Jieshan salt mine. Ah. Are you serious? Then what about winning or losing? Emperor Jing stood up excitedly, unable to believe it. Of course I take it seriously. Wei Hanque looked at Chen Luo with a crazy look. If dying wins, I will stay in dying as a hostage in place of my sister, and I am willing to give dying an entire horse farm. But if we win, dying will just return my sister to me, and let the king of the north of the town marry into the Wei kingdom. Boom. The entire Hall of Supreme Harmony went haywire, the Weigua envoys were stunned, and everyone in dying was ecstatic. The next moment, the crown prince and all the ministers bowed their heads in support, urging Emperor Jing to agree. Emperor Jing was almost impatient and wanted to agree to it immediately. But thinking that Chen Luo had just made a great contribution, he could only ask, Luo'er, are you willing to accept Princess Hanque's proposal? Chen Luo narrowed his eyes and suddenly smiled. Yes. For dying, of course I am willing. But I want to change the conditions. If De Jing wins, I want Princess Hanque and Princess Hanxiang to marry me at the same time. I wonder if Your Highness the Princess dares to agree. As he spoke, Chen Luo took a step forward with a wicked smile, suddenly put his arms around Princess Hanque's slender waist, and domineeringly pulled her into his arms, holding each other tightly. Wei Hanque was stunned, and the entire Hall of Supreme Harmony was filled with exclamations of surprise. In front of the emperor and his ministers of dying and the envoys from the Wei kingdom, Chen Luo openly molested Princess Hanque. This guy actually wants Princess Hanque and Princess Hanxiang to marry him and share the same husband. It's crazy. Even the king and his ministers of dying thought Chen Luo was crazy. The Wei state envoys were even more furious, and they all wanted to make Chen Luo's blood splash all over the Hall of Supreme Harmony. But no one expected that Princess Hanque, who was so ashamed and angry, actually agreed on the spot. As soon as the news came out, the world was in an uproar. People only thought that Princess Hanque had a deep sisterly love and was willing to do anything to save her sister, and they were all moved. In comparison, the evil villain Chen Luo who openly molested Princess Hanque deserves to be killed. The Wei court and the public were furious. For the sake of his beloved daughter, the Wei emperor immediately dispatched several palace masters to try to crush De Jing in a fight, and then kill the evil villain Chen Luo in public to set an example. Upon hearing the news, countless admirers of Princess Hanque rushed to dying, to denounce the evil King Bei of the small town in 3 days and to cheer for Princess Hanque. Even Crown Prince Dying instigated his ministers to impeach Chen Luo for destroying the harmony between Jingwei and smearing the image of Dying, causing Dying to be spurned by the 6 countries. In an instant, the situation changed drastically and Chen Luo became the target of public criticism. But Emperor Jing's attitude was vague, and he only said that everything would be settled after the fighting was over in 3 days. After leaving the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Chen Luo rushed to the harem. After all, the marriage has not been granted yet. If the absurd incident of last night is exposed, I am afraid that something unexpected will happen again. He has to calm Princess Hanxiang down first. When he arrived at the gate of the villa, Chen Luo's eyes froze slightly. A figure in a brocade robe was banging on the door anxiously. "Chaner, what happened to Her Highness the Princess? Open the door and let me see." "Sir, please stop shouting. Please go to the post house quickly and ask the Weigua envoys to take us out of the palace and back to Weigua as soon as possible." The figure in brocade robes heard this and asked anxiously, "Why are you so anxious all of a sudden? Didn't the princess promise me a long time ago that she would marry me no matter what the result of the duel was, as long as the emperors of the two countries gave their approval?" When Chen Luo heard this, he suddenly felt a surge of anger. Princess Hanxiang had always disliked the original owner, but who would have thought that she had been secretly having an affair with the son of the Minister of Works? This is intolerable. "Zhao Kong, you are so brave. How dare you enter the harem without permission? What crime should you be punished for?" Chen Luo shouted out loudly, his voice like thunder. Plop. Zhao Kong was so frightened that he almost fell to his knees. He turned around and saw that it was Chen Luo, and he was immediately ashamed and angry. "What are you yelling about, you idiot? I am the tutor appointed by His Majesty to Prince Yu, so I can walk around the palace naturally. Unlike you, Empress Qin is no longer here, yet you still have the nerve to wander around the palace. Get out of here. You rude bastard, don't offend Princess Hanxiang." Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, took a step forward, and rushed over to grab his neck. "You dare to insult this king, are you looking for death?" It turned out that after the death of the old Jinbei king and Queen Chen, the original owner was in such a situation that anyone dared to scold him. This was intolerable. Hee, what are you doing? Let me go, help." Zhao Kong nearly suffocated and screamed in fear as he struggled. Their Zhao family belongs to the second Prince Yu, and their power in the court is second only to the prince's party. How dare this loser lay hands on him? Even with my father and aunt gone, I am still the king of the North Town. Who do you think you are? How dare you disrespect me? Zhao Kong struggled in fear and could no longer speak. Stop. The door suddenly opened, and Princess Hanxiang and her maid Chaner appeared, their faces filled with shame, anger, and resentment. Their eyes were already red from crying, and their voices were hoarse, obviously from shouting too loudly last night. The two delicate faces have a more mature charm than before, and are more tender and attractive. Chen Luo raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Why, you want to speak for him? Have you forgotten what you and I did last night? And you, Chaner, the princess is too weak to hold on, and you and I talked all night long. You evil thief. I kill you." Princess Hanxiang's body trembled with anger, and Chaner was even more ashamed and angry. She pulled out a dagger and stabbed Chen Luo fiercely. Bang! Chen Luo threw Zhao Kong aside and slapped the dagger away, then pulled Chaner into his arms. Princess Hanxiang was shocked. Chaner was her maid and also her bodyguard, but she was a skilled fighter trained by the Wei Kingdom. "Last night, I was unable to resist because of the influence of the smoke, but now, how could I be subdued so easily again? Isn't this evil villain a useless idiot who knows nothing about literature or martial arts? What nonsense! How could the princess talk to a loser like you? Let go of Chaner, come at me if you dare." Zhao Kong struggled to get up and shouted angrily. "Are you sure?" Chen Luo sneered and turned around. "You weren't satisfied just now, right? Then how about we spar again?" Zhao Kang's scalp suddenly went numb, and he subconsciously covered his neck and took 2 steps back. But seeing Wei Hanxiang's frightened face, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and shout out again. "Let's spar, I'm not afraid of a fool like you. It's just that the princess is a distinguished guest and she likes elegance. Do you dare to compete with me in poetry? The loser will get out and never set foot in this courtyard again." He had known for a long time that Chen Luo also coveted Wei Hanxiang, but he never had the chance to make a move. Now is the best opportunity. Not only can he show his talent and further impress Princess Hanxiang, but he can also humiliate Chen Luo at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Want to compete with me in poetry? Okay. Chen Luo sneered, patted Chaner's butt and let her go temporarily. Chaner only felt a tingling sensation and she couldn't help but blush and scream and jumped away. Princess Hanxiang saw this, her delicate face became even colder, and she hugged Chanar and spoke angrily. Mr. Zhao is a student of a great scholar and is also known as the most talented scholar in Kyoto. Why do you, a wicked villain, want to humiliate yourself? Instead of wasting time here, you might as well confess your crime and face the punishment as soon as possible. Otherwise, when I meet the Weigua envoys, I will cut you into pieces to avenge me and Chanar. Zhao Kong was shocked when he heard this. Princess, what did this bastard do to you? The master and servant were suddenly filled with shame and anger, and turned away in tears. Asshole Chen Luo, you must have bullied the princess and Chanar, I will never forgive you. Zhao Kong jumped up and said, don't say I bullied a fool like you, you come from a family of military generals, let's write a poem about marching, dare you? Whatever, I won't kill you. Chen Luo stood with his hands behind his back. Just you. Zhao Kong sneered, turned around and began to think hard. Come on, young Master Zhao. Princess Hanxiang and Chanar hugged each other, like two little lambs, their faces full of anticipation. Got it. Zhao Kang's eyes lit up quickly, and he said proudly, stupid, listen carefully. Fubo only wishes to return with his body wrapped, why does Ding Yuan need to enter the mountain pass? Don't let your will return to the sea cave, your iron armor and silver saddle are heading to Tian Shan. What a good poem. Young Master Zhao is so talented. He is worthy of being the most talented man in Kyoto. Princess Hanxiang and Chanar's beautiful eyes lit up and they exclaimed in unison. Facing the two women's admiring gazes, Zhao Kong felt relaxed and even more proud, and laughed, ha ha ha, what do you think, you big straw-bag Chen? Are you dumbfounded? With your reputation, you dare to compete with me in poetry, are you worthy? Zhao Kong, who had composed a poem in a short moment, was so proud that his tail was about to rise to the sky. After all, his poem is really good, passionate and inspiring, and it shows the momentum of heading to Tianshan to fight to the death with the barbarians in the north. After all, he is the most talented man in Kyoto and has some literary talent. No wonder Princess Hanxue looks at him differently. Chen Luo sneered and said, not bad, but it's just not bad. As for saying I'm unqualified, I'd like to ask, have you ever been to a frontier? Are you qualified to write a marching poem? Zhao Kong froze for a moment. He had lived a life of luxury since childhood and had certainly never been to the bitter and cold border areas. He wrote poems entirely based on his imagination. Chen Luo is different. As the son of Chen Wuwei, the king of Zhenbei, he has often been hanging around at the border. Zhao Kong couldn't help but blush and was speechless for a moment, unable to refute. Princess Hanxiang snorted when she saw this, if the king of the north town can't write a poem, just admit defeat. Why is he playing tricks? Many great scholars have never been to the frontier, but don't they also have poems about marches handed down from generation to generation? That's right, you idiot and evil villain, why don't you admit defeat and get out of the villa and go back to wait for death? Chanar also spoke hatefully. Chen Luo laughed when he heard this, haha, I admit defeat. It seems like you guys are really not well informed. Listen carefully, I will show you what a real marching slogan is. Chen Luo stood proudly and spoke in a low voice. I looked at my sword by lamplight while drunk, and dreamed of blowing the horn in the camp. 800 miles of roast meat is distributed to the subordinates, 50 strings play the music from beyond the Great Wall, and the soldiers are inspected on the battlefield in autumn. The horse is as swift as Lu, and the bow is as loud as thunder. To accomplish the king's affairs, to win a good reputation in life and after death. Poor white hair. Boom. As the last word fell, the three people in the courtyard and the palace servants who were passing by to watch the excitement were all shocked. The scene before their eyes seemed to have changed, from a deserted little villa to a border battlefield filled with murderous atmosphere in an instant. And the stupid Prince Chen Luo is now the iron-blooded general guarding the border. He stood proudly on the high platform, brandishing his sword and pointing it forward. In an instant, countless cavalrymen attacked fiercely and galloped like lightning, and the bowstrings vibrated in unison, with sounds like thunder. Afterwards, there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and war horses were wailing. Countless men fought with the barbarians to the end, vowing not to retreat. When the general who was standing proudly turned his head to the south, he found, his hair had turned white. Everyone was stunned, and unconscious tears rolled down. Today, they finally know what the real marching words are. This is the real marching words. It is a marching poem written by all the military generals in the world and will be passed down through the ages. How could Zhao Kang's imaginary work compare? Even if all the marching poems of the 7 great scholars were added together, it would never be comparable. Princess Hanxiang was stunned, and stared at Chen Luo with trembling eyes, as if she saw the king of Zhenbei, Chen Wuwei, the recognized god of war among the 7 countries. Can't look up, can't look directly. Wow. The sound of armor colliding suddenly rang out, followed by loud wails. Everyone was suddenly startled back to their senses and looked, only to see a team of imperial guards. They were patrolling and guarding the palace, but at this moment they all knelt on one knee in front of Chen Luo and burst into tears. Xue Qingyi, the former general of the Zhenbei army under the command of the Zhenbei king. Zhang Cheng, the former captain of the Zhenbei army under the command of the Zhenbei king. Zhou Xiaod, the former inspector of the Zhenbei army under the command of the Zhenbei king. More than a dozen voices rang out in succession, and then they shouted in unison, "Meet the king of the North Town." These are iron-blooded soldiers who have fought in hundreds of battles. They are real gods of killing. When they roar at this moment, their blood rushes to the sky. Princess Hanxiang and Chaner were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and the palace maids and eunuchs who were watching the fun also retreated away in horror, terrified. Zhao Kang's face was also pale, and he fell to the ground in fear, his legs trembling. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the team of royal guards. Half of the generals of Dying Army came from Zhenbei army. It turns out that this is not just empty talk. These people were kneeling to him, but they were actually worshipping the god of war they respected in their hearts, Chen Wuwei. But this is the imperial palace after all. What would happen if Emperor Jing knew about this situation? Chen Luo frowned and said, "What are you doing? Get up. I was competing with Master Zhao in poetry to refute his insults, and you interrupted me for no reason." Swish. More than a dozen fierce eyes instantly locked onto Zhao Kang. Zhao Kang was almost frightened to the point of peeing his pants, and he covered his mouth for fear that he would cry out loud. Then, Xue Qingyi, the former Zhenbei army general, stepped out and said with a fiery look, "Please forgive me, King Zhenbei. It was us who lost our temper. I just happened to pass by and heard the words of the little town king of the north. I suddenly thought of the old prince and felt excited, so..." As he spoke, he choked up again, and the eyes of the other imperial guards also turned red. Xue Qingyi took a deep breath and said, "I just heard that the young prince has come to his senses. He fought alone against the Weigua envoys in the Hall of Supreme Harmony and won battle after battle. Such good news, I think even if the old prince is still alive, he would surely cry with joy." What? Weigua, lost the literary duel? How is that possible? Wei Hanxiang and Chaner trembled violently and exclaimed in unison. They couldn't believe that Weigua would lose, let alone lose to Chen Luo, a idiot and a waste. No, how could he be a waste? Just based on the poem Pose Henzi just now, I don't know how many great writers and scholars in the world would be embarrassed. Princess Hanxiang was confused for a moment and looked at Chen Luo with a very complicated look. Xue Qingyi glanced at them, then turned and said, "Little prince, you are the only son of the king of Zhenbei, and the only descendant of the Qin family. Now that you have come to your senses, I would like to ask you to mend your ways and study hard." "Shut up. Are you telling me what to do?" Chen Luo quickly scolded, and said coldly, "You are just former members of the Zhenbei army. Even if you want to remember my father, just go back and burn a stick of incense. Now that you are the royal guards, you should do your job well. Go on patrol immediately and stop talking to me." Upon hearing this, the soldiers were immediately angry and disappointed. Xue Qingyi's eyes flickered as if he had thought of something, and he deliberately shouted loudly, "It's impossible to support a wall with mud. Let's go." After they left in disappointment, Chen Luo let out a breath, turned around, and looked at Zhao Kang on the ground with a sneer. "Mr. Zhao, are you convinced by my Pose Henzi just now?" I don't believe it. I don't believe you can create such a masterpiece." Zhao Kang refused to admit defeat. "Don't believe it? Then go back and ask your father if he believes it." Chen Luo sneered, "Now, don't delay my good deeds any longer, get out of here. Otherwise, I'll break all 3 of your legs." Zhao Kang's face turned pale. Thinking of Chen Luo's iron-blooded power just now, he was so scared that he ran away quickly. Chen Luo then turned around and walked towards Princess Hanxiang and Chaner with a wicked smile. "Don't come over here, what are you going to do?" "Hey, what are you doing?" "Of course, we're going to have another exchange with each other." Chen Luo grinned evilly, walked up to Wei Hanxiang, picked up Chaner on his shoulders, and broke into the house. "How dare you, evil villain! This is broad daylight. Chaner, kill him now." "Princess Wu, I can't beat him." "You evil thief, let me go and come at me." "Haha, don't worry, I will make sure you all get the most out of each other." Amidst the cries and struggles, her skirt was torn to pieces, revealing her jade-like skin. "How dare you, evil thief! You are so audacious, aren't you afraid of Emperor Jing's punishment or the wrath of our Wei state?" On the bed, it was extremely erotic. Chen Luo looked at him impudently and laughed, "Are you asking for punishment? I fought alone against the Weigua envoys and won the literary duel. According to the rules, Her Highness will continue to stay in dying as a hostage. My princess has reached the marriageable age, and His Majesty has agreed to marry you to me. In this case, it is only natural for us to uphold ethics. Why would His Majesty ask for punishment, and why would the Wei Kingdom be angry?" Hearing him talking about ethics in broad daylight, Chaner angrily cursed, You are shameless." But Princess Hanxiang next to her had a pale face. She knew the rules, and of course she understood that if dying really won the literary duel, then, what this guy said might be true. A line of clear tears slid down the delicate face. Chen Luo raised his eyebrows. "Why, the princess is not happy. Since you know how to trick Zhao Kong to protect yourself, you must be a smart person. Don't you know that even if you can return to Wei this time, the Emperor of Wei will only send you to a marriage alliance? Instead of being used as a pawn, why don't you be my princess and live a carefree life?" Princess Hanxiang's pretty face was full of astonishment. This guy not only saw that she was taking advantage of Zhao Kong, but he also easily pointed out her situation. He could even improvise the pose henzi, which was worthy of being passed down through the ages, and he was also tall and handsome. Now that it's done, perhaps this is her best destination. Before he could think about it, Chen Luo had already undressed and rushed over with laughter. Wei Hanxiang's delicate body trembled slightly, but she immediately grabbed Chaner, who was about to fight to the death. The master and servant let the evil villain do whatever he wanted. The front hall of the Imperial Palace, the Imperial Study. Emperor Jing Wangmang's face changed as he listened to the report from the chief eunuch Gao Li. Everyone in the Zhenbei army has long been extremely disappointed with that kid. Why did Xue Qingyi and the others suddenly act crazy? Gao Li said carefully, "It is said that the young prince wrote another poem, which made General Xue and others recall their years at the border, and they were so excited that they knelt down and bowed." "He wrote another poem. Read it to me." "Yes." Pose henzi, looking at the sword under the lamplight while drunk. When Gao Li finished reading in a shrill voice, Emperor Jing's eyes sparkled and his face was excited. What a great song to break the formation. No wonder Xue Qingyi and the others lost their composure. Even I, after listening to it, can't help but recall the bloody days of fighting in my early years. To accomplish the king's affairs, to win a good reputation in life and after death. Once this poem is published, all the military poems in the world will be ashamed. This kid has really opened his mind and inherited the wisdom of the late queen. Gao Li's eyes turned, and he quickly bowed and shouted, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations, Your Majesty, you have found another good talent." Emperor Jing narrowed his eyes slightly. "You said that kid cursed and chased away Xue Qingyi and others. Then where is he now?" "This. The king of the North Town should be in Princess Hanxiang's villa at this moment, performing the ritual of honoring relatives." "What? You are such a bastard." Emperor Jing snorted angrily, "Even now that you have come to your senses, you are still so absurd. I haven't even issued an edict to grant you the marriage yet." Gao Li too knelt down in fear, bowed his head to the ground and dared not utter a word. Emperor Jing suddenly narrowed his eyes and smiled again. "Forget it, he is still a playboy after all, which is not bad. Go call him over, I have something to ask him." At this time, the fierce battle in the princess's villa was over. "Since your highness has thought it through, why don't you move to the palace today so that I don't have to go to the palace every day?" Chen Luo said with a wicked smile, "How is it?" The two beauties cried out in shock and hurriedly pulled the quilt to cover themselves, feeling ashamed and angry. Princess Hanxiang pursed her lips and said coldly, "Chaner and I are already yours, so why should your majesty be anxious? Since His Majesty Emperor Jing has granted us the marriage, please do not bully us anymore. After the wedding, we will go to the palace to serve the prince." As she spoke, she couldn't help feeling sad again, with tears in her eyes. Chen Luo's eyes flickered and he said with a wicked smile, "How can that be possible? I will miss you if I don't see you for a day." After all, Emperor Jing has not issued an edict to grant the marriage yet, and now he is just fooling them with threats and lies. It is better to take her to the palace as soon as possible and conquer her completely. By then, they will be in love with each other, and even if Wei Guo finds out, he will be helpless. Chan Er struggled to get up after hearing this, and said angrily, "The princess is weak, how can she withstand your attacks for days? Do you want to kill my princess?" Wei Hanxiang frowned slightly, but Chen Luo stared at Chaner's upside-down snow mountain, and his blood boiled again. "Haha, okay. The princess is weak, but you are not weak, Chaner. Come, let's fight for another 300 rounds. Ah. No, don't." Chaner screamed, and quickly curled up and hugged Wei Hanxiang, like a pair of entangled white jades. Chen Luo's eyes became brighter. Just as he was about to mount his horse, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps coming from the yard. "Young prince. Come, follow me to the imperial study to see the emperor." As there was a knock on the door, a sharp eunuch's voice rang out. "Gao Li. Damn, that dead eunuch really spoils the fun." Chen Luo frowned and cursed inwardly, glanced at the two women on the bed who seemed to have been pardoned, and had no choice but to grab some clothes and go out. Gao Li did not dare to delay and urged Chen Luo all the way to the imperial study and took him in. "My nephew Chen Luo pays homage to His Majesty the Uncle. Long live His Majesty." Chen Luo walked in, bowed and shouted, although it was very embarrassing, but there was nothing he could do because the original owner always shouted like this. Emperor Jing, wearing a dragon robe, stood with his hands behind his back. He slowly withdrew his gaze from the map of the world's territory and turned his head. "Humph! Evil creature, do you know your sin?" Chen Luo immediately said with a playful smile, "Your Majesty, your nephew is terrified. My nephew has inherited my aunt's wisdom and has won many battles against the Wei Guo envoys alone. Not only has he enhanced the prestige of our great Jing country, but he has also won the Jieshan salt mine. What crime has he committed?" "Shut up!" Emperor Jing shouted, "Although you have made some contributions, you were rude to Princess Han Xue in public. Aren't you afraid of angering the Wei Kingdom and bringing war to our great Jing? Also, don't think I don't know what you did in the other courtyard. What do you think this palace is? When the emperor is angry, his power is amazing." Chen Luo's pupils couldn't help but shrink, thinking that this old emperor really knew everything. "We must use the matter of the other courtyard to keep a tight hold on him. My nephew was negligent, Your Majesty, please punish me." Chen Luo bowed and shouted again. Emperor Jing frowned and asked in confusion, "Negligence? What negligence?" "My nephew shouldn't have competed with Master Zhao in poetry and bullied him, and he shouldn't have omitted the name of the poem and caused misunderstandings among the imperial guards." Emperor Jing frowned even more. Chen Luo stood up and said with a smile, "In fact, my nephew's marching song was inspired by the iron-blooded years of Your Majesty's youth. So, the full name of that poem is Pose Henzi, Feelings for Prince Jujuan Guarding the North." Hiss. Emperor Jing took a deep breath, and then his face was filled with ecstasy. Jujuan was his courtesy name when he was the crown prince of the Eastern Palace. How could this famous marching poem, which will be passed down through the ages, be written for him? In an instant, he forgot all about the things that happened in the villa and couldn't care about anything at all. "I haven't received any reward for winning the literary battle yet, but I'm being threatened and beaten first." The emperor's mind is indeed hard to predict. However, Chen Luo is not the original owner, so he will not let him control him. It depends on whether you, Emperor Jing, want the naming rights for a famous poem that will be passed down through the ages. "Congratulations, Your Majesty." The old eunuch Gao Li trembled, suddenly fell to the ground and shouted. With this marching poem by the young prince, the wisdom and bravery of our emperor will surely be passed down through the ages and admired by all generations. Emperor Jing's old face turned red and the corners of his mouth twitched with excitement. As an emperor, who doesn't want to be remembered forever? But now the world is in turmoil with 7 countries coexisting, and there are barbarians from the north and south as well as the Huns from the western regions eyeing the central plains covetously. In this turbulent era, it is not easy to be a qualified emperor. Wanting to expand the territory or create a prosperous era to leave a name in history. It is simply wishful thinking. But if it could be tied to a famous poem throughout the ages, it would be very different. As his poems are passed down, his name will surely be passed down to future generations. Emperor Jing was so excited that he could not hold back his laughter and said, "Ha ha! What a great poem to commemorate the march. Good Luo'er, you are so thoughtful. You are worthy of being a descendant of the Chen family. You are indeed my lucky general, ha ha ha." Chen Luo curled his lips secretly, thinking that he was calling Luo'er affectionately again. That's it. As expected, flattery never wears out, and it also hit the emperor's sore spot, and it was a sure hit. In this way, Emperor Jing would naturally not pursue the matter of the villa any further. Because once the matter is investigated, it will lead to the competition with Zhao Kong at that time, and this marching song will become one written when there was jealousy, which will greatly affect his reputation. Not only would Emperor Jing not pursue the matter, he could only pretend to be ignorant and keep it a secret for him, and he would get angry with anyone who dared to mention it. After the ecstasy, Emperor Jing liked Chen Luo more and more. He is indeed talented and sensible, unlike his father Chen Wuwei. Gao Li, quickly give Luo'er a seat. Emperor Jing waved his hand and asked worriedly, "Luo'er, what do you think about the fighting in 3 days?" "I have no idea. I just need to make some preparations and I will definitely win a horse farm for your majesty." Chen Luo spoke proudly and confidently. Emperor Jing's eyes lit up, but he couldn't help frowning, thinking that he was too arrogant. It's good to have confidence, but Weigua has already hated you and will definitely find a way to target you in 3 days. How about this? I will give you a gold medal so that you can prepare well. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chen Luo was overjoyed. He took the gold medal and left in a hurry. As the king of special warfare in his previous life, he is certainly not afraid of the fighting in this era. However, to be on the safe side, you still need to make some preparations and forge a suitable weapon. There was no need to think about using hot weapons like firearms from the previous life in the short term, and there was no place for my marksmanship to be put to good use for the time being. However, it is possible to create a cold weapon that can crush this era. Going to the villa again might anger Emperor Jing, so he decided to leave the palace and go home. When Chen Luo returned to Zhenbei Palace, he was dumbfounded. He thought that the palace should at least be like a small palace. However, the house was not small, but it was cold, deserted, shabby and without even any decent furnishings. The worst thing is that there isn't even any beautiful concubine or pretty maid. Chen Luo felt a toothache and then he remembered that the palace's savings had long been squandered by the bastard original owner. All that was left to him was this empty house and a dozen old Zhenbei soldiers with missing limbs. "My young prince, you are back. I heard that you have become wiser and won a great victory over the Weigua envoys in a literary battle. But is that true?" A one-eyed old soldier rushed over upon hearing the news, his one eye full of expectation and concern. Chen Luo was slightly startled, and suddenly remembered that this was the old butler in the palace, named Xiahou Dun. Chen Luo was shocked, and only he breathed a sigh of relief after recalling the old butler's life experience. Fortunately, he was not the Xiahou Dun from the Three Kingdoms, and he had never eaten eyeballs. However, the old butler was also a fierce general in the past and a trusted soldier of the old King Zhenbei. "Of course it's true. Don't worry, Uncle Dun, I won't do anything stupid again." "Is it really true?" The old housekeeper trembled, and suddenly knelt down and cried out, "That's great. The old prince is in heaven, and the late queen is in heaven." Chen Luo sighed secretly, and quickly comforted him before pulling him up and asking directly, "Uncle Dun, is there anyone in our house who is good at making weapons?" "There are a few who can fight with weapons, but the original experts have left long ago." The old housekeeper wiped his eyes with his sleeves and sighed, "Even Oyezi, the world's #1 weapon craftsman, was originally from our Zhenbei Palace. Now, he has been transferred to the armor department of the Ministry of Works. Chen Luo raised his eyebrows, and without saying a word, he mounted his horse and headed straight for the Ministry of Works. As luck would have it, just as he arrived outside the Bingjia division, Chen Luo saw Zhao Kong following an old man, walking out angrily. Chen Luo. You're such a loser. I haven't come to settle the score with you yet, and you dare to come here. You're courting death. When enemies meet, they are extremely jealous of each other. Zhao Kong jumped up and cursed. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, then suddenly raised his hand and waved, snap. The horsewhip flew out and Zhao Kong was knocked to the ground, leaving a big bloody mark on his cheek. Ah! Zhao Kong covered his cheek and screamed, rolling on the ground in pain. You don't learn your lesson, do you? You still dare to insult me, believe it or not, I will break all 3 of your legs right now. Chen Luo jumped off his horse and approached step by step with a whip in hand. Stop! The Minister of Industry Zhao Yuengao next to him shouted in shock and anger, Zhenjin Beiwang, are you crazy? What do you want to do? Someone come. Someone come quickly. Catch him for me. Zhao Kong screamed. Seeing this, the guards nearby approached hesitantly. Huh? Chen Luo raised his eyebrows and glanced over proudly. All the soldiers avoided their gazes. This was the northern king of this small town. How dare they take action? Father, quickly give the order to arrest him. How dare he hit me and ruin my face? Zhao Kong cried, how can I go out and meet people in the future? How can I marry a noble lady again? Zhao Yuengao glanced at the wound, his face livid, and he gritted his teeth and said, King of the North Town, even if Kong's words were inappropriate, why would he be so cruel? If a son is not well educated, it is the fault of his father. Minister Zhao is reluctant to discipline your son, but I am willing to do so. Chen Luo sneered, get out of the way. Don't delay my work. You. Zhao Yuengao was furious, his eyes flickered as he shouted, stop. This is a restricted area of the armored division, no one is allowed to trespass. Upon hearing this, the surrounding soldiers held their weapons in their hands and stood alert. Then, Zhao Yuengao gave a look, and Zhao Kong understood and immediately covered his wound and cursed again. You idiot, useless piece of shit. Do you think you can come to the armory? Come over here if you can, or you can hit me again, you bastard. Hey, I've never seen anyone make such a request before. In that case, I'll satisfy you. Chen Luo sneered, pushed away the soldiers blocking the way, and swung the whip at Zhao Kong again. Zhao Kong was startled and dodged, holding his head and screaming. But Zhao Yuengao sneered grimly when he saw this, thinking to himself, you useless piece of shit from the Chen family, you are asking for death. He then shouted, anyone who trespasses into the important area of the armor department will be killed without mercy. Attack! At the command, all the soldiers around became solemn and immediately surrounded Chen Luo with murderous intent. But when they were about to make a move, Chen Luo suddenly took out something and snorted coldly, let's see who dares. When Chen Luo was an idiot and a good-for-nothing, many people were waiting for him to make a big mistake. After all, only if he made a serious mistake would his title of king be abolished. The only position of dying as a king of a different surname has a chance to go to another family. However, no one expected that Chen Luo would make a stunning debut in the literary war between the two countries and make great contributions to dying. As a result, all the people in the court were waiting for him to make a fool of himself in the fight, and then have his title stripped and sent to Wei State to marry into the family. But this matter is still uncertain. Zhao Yuengao couldn't wait any longer when he saw his beloved son being bullied and beaten. The Bingjia division is an important place in the country. He deliberately led Chen Luo to break in so that he could take the opportunity to kill him according to the law. This is a rare opportunity and a great achievement that comes right to your doorstep. But when Zhao Yuengao saw what Chen Luo suddenly took out, his sneering expression suddenly froze. Here is the Imperial Gold Medal. It's like seeing His Majesty in person. Chen Luo sneered and looked around, shouting, why don't you kneel down? The surrounding soldiers were horrified, and the next moment they fell to their knees, shouting in fear, long live the emperor. Zhao Yuengao, you and your son dare not kneel when you see the gold medal. Chen Luo sneered. Zhao Yuengao gritted his teeth and quickly pulled the dazed Zhao Kong to his knees. Chen Luo's eyes flashed, and he followed the father and son step by step, raising the whip. "How dare you, boy?" Zhao Yuengao was ashamed and angry. He was the Minister of Works. If he was beaten by this idiot, how could he face people in the future? "Why shouldn't I dare?" Chen Luo shook the gold medal in his hand and sneered, "Your Excellency Shangshu, what do you want to do by tempting me to break into the armor department? Are you trying to kill me?" Before he finished speaking, the whip had already been swung. Pa, pa. Zhao Yuengao and his son were knocked to the ground, wailing and screaming at the same time. The surrounding soldiers struggled and hesitated when seeing this. Chen Luo turned around and snorted, "I am following His Majesty's orders to prepare for a fight. The outcome of the battle in 3 days will affect the interests of our dynasty and the reputation of your Majesty. Anyone who dares to stop us will be treasonous and betray the country. You guys, try to shout again." Complete silence. Even the Zhao father and son who were in pain did not dare to cry out, for fear of being accused of this. "Very good." Chen Luo nodded with satisfaction. "Now, take me to see the weapon craftsman Yezi." The people around him hesitated. Zhao Gao suppressed his anger and nodded, and then someone stood up with a smile and led Chen Luo inside. As soon as he left, Zhao Yuengao stood up angrily, gritted his teeth and said, "What are you doing standing there in a daze? Why don't you report it to His Highness King Yu quickly?" Chen Luo waited in the yard for a while and saw a white-haired old man coming with his hands behind his back. "Young prince. Isn't this old man dazzled? If you don't go looking for flowers and willows, why did you come to me?" The old man had a bad temper and stared with disgust. The corner of Chen Luo's mouth twitched, thinking how much the original owner was disliked by others. It was enough to be disliked by others, but even the old man who went out of the palace looked down upon him. "Senior, you are joking. I have completely changed my past and turned a new leaf." Chen Luo cupped his hands and said, "In 3 days there will be a battle between the two countries. I have been ordered by your Majesty to make preparations. I have come here to ask my seniors to make a suitable weapon for my king." "Oh, weapons." Yezi squinted his eyes and said disdainfully, "Shouldn't your greatest weapon be the identity and family business that the old prince left you? Oh, by the way, I'm afraid you've squandered all the family fortune, right? You only have the title of prince left, so you'd better go home and enjoy yourself, or you'll die without knowing how you died one day." Hiss. This old man has a really stinky mouth. But since his name is Yezi and he is also known as the best weapon craftsman in the world, I think he should have a bad temper and even greater abilities. Chen Luo had no choice but to show his gold medal and said, "Senior, please cooperate with me in this matter of fighting. Come back to Jinbei Palace with me." "Humph, I won't go." Yezi snorted coldly, "The armor department is where I should be. What am I going back to Jinbei Palace for? To help you make toys?" Chen Luo was shocked. Is this the confidence of the world's #1 weapon craftsman? He even ignored the gold medal bestowed by the emperor. Zhao Yuengao followed and sneered, "The king of the small town north should forget about it. Senior Yezi is a master weaponsmith. Even if His Majesty comes in person, it will not be difficult for him. Young prince, you'd better leave now and wait for His Majesty to question you about the crime of beating my father and son in public. Get lost." Chen Luo was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. "If you keep making noise, I'll beat you up." "You." Zhao Yuengao's hands trembled with anger, and his old face turned red and purple. Seeing this, Yezi snorted in disgust and turned to leave. But at this time, Chen Luo walked to the weapon rack next to him, looked at the weapons one by one, shook his head and said in disdain, "Rubbish." Yezi was immediately furious and said, "What did you say? You dare to say it again? I say, these weapons are rubbish, there are few decent ones." Chen Luo laughed. "You idiot, you are the son of the old Jinbei king, but you know nothing." Yezi cursed with a red face and glared, "You know nothing about weapons, and you are not qualified to point fingers at the weapons designed by me." Zhao Yuengao was secretly delighted when he saw this, and echoed, "That's right. King of the North Town, you've gone too far. Everyone knows that Master O is the best weapon craftsman in the world. He has designed and built countless fine weapons and armor for dying. How dare you be so disrespectful to the master? I will definitely sue His Majesty to punish you. I don't understand weapons. Chen Luo sneered, took a look at the most sophisticated heavy crossbow, shook his head, then squatted on the ground and casually drew a simple oval pattern. What is that? It looks just like a ghost painting. He's the only one who knows about weapons. It's really laughable. That's right. I heard that he asked the master to make things for the boudoir, which made the master angry and leave the palace. Zhao Yuengao and everyone from the Bingjia division sneered. But in the blink of an eye they were stunned to see that Yezi's eyes widened as if struck by lightning, as if he had seen a ghost. This is, and then what? Yezi was indeed a master weapon craftsman. He could tell at a glance that what Chen Luo drew was some kind of exquisite parts, and rushed over excitedly. Chen Luo smiled and rubbed the picture away with his foot. What are you doing? Yezi got angry again. He was just about to study it carefully, but it was gone. He looked like he was going to fight Chen Luo to the death. Come back to the palace with me, and I will make you a true master of weaponry, or even a military saint. Chen Luo said with a confident smile. Okay. Draw it for me when you go back. I want a complete drawing. Yezi agreed without hesitation. Zhao Yuengao and everyone from the Bingjia division were completely dumbfounded and stunned. This is Yezi, the bad-tempered master who even the emperor doesn't want to offend. How could he really want to follow him? Haha, okay. Chen Luo laughed and pulled Yezi to leave. But at this moment, with the sound of galloping horses, a team of heavily armored cavalry came roaring and blocked the gate of the Bingjia division with murderous intent. Zhao Yuengao was overjoyed and quickly ran to the door, crying, "Your Highness Prince Yu, something bad has happened. The king of the North Town has beaten up my old minister and his son, and is trying to kidnap Master Yezi. Your Highness, please help me and save the forced Master O." Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly and knew that the one coming was the second prince, Wang Tu. Among the many princes of dying, the most favored by Emperor Jing are the crown prince and the second prince, Prince Yu. The prince is well-read and has a wealth of knowledge, and has the talent to govern the country. The second prince, Prince Yu, has extraordinary martial arts skills and is in charge of half of the troops. He is expected to be the new generation of war god of dying. His name is Wang Tu and he is cruel by nature. Behind his back he is called the Bloody Prince. Among the people, he can stop children from crying at night. Because he was determined to surpass the old god of war Chen Wei, Wang Tu was very hostile to King Jinbei and always liked to bully and ridicule the original owner to get psychological satisfaction. Wow! Wang Tu, who was 2 meters tall, jumped off his horse, landed heavily on the ground, and walked towards Chen Luo like a small mountain. What? You, a piece of shit, have just won the literary battle and now you don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Wang Tu sneered and looked at the thin Chen Luo. You broke into the armor department under my jurisdiction and even dared to hit Minister Zhao. Are you itching for trouble again? Chen Luo looked at him calmly and finally had an intuitive understanding of this powerful warrior in this time and space. It really feels oppressive, like a giant. It seems that it is right to forge your own weapons, otherwise the fight would be a bit tricky. Your Highness Prince Yu, did you make a mistake? Chen Luo said calmly, I am following the orders of His Majesty to make full preparations for the fight in 3 days. Some people are trying to stop me. Can I not fight them? Besides, Mr. O took the initiative to go back to the palace with me. Is there a problem? Prince Yu frowned and turned around, only to see Yezi nodding vigorously, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Zhao Yuengao quickly approached and whispered something, and Prince Yu immediately snorted, I don't care what tricks you play, Master O can't leave the armor department. Because you were rude to Princess Han Xue, the Wei Kingdom has deployed 100,000 soldiers near the boundary mountain. A war could break out at any time. At this time, Master O will naturally stay in the armor department to supervise the manufacture of weapons and armor. If something goes wrong, can a fool like you take the responsibility? Chen Luo smiled faintly and said, Prince Yu means that supervising the manufacture of weapons and armor is important, but fighting is not important. Prince Yu was slightly stunned, and angrily said, You are so bold that you dare to argue with me. In this competition, I, dying, have already won the Jiashan salt mine. So what if I lose the fight? When the time comes, I can just dethrone you, a useless piece of shit, and send you to the Wei Kingdom to marry into the family. Wouldn't that make everyone happy? This guy can't wait to express what many people are thinking. Zhao Yuengao and others nearby sneered, and were obviously looking forward to this day coming soon. Chen Luo was furious and shouted, "Your Highness Prince Yu, are you actually hoping that I, De Jing, will lose the fight? We in Dying have always lacked horse farms. We have suffered so much at the northern border because of the lack of war horses. Now there is a godsend opportunity before us, and you actually want to lose the fight and give up the horse farm. What is your intention?" The expressions of Zhao Yuengao and others suddenly changed. Prince Yu was also stunned for a moment, and then he became furious. "You bastard, how dare you set a trap for me? Come, capture this bastard for me. Wang Tu, how dare you?" Chen Luo showed the gold medal again, raised his eyebrows and sneered, "The gold medal bestowed by His Majesty is here, it's like His Majesty is here in person, how dare you disobey him? As for what you just said, I will report it to His Majesty without missing a word, and let His Majesty make the decision." Wang Tu's eyes widened in horror. He didn't expect that Chen Luo actually had a gold medal bestowed by the Emperor, and he didn't expect that this loser actually wanted to sue him. His eyes flickered slightly, but a fierce look flashed in his eyes. He drew his sword and roared, "Evil thief Chen Luo, how dare you steal the gold medal bestowed by the Emperor? Your crime is unforgivable and you must be killed." As soon as he said this, he and his fierce personal soldiers immediately rushed forward with swords in hand. These guys are no match for the guards from the armor department, each of them is a seasoned killer. Wang Tu is naturally brave and powerful, and he is wearing heavy armor. What will happen if he gets close to him? Chen Luo did not expect that Wang Tu would be so bold and so eager to kill him. It seems that this stupid small-town king of the north has suddenly become wise and outstanding in the literary war, which has stimulated the nerves of many people. Chen Luo was filled with murderous intent and his eyes became fierce. "Your Majesty has arrived." Just as the battle between the two sides was about to break out and Chen Luo was preparing to fight, Gao Li's loud shout was suddenly heard. "What are you doing? Stop it." Everyone was shocked and turned around and knelt outside the door. "We respectfully welcome His Majesty." Emperor Jing came riding on a dragon chariot, and snorted condescendingly, "This is the armory, not a martial arts arena, how can you behave like this?" "Father, please forgive me." Wang Tu hurriedly complained, "It was not me who dared to use the sword. It was Chen Luo who stole the gold medal and broke into the armor department. He wanted to take the opportunity to kidnap Master O. I had to stop him." Emperor Jing frowned slightly, "Who said he stole the gold medal? I gave it to him to help him prepare for the battle." "What? The gold medal was really given to him by the Emperor?" Wang Tu was stunned. He knew very well how much Emperor Jing hated Chen Luo in the past, so why would he think so highly of this idiot just because of a literary battle, and even awarded him an imperial gold medal? Wang Tu was very confused. Emperor Jing said, "The fight involves the entire horse farm. It is a serious matter. Don't delay it any longer. Let's all disperse." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo raised his eyebrows and said, "Your Majesty, Prince Yu just said that it would be better if he lost the fight. It's clear that he was trying to stop me." "I didn't, Father, please don't listen to his nonsense." Prince Yu's face suddenly changed and he denied it hastily. Emperor Jing narrowed his eyes and waved his hand, saying, "That's enough. Tuer and Luoer, you are cousins, you should work together and do your best for our great Jing. Don't attack each other based on rumors. Since this is all a misunderstanding, Luoer, you should hurry back and prepare for the fight. After all, Weiguo will have you fight in 3 days no matter what. Don't lose the fight because of you." Chen Luo lowered his head and narrowed his eyes slightly. This seemingly fair reconciliation was actually clearly biased towards Wang Tu, and there was no desire to pursue the matter at all. Even the fact that he was almost surrounded and killed was lightly revealed. At this time, Prince Yu winked quietly, and Zhao Yuengao beside him suddenly cried out, "Your Majesty, please make a decision for this old minister. I didn't know that the king of the north of this town came here on orders. I tried to stop him just because I was loyal to my duty, but I was beaten by him unexpectedly. My son's face was directly broken by him. His cruelty is simply outrageous. Your Majesty, please make a decision for my father and me and severely punish the king of the North Town. Emperor Jing glanced at his disheveled appearance and frowned. Prince Yu took the opportunity to speak. Father. It's just a misunderstanding between my cousin and I. It's easy to talk about it. But Minister Zhao is an important and senior official in the court, and he beat up both father and son in public. If this is not investigated, the censors will probably go crazy when the court goes to court tomorrow. As they spoke, Wang Tu and Zhao Yuengao both looked at Chen Luo with sneers, as if to say, with such a crime, let's see how you can escape. But when they turned around, they found that Chen Luo was standing with his hands behind his back, sneering at them, not panicking at all. This is not panicking. Wang Tu and the other men frowned. Why isn't this idiot panicking? Where does he get the confidence from? Your Majesty, please severely punish the king of the North Town and give justice to this old minister and his son. Father, this trend cannot continue. If we don't investigate, the censors and the civil and military officials will never give up. Wang Tu and the others took Chen Luo's calmness as ignorance and fearlessness, and they continued to accuse him. Emperor Jing finally spoke, but said, all right. The king of the North Town is also worried about fighting and is impulsive, which is understandable. Lord Zhao, you and your son should go see the imperial physician right away. I'll have someone send some ointment over later. Wang Tu and Zhao Yuengao were both stunned. Is this excusable? What kind of magic potion did this idiot give to His Majesty? Your Majesty, please understand. The king of the North Town is so bold and daring, it is definitely not a momentary impulse. In desperation, Zhao Yuengao fell to his knees and cried loudly. He disregarded his dignity and went to the other courtyard to harass Princess Hanxiang many times. He was deliberately seeking revenge because he was holding a grudge against my son for obstructing him. Your Majesty, please look into this. Zhao Kong also took the opportunity to throw himself on the ground, shouting in grievance, Princess Hanxiang and I were originally in love, but this evil villain kept harassing and bullying the princess. This time, he even used the excuse of a poetry contest to have the imperial guards intimidate me, and even threatened to break my 3 legs. Shut up. Emperor Jing's face was gloomy and he slammed the dragon chariot. What poetry contest, what intimidation, what happened in the imperial palace, how could I not know? Zhao Kong, since you are Prince Yu's study partner, why did you go to Princess Hanxiang's villa instead of urging Prince Yu to study? Wang Tu and Zhao Yuengao, father and son, were all dumbfounded, but Chen Luo was happy. This is the benefit of giving a title to a famous work throughout the ages. Zhao Kong actually dared to mention this. Zhao Kong was very confused and said blankly, every word I said is true. He competed with me in poetry and composed the marching poem Pose Henzi. Chen Luo was almost laughing mad. This idiot even dared to recite the military march. What nonsense! Emperor Jing was furious. He stood up on the dragon chariot and growled, the marching poem by the king of Zhenzhenbai was written in my imperial study. Its full name is Pose Henzi, Feelings for Prince Jujuan Zhenbei. Zhao Yuengao. Tell me, why did this poem about my march become a competition between the king of the north of the town and your son? Crash. Facing the wrath of Emperor Jing, all the surrounding soldiers were frightened and fell to their knees, trembling. Zhao Yuengao and his son were even more frightened, and Wang Tu was also confused. The song of breaking the formation had already spread to the army, and all the soldiers felt their blood boiling and their hearts were filled with excitement after hearing it. But this marching poem, which will be passed down through the ages, was indeed written in Hanxiang Villa. How could it be written in the imperial study? Moreover, the Prince Gujuan was referring to the current emperor. This poem was actually written for His Majesty. I am terrified. I am terrified. After a moment of stunned silence, Zhao Yuengao suddenly understood. He slapped Zhao Kong and shouted in panic, my son's nonsense offended your Majesty. Please forgive him this time for the sake of your old minister. The king of the small town, Bei, defeated the Weigua envoys with his amazing talent and wrote a famous poem like Pose Henzi for your Majesty. How can my son be qualified to compete with the young prince in poetry? I will punish him severely when I return. Dad. Why did you hit me? What I said is true. Zhao Kong shouted in confusion. It was really Princess Hanxiang who asked me to help, so I competed with him in the marching poem. Shut up. Zhao Yuangao slapped him again. In shock and anger, he hit Zhao Kong so hard that his mouth and nose started bleeding. You have never been to the princess's villa, and you have never competed with the northern king of the town in marching poems. You are not worthy. That poem, Pose Henzi, was written by the northern king of this small town in the imperial study room in memory of His Majesty's heroic demeanor when he was young. Everyone knows it. Remember it. Zhao Kong was completely dumbfounded and suspected that his memory was disordered. Emperor Jing nodded in satisfaction, sat back on the dragon chariot and said, "Young people like to be in the limelight, I can understand. However, although I have not issued an edict, I have already agreed to marry Princess Hanxiang to the king of Zhenbei. As the companion of Prince Yu, Zhao Kong, you should not wander around the palace at random, and you should not have any ideas about Princess Hanxiang. Lord Zhao, please take him home to heal his wounds. Also, let him reflect on his mistakes for 3 years." Zhao Kang's eyes widened, his face ashen. Zhao Yuangao wept as he knelt down and said in a trembling voice, "Old minister, thank you for your mercy, your majesty." Prince Yu was anxious when he saw this. "Father, is this punishment too severe? Zhao Kong is full of talent, he too are you questioning me?" "Ah, your son dare not." Prince Yu's tall figure trembled, and he actually saw a hint of coldness in Emperor Jing's eyes. He was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and dared not say anything else. "Okay, everyone, get up." Emperor Jing waved his hand and said, "Since the king of the North Town has invited Master Oyezi, then go back and prepare quickly, and try to win another horse farm for dying." "Your Majesty, I obey your order." In the hateful eyes of Wang Tu and the Zhao father and son, Chen Luo smiled and accepted the order. "Let's go back to the palace." Emperor Jing then left in a grand manner under the escort of the imperial guards. Chen Luo was too lazy to pay any more attention to the defeated Zhao Kong, and went straight back home with Oyezi. The armor department was more desolate than ever before. Prince Yu became more and more angry as he thought about it. He roared angrily, "Why is this happening? How could my father be so partial to that loser? Oyezi is a master weaponsmith and holds a very special position in the army. How come he no longer despises that loser and is willing to go back with him?" Zhao Yuangao wiped his tears and said, "I don't know what that idiot drew, but it actually aroused Oyezi's excitement. He tricked him into returning. As for His Majesty's attitude, Your Highness, don't you understand? It's all because of that marching song. The immortal marching poem bearing Your Majesty's name certainly couldn't have been written out of jealousy. That kid is now deeply loved by Your Majesty, but my son is the only one who feels sorry for him. Stop crying." Wang Tu suddenly understood, frowned, and said impatiently, "Don't worry, although he has become smart, he is still useless with his fists and feet. In the fighting 3 days later, the Wei Kingdom will not spare him, so it will be useless to forge any weapons. When the time comes, he will be killed directly, or his title will be stripped and he will be sent to the Wei Kingdom to marry into the family. I will then find an opportunity to ask my father to allow Zhao Kong to leave the country." At this time, in the princess's villa, Chana rushed into the courtyard anxiously from outside. "Princess, something bad has happened, something bad has happened." In the boudoir, Wei Hanxiang, who was unable to get out of bed because of Chen Luo's troubles, struggled to get up. As soon as she moved, her beautiful brows furrowed. "What's wrong, Chana? Have you left the palace? Have you seen our delegation?" Chana's eyes were red as she shook her head frantically. She suddenly burst into tears. "Princess, we were fooled. That evil villain, he deceived us." "What? Tell me, what did you find out?" Wei Hanxiang's heart was in knots, and she suddenly had a bad feeling. They, the master and the servant, have been bullied twice by that evil villain. He actually deceived them. So, what did he lie about? Don't cry, Chana. Tell me quickly, what did that evil thief hide? Wei Hanxiang struggled to sit up, Her black hair draped over her snow-white shoulders, using the brocade quilt to block out the undulating snow-capped mountains and canyons. After all, she is a princess. She was bullied by Chen Luo before and has not been able to get out of bed until now. Chon'er knelt down in front of the bed, crying in shame and anger. It's all Chon'er's fault for being useless. I couldn't see through the villain's lies, and I couldn't protect the princess. After that villain won the war, Emperor Jing was going to grant the marriage, but Princess Han Xue stopped him. The princess and Dying agreed that our Wei state is willing to hand over the Jieshan salt mine first, but if we win the fight, we will take you back with us, and we will also bring that evil villain back to Wei state to marry into our family. What? Wei Hanxiang was stunned. The quilt in her hand slipped quietly, revealing the boundless scenery of the snowy field. Woo-woo, princess. Princess, what's wrong with you? Don't scare Chon'er. Wei Hanxiang allowed herself to be exposed. Her beautiful eyes were dull, and she gradually became furious, so angry that her body turned red. How dare he? He actually deceived us and bullied us again. Now, what should I do? She and Chon'er had been completely bullied by that bastard. In this case, even if my sister could win the fight, how could they return to Weiguo with dignity? Wei Hanxiang was stunned, her pretty face and beautiful eyes dimmed. Chon'er was ashamed and heartbroken. She stood up angrily and said, Princess, Chon'er will kill him. He deserves to die for bullying us like this. Only when he dies, no one will know that we have been. By then, we can still return to Weiguo with a clear conscience. Wei Hanxiang suddenly came back to her senses, but burst into tears again. It's useless, you were never his match before. I was careless before. Chon'er said resolutely, he is just a useless idiot. The Zhenbei Palace doesn't have many guards. Chon'er can sneak in at night and kill him quietly. Boy, what exactly are you drawing in the armor department? After returning to the Zhenbei Palace, Yezi didn't bother to deal with old acquaintances such as Xiahou Dun, and asked anxiously. Chen Luo smiled and said, Don't worry, Mr. O. If you help me build something, I will tell you what it is. Yezi snorted arrogantly, Boy, you are not going to make bed supplies again, are you? I am a weaponsmith, and I will never make those dirty things that insult my skills. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, thinking that this is possible. There were so many kinds of supplies for this purpose in the past life. Wouldn't it be a waste not to make some? It seems that we can't let this old man go easily. He must be very useful if we keep him. Master O, you are joking. I am preparing for the battle on the orders of His Majesty. This is also a war between two countries. Chen Luo smiled and said, Master, as long as you can create the weapon I want, I will give you the blueprint of the crossbow wheel. Crossbow wheel? Yezi frowned, what is that? Are you trying to trick me? We are both under the Emperor's orders now, why should I lie to you? Chen Luo said calmly, this is just an extra reward. But if you can't make the weapon I want, forget about getting the blueprint. Humph. I am the best weapon maker in the world. How can there be a weapon that I cannot forge? You are just trying to be mysterious. Don't be so sure. Seeing that he had taken the bait, Chen Luo picked up the brush and prepared to draw a blueprint. But the brush is too difficult to use, and the lines become ink clumps after just a few strokes. Yezi's face was immediately filled with contempt, and he sneered, You want to draw a blueprint just like a dog scratching its head? It's ridiculous. This old man is so arrogant and foul-mouthed, yet even Emperor Jing respects him. Wait. Chen Luo was a little angry and insisted on curing his bad habit. He ran to the back kitchen and picked for a long time. Finally, he picked out a piece of hardwood charcoal, cut it, and embedded it into a bamboo joint as thick as his index finger. Only then did Chen Luo run back. What is this? Yezi was puzzled when he saw the strange-looking bamboo joint in his hand. Chen Luo ignored him and began to draw thin and straight lines. Yezi was stunned for a moment, then his pupils widened into a round shape. Drawing fine drawings with a brush is very time-consuming and laborious, and it is very easy to get stains and ruin the entire drawing. The strange pen in Chen Luo's hand does not need to be dipped in ink and is light and versatile to use. It is simply a great tool for drawing papers. Boy. Young prince, what is this? Simplified version of pencil. Without even raising his head, Chen Luo had already sketched out most of the pattern. Hiss. So fast. And so neat. Oh Yezi's eyes almost popped out of his head, and he asked excitedly, simplified version, is there a perfect version? Of course, I'm too lazy to do it. Young prince. Oh Yezi's face suddenly turned red, and he grabbed Chen Luo's arm. This brush is a blessing for all the craftsmen in the world. On behalf of all the craftsmen in the world, Oh Yezi begs the young prince to teach me how to make it. Chen Luo smiled and turned back, didn't you just laugh at me for not being able to draw blueprints? Oh Yezi's face flushed red, and he said ashamedly, I was blind just now. For the sake of all the craftsmen in the world, please teach me again, young prince. No rush, let's take a look at the drawings first. Chen Luo threw down his pen and blew away the charcoal powder on the paper. Oh Yezi quickly picked up the bamboo pen as if he had picked up a treasure, but then he caught a glimpse of the pattern he had overlooked, and his body was shocked again. The composition is precise, the markings are rigorous, and the drawings are from 3 angles, perfectly outlining the appearance of this strange weapon. Oh Yezi was shocked, completely stunned by the 3-view images that surpassed this era. He clenched the bamboo pen tightly, and snatched the drawing away like crazy, his face full of ecstasy. This drawing is perfect. Absolutely perfect. Oh Yezi was so excited that he was shaking. As a master weaponsmith, he knew too well how important the bamboo pen and the blueprint were. For craftsmen, these are simply epic-making. Just based on these 2 things, this incompetent little prince in front of him is worthy of being worshipped as a master by craftsmen all over the world. Oh Yezi, I beg the young prince to accept me as his disciple and teach me how to make pens and draw pictures. Plop. Oh Yezi fell to his knees and kowtowed to Chen Luo. Chen Luo smiled calmly. You're kneeling now. I haven't taken out the real good stuff yet. Xiahou Dun and other old soldiers who were peeking outside the door were stunned and their jaws dropped. To everyone's shock, Chen Luo left and walked back to the courtyard where he lived under the moonlight. The arrogant master was already prostrated and began to study the blueprint obediently. I hope that he, the best weapon maker in the world, can really forge the weapon he wants. Just as he was about to enter the house, the moment he pushed open the door, a cold light burst out from the darkness and pierced straight towards his throat. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. Chen Luo suddenly tilted his head and lowered his body, then crashed into the other person's arms. Ah! Why does the scent of this killer seem so familiar? In a moment of doubt and suspicion, Chen Luo took the opportunity to hold the other person's waist, and suddenly he understood. This familiar grace, that's for sure. Chaner, how dare you murder your own husband? The petite figure in black trembled and cried out in surprise, and wanted to attack again, but his sword was knocked down. The next moment, her body flew into the air, but she was picked up and thrown onto the bed. Evil thief, you. Cosplay killer. Haha, interesting, I like it. Chen Luo lunged forward with a loud laugh. Chaner screamed in resistance, and her nightgown was torn during her struggle. Suddenly, the tattered black clothes and the jade-like delicate body contrasted with each other, making her look even more attractive. It was still dark and Wei Hanxiang had almost stayed up all night, so she came to the yard early and waited anxiously. It's been 3 days and Chaner hasn't come back. Did she fail? No, it won't happen. That guy is just a fool. Even if he becomes smart, how can he escape Chaner's assassination? Chaner is a skilled fighter trained by the Wei state. She must be lurking patiently, waiting for the opportunity to strike a fatal blow. Suddenly, a tattered figure in black clothes, with strange steps, rushed into the gate of the villa. Chaner. Wei Hanxiang was overjoyed and rushed over to him. I knew you would succeed. What happened to you? Princess. Chaner walked strangely with a complicated expression. I'm sorry, princess. I lost my grip. He is actually an expert. I failed that night and was pinned down on the bed by him. For the past 3 days, I have had to wait on him. Today, I was finally able to come back from bed. He is so amazing. Wei Hanxiang was stunned, her pretty face was wide open. Chaner actually failed. She was locked up and tortured by that evil thief for 3 days. This is outrageous, absolutely outrageous. Wei Hanxiang was furious. I will go to see Emperor Jing right now, even at the cost of my dignity, and make sure he gets the severe punishment he deserves. Princess, don't. Chan'er suddenly pulled her back, her face flushed. Actually, the king of the north in this small town is both talented in literature and martial arts, and he is also handsome. Instead of returning to Wei State and being laughed at, why don't we obey him? Chan'er. Wei Hanxiang was shocked. How could you say such a thing? That evil villain deceived and bullied us. Princess, actually these few days. Chan'er has never been happier. Chan'er's pretty face blushed. What? Wei Hanxiang's beautiful eyes widened. You've fallen in love with that evil villain. Chan'er covered her face in shame. Princess, with his ability, he might really win the fight, and then Emperor Jing will grant us a marriage. Naturally, I will follow you and marry him to serve him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wei Han was so excited that he trembled. The fight is coming soon. Father will definitely dispatch many experts to come. We will definitely win the fight. When the time comes, Han Shui will definitely rescue us and avenge us, making sure that evil villain dies without a burial place. Wei Hanxiang was full of anticipation, but Chan'er became flustered when she heard the words and was secretly worried about Chen Luo. The time for fighting has arrived, and the city of Kyoto is particularly noisy. Countless people gathered in restaurants and tea houses, eagerly waiting. They are the people of Dying, merchants from the 6 countries, spies from various countries, and a large number of admirers of Princess Han Xue. Princess Han Xue is both talented in literature and martial arts, and is extremely beautiful. She is even better than the former Queen Chen. She is the new most talented woman in the world. Today, I will be able to kill the evil villain Chen Luo with my sword. That's right, Chen Luo, the evil villain, must die for daring to disrespect Princess Han Xue. The Wei Kingdom has deployed 100,000 soldiers at the border to help, and has also sent a large number of experts. Princess Han Xue will definitely be able to avenge her previous humiliation. Such arguments can be seen everywhere in restaurants, tea houses, and streets. However, unlike the previous time when Chen Luogang flirted with Wei Hanxiang, someone quickly stood up and slammed the table. How ridiculous! When it comes to all-round talents, the king of the north in this small town is the best in the world. Have you not heard of the poem Pose Henzi, which describes bloody battles? To be able to write such a marching poem, the king of the north in this small town must not only be a man of great talent, but also a man of great blood and skill in killing. The poem Pose Henzi is a marching song that will be remembered for ages. When ordinary people like me listen to it, we are also moved and excited, and we are willing to follow the small-town northern king to fight on the battlefield. The small-town northern king will win. The people of Dying, led by the literati, and many people who were impressed by Chen Luo's talent, spoke out one after another. The fighting hadn't started yet, but the streets were already tense and almost ready to fight. The Imperial Palace parade ground. The dragon flags fluttered, and the surrounding guards were ready to kill with a vengeance. When Emperor Jing appeared on the high dragon throne, except for the expressionless Crown Prince and Prince Yu, all the civil and military officials of Dying had been discussing excitedly for a long time. The poem, Poetry of Breaking the Formation, fully describes Your Majesty's heroic spirit in the past when he defended the North, and it also describes all the marching poems in the world. The civil officials admired and envied Chen Luo's literary talent, but the military generals were furious. Complete the king's affairs and win fame in life and after death. The northern king of the small town understands their generals. Their confidence and will to fight have been ignited by this poem in the past few days, and they can't wait. Looking at the rising momentum of the crowd, Emperor Jing was very satisfied. I just don't know how to deal with Chen Luo's fight. Can that guy really do it? Soon, Wei Hanxiang led the Wei state delegation and arrived with murderous intent. Wei Hanxiang held his head high and his chest puffed out, and the entire delegation was full of confidence, even ignoring the momentum of the dying soldiers around them. In order to prepare for this fight, Wei Guo had been making careful plans for the past few days and had even dispatched many additional experts. In this battle, Wei Guo must win and can only win. There is no way back. After all, everyone knows that if Wei State is defeated again, it will not only lose the salt mine and the horse farm, but also Princess Hanxue and Princess Hanxiang will both be married to that stupid little prince. We in Wei country will never allow this to happen, never. Your Majesty Emperor Jing, the time for fighting has come. Is your country ready to admit defeat? Wei Hanxiang led the delegation to pay their respects, and then spoke proudly, taking the lead. Looking at the murderous delegation, Emperor Jing frowned slightly. Princess Hanxue is so sure that our great Jing will lose. Aren't you afraid that Weiguo will lose again and again like the previous literary war? Humph. I have also heard of the poem Pose Henzi by the king of the North Town. It is indeed a marching poem that will be remembered for all time. Wei Hanxue said proudly, it's just a poem. What does it matter if morale is high? Your country still has no chance of defeating us. Your Majesty, Emperor Jing, please be prepared to escort my sister out of the palace in person, and then let the northern king of the small town, Chen Luo, marry into the family. Emperor Jing's eyebrows twitched, and he was a little worried whether he could still win the horse farm. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. You should be the one who makes the preparations, right? Chen Luo was dressed in tight clothes, striding forward with his head held high and a smile on his face. From today on, Your Highness the Princess and Princess Hanxiang will become the princess consorts. I wonder if the Emperor Wei has prepared the dowries for you sisters. Seeing him, Wei Hanxue couldn't help but think of the best marching poem in the world, and her beautiful eyes lit up. Then, she raised her delicate chin and sneered, the one who should prepare the dowry should be the Zhenbei Palace, right? After all, the Zhenbei king is about to marry into our Wei kingdom, which is no different from getting married. I heard that the Zhenbei Palace is poor. It doesn't matter. Anyway, whether you bring a dowry or not, you can let me decide when you arrive in Weiguo. When these words were spoken, the emperor and his ministers of dying all frowned, but the Wei envoys laughed so loudly that the sound shook the parade ground. But at this moment, Chen Luo suddenly approached and said with a wicked smile, Princess, how can you talk to your future husband like that? You deserve to be beaten. I will punish you according to the family rules. Bang. As he spoke, he suddenly made a lightning-fast move and slapped Wei Hanxue on the beautiful buttocks, and also grabbed it. Wow, what a feel. Ah. When Chen Luo slapped and grabbed her, Wei Hanxue's body trembled as if she had been electrocuted, and she screamed out in surprise. How dare you? How dare you? You're looking for death. Today I will make you bleed on the training grounds. Kill. 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 The people of Wei State were so shocked and angry that they almost went berserk. Princess Hanxue is the national treasure of their Wei country. She is stunningly beautiful and capable of both literature and martial arts. She has countless admirers in Wei country and even in the entire Seven Kingdoms. Such a noble being like a fairy was molested by this bastard. Last time, this bastard hugged the princess in public and deserved death. This time, he went even further and even dared to slap the princess's buttocks. Damn it. He must die. The fighting spirit of the people of Wei State was instantly raised to the extreme, and they stared at Chen Luo like hungry wolves. You are looking for death. Wei Hanxue came back to her senses from the strange feeling, her pretty face slightly red with shame and anger. Chen Luo rubbed his hands and stepped back, grinning softly, Don't be upset, princess. Today is a martial arts competition, and I am just testing your ability. Soon, I will let your highness know my strengths and weaknesses. How about it? Are you looking forward to it? You. Others didn't hear it clearly, but Wei Hanxue not only heard it clearly, but also vaguely understood it. She was so ashamed and angry that she drew her sword and wanted to make this bastard bleed to death on the spot. This is too much. Even if he is talented, handsome and elegant, he deserves to be killed for being so rude. Luo'er, don't be rude. Emperor Jing held back the smile on his face and quickly scolded him. Although he also felt that Chen Luo was too frivolous and presumptuous, such actions would undoubtedly boost the morale of Jing State. This brat is even bolder than last time. If Emperor Wei knew that his precious daughter was bullied like this, wouldn't he be furious? Just thinking about it makes me happy. Princess Hanxue, please don't be impulsive. After all, it's getting late. Let's talk about the rules of the fight. This was obviously to protect Chen Luo. Wei Hanxue gritted her teeth and sheathed her sword with resentment. Okay. Then let's see who wins in a fight. She glared at Chen Luo and said loudly, martial arts fights are divided into two categories, strategy and killing. If you fight 3 out of 3, you win. If you fight 5 out of 3, you win, and so on. As for how many fights we will have, that depends on how many you, dying, can handle. As soon as these words were spoken, all the officials of Jing state were confused and disgusted. Emperor Jing also frowned and said, martial arts have always been about killing. What does your country mean by this new commander? Ha! Wei Hanxue chuckled and said, nowadays, it is a chaotic world with many countries competing with each other. If we want to keep the enemy out and safeguard peace, we need elite soldiers and good generals. Elite soldiers need no further explanation. Their competition is naturally based on force and killing. However, a true good general must not only have extraordinary force, but also be both wise and brave. Your Majesty, Emperor Jing, once served as governor of the North. He naturally knows that battlefields are ever-changing, and understands the importance of military strategy and intelligence, right? Emperor Jing frowned. Just as Chen Luo said in his poem, Pazhen Zhenzi, he once guarded the Beimang border with the old Jinbei king Chen Wuwei. Of course, he knew that the strategy and wisdom of generals were very important. But the problem is that Dying was unprepared. No. In the Seven Nations competition, fighting has always been about killing. When did the idea of a general appear? Yes, it's shameless of Weigua to add a question at the last minute without informing me. Your Majesty, please do not agree to this. She is deliberately trying to embarrass our Dying. Civil and military officials of the state of Jing came out one after another to protest and remind Emperor Jing. Emperor Jing frowned. In fact, even if Weigua informed them in advance, they would have no chance of winning. When it comes to wisdom and courage, no one in the world can compare to the old king Jinbei Chen Wuwei, that's why he is known as the god of war. But after Chen Wuwei, Dying still had brave and fearless generals, but no longer had a commander with unparalleled strategy. Weigua has a good plan, he is sure to defeat them. Seeing this, Wei Hanxue said proudly, why, is your country afraid before the battle? In that case, your country should just admit defeat. You will only lose a horse farm and the chance to marry the northern king of this town into your family. Upon hearing this, everyone in Wei State laughed and agreed. Haha, after the old king of Jinbei, Jingguo really has no talented generals. No wonder it has been defeated in recent years. Hurry up and admit defeat. Send this evil villain, the king of the North Town, to our Wei State. Let's see how we deal with him, haha. Without the god of war Chen Wuwei, the fighting power of Jing State is no longer what it used to be. It has indeed become the last of the 7 states. The wanton mocking sounds echoed throughout the training grounds. The fight hasn't even started yet, but Jingguo has become a joke. Emperor Jing's face turned pale, with complex lights flashing in his eyes, including anger, annoyance, and even some regret. The Wei State came prepared. How could it win without Chen Wuwei? Once he loses the fight, Chen Luo, who has just come to his senses, will have to marry into a family. Although this is a pity, it may not be a bad thing. But the most important thing is the horse farm, it is the face of Jingguo. Tour. Emperor Jing tightly grasped the dragon throne, frowned and turned his head, do you have confidence in this fight? The burly prince Yu stepped out and bowed, saying, Father, I have no problem fighting and killing people. How about the generals? You have been in the army for a long time and have won many small battles. How is your general training going? This, I have always relied on numbers and fighting to win, Prince Yu was embarrassed. He also knew that he was brave but not wise. Emperor Jing's face darkened, and he turned his head again, you are familiar with military books, so you should also be familiar with military tactics, right? The prince said ashamedly, Father, please forgive me. I am not familiar with military formations. I am only good at talking about military strategy on paper. What about you? Emperor Jing stood up angrily and glared at the civil and military officials. All the civil and military officials knelt on the ground, and no one dared to raise their heads. Your Majesty, why bother struggling any longer? Wei Hanxue raised her head and said proudly, "Your country has won the civil war and has already earned enough face. It won't be shameful to admit defeat now. After all, let alone dying, even if the other 5 countries came, they would be defeated miserably today." What confidence and pride these words convey. It can be seen that Weiguo must have made full preparations for this battle. Dying, what do you still expect to win? Emperor Jing was in despair and subconsciously looked at Chen Luo, but smiled bitterly. Although this kid has become smart, he only has literary talent. It would be great if he also inherited Chen Wuwei's military talent. It's a pity that literary talent can only gain empty reputation and is ultimately of no use. Luoer, I'm so sorry. Emperor Jing said with regret, since we can't win the fight, according to the agreement, we can only let you. Wait. Chen Luo raised his eyebrows and said, we haven't even competed yet, who said we can't win? Your Majesty, I think some people are hoping that we lose the fight so that I can marry into the country. Since no one dares to come up, then I will. Emperor Jing was stunned, Wei Hanxue's eyes flashed slightly, and in an instant, they both saw a surge of arrogance from Chen Luo. Chen Luo, what do you mean by that? I am only good at killing and not at strategy. I am just telling the truth. Humph. The wisdom of a general is accumulated through fighting on the battlefield. My great Jing lacks such talents. Do I really have to humiliate myself? The Crown Prince and Prince, you are right. Rather than bringing disgrace upon ourselves, it is better to admit defeat early. After all, we have already won the Jiashan salt mine, so we will make a profit anyway. Chen Luo turned to look at these people and grinned, trash just have a lot of excuses. You're so cowardly and bad, and you think you're right. These words stirred up a hornet's nest, and everyone in Dying was furious. Shut up. You idiot, you just have some literary talent, but you are so arrogant. It's outrageous. How dare you call me trash? If you want to be beaten to death by Weiguo, no one will stop you. Your Majesty, we are considering the overall situation. Rather than embarrass ourselves, why not stop here while we can? Don't listen to this brat's nonsense. The envoys from Jing State frowned, but those from Wei State were watching the fun with sneers. But at this moment, Chen Luo stood with his hands behind his back and growled proudly, "Shut up, everyone. If you are a coward, then you are a coward. I will not force you. I will take on this fight all by myself." What? As soon as these words came out, everyone in the audience stared in shock. Arrogant. Arrogant. I don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. As soon as Chen Luo finished speaking, both the civil servants and military officers from Jing and Wei countries angrily denounced and accused him. He is a loser who just happened to have some literary talent. How dare he take part in a fight? Surprisingly, he had to take on both the battle of strategy and the battle of killing alone. That was crazy. Emperor Jing was also puzzled and frowned, saying, Luoer, fighting is no joke, especially a fight of killing. Swords and knives are blind and it's easy to get into trouble. Besides, you've already angered them. Once you go on stage, then fight to the death. Chen Luo knew that Weiguo wanted to kill him, but he smiled calmly, fight for De Jing, fight for His Majesty, why should I fear death? As he spoke, he glanced at the civil and military officials. Emperor Jing's body shook, his eyes lit up. The Crown Prince and others were also shaken in their hearts. They couldn't help but get excited for a moment, then they reacted and thought to themselves, oh no. This bastard has fooled us again, and he has touched his father's heart again. He clearly doesn't want to marry into Weiguo's family, yet he says it so righteously. Good. Well said. Emperor Jing said excitedly, with such a broad mind and heroic spirit, you are worthy of being the son of Chen Wuwei. The king of the north in this small town is so weak, so no one among my soldiers dares to fight. Now that things have come to this, if the generals retreat again, they will be prepared to face wrath. Minister, please fight. I also want to fight. Father, I can at least guarantee a victory in this battle. The generals had no choice but to secretly curse Chen Luo for being insidious and then stepped out one after another. Good. Haha, these are my good soldiers. Emperor Jing was delighted. In that case, you just do your best. Even if you lose, you must lose with dignity. Losing. There's no chance of that happening. Chen Luo was full of confidence. Your Majesty, please wait for the decree to be passed. Just grant me the marriage. Arrogant. Let's see how you can avoid defeat. You will be beheaded soon. Upon hearing this, the Wei state envoys jumped up and cursed again. Wei Hanxue also frowned slightly, showing surprise. She really didn't expect that the king of the north in this stupid town was not only a genius in literature, but also had some courage as a general. That's great. The better he is, the more value he can bring back. In that case, let's get started. Wei Hanxue said proudly, the first question is about military strategy. Listen carefully. Now our Army Unit A has received a request from friendly Unit B 300 miles to the south, and wants to help them attack the enemy camp 400 miles to the west. How far is our army from the enemy camp? King Ding and his ministers all frowned when they heard this. This is indeed a question of military strategy. If we know the distance between Unit A and the enemy camp, we can better estimate the marching speed and ensure that we arrive at the enemy camp at the same time as Unit B. But how do we calculate this distance? The military generals of Ding were dumbfounded, and the civil officials began to scratch their heads frantically. This was too difficult. The Wei Kingdom envoys sneered at this, and Wei Hanxue said proudly, this question is quite difficult. It took our Wei Kingdom soldiers an incense stick of time to solve it. Your country will also have an incense stick of time. What? The time of an incense stick? How can this be calculated? The civil and military officials of Ding became anxious and protested one after another. Wei Hanxue chuckled and said, I told you, this question is difficult. It's not shameful if you can't solve it. However, if you can't even solve this first problem, it would be better for your country to admit defeat as soon as possible. Everyone in Ding was anxious and sweating, even Emperor Jing was anxious. But at this moment, Chen Luo was stunned and sneered. What kind of question do I take as a general's question? Just this. Isn't this the Pythagorean theorem? How stupid must you Wei people be that it takes you an incense stick of time to solve it? My lord, you can solve it without even thinking about it. What is the Pythagorean theorem? What is he talking about? Everyone in both countries was confused. Such a difficult problem can be solved without even thinking about it. How arrogant. Not only are you arrogant, you even dare to insult us Wei people and call us stupid. You are simply courting death. Some people are nothing but idiots. It is a blessing from heaven that they can have the literary talent they had before. They really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. There is no Pythagorean theorem in this space and time. Naturally, the people of Wei did not believe what Chen Luo said, and they became angry and cursed. Even the ruler and his ministers of Ding frowned upon hearing this. The prince narrowed his eyes and said, Chen Luo, this question is difficult even for us scholars and warriors. Can you actually solve it? Today is a fight, which is completely different from poetry. Stop talking nonsense and retreat immediately. Brother is right. Prince, you also snorted, if you don't want to marry into the Wei Kingdom, then stop wasting time and shut up so that everyone can think about it. Chen Luo smiled and said, no need. I told you, you can know the answer without even thinking about it. The Wei Kingdom envoys laughed loudly, and Wei Hanxue also snorted, remind the northern king of the town that the incense has been lit, and the countdown can begin. The officials of the Jing state were very anxious when they heard this, but the Emperor Jing was surprised and asked, Luo, have you really solved it? Your Majesty, how difficult is this? Chen Luo said calmly, according to the rule of 3 legs 4 and 5, the distance between Unit A and the enemy camp is exactly 500 miles. Princess Hanxue, is 500 miles right? Emperor Jing was curious. Hiss. There was a sudden gasp from the Wei state envoys, as if they had seen a ghost. They had just lit the incense, and this guy actually gave the correct answer. Wei Hanxue also trembled and looked at Chen Luo in surprise. I actually figured it out, and how come it was solved so quickly? It seems that the answer is correct. Haha, good job, Luo. Emperor Jing clapped his hands and laughed, and the prince and others almost popped their eyes out. Wei Hanxue took a deep breath and had to look at Chen Luo again. I thought he was a loser, but it turns out he has extraordinary literary talent. When we thought he was only talented in writing, he was actually good at strategizing and calculating. This question is indeed answered correctly. I am very curious, how did the king of the north of the town calculate it? What is the hypotenuse of 3, the leg of 4, the side of 5? Princess, do you want to know? Don't worry. When I warm your bed later, I will teach you. Chen Luo grinned. You. Wei Hanxue was embarrassed and annoyed, and snorted, this is just the simplest military strategy question in Mr. Zhuge's hands. Don't be so proud. Next, please ask Mr. Zhuge to give you the second question personally. As soon as he finished speaking, a white-haired old man with a thin face, elegant and vigorous appearance walked out of the Wei state delegation. What? It turned out to be the reclusive scholar Mr. Zhuge Liang. Weigua is shameless. Mr. Zhuge is a hidden master of Chu, not a Weigua person like you. Yes, extremely shameless. All the officials of Jing State first bowed to the old man, and then rebuked Wei State. Wei Hanxue smiled and said, you all don't know that the king of Chu is tyrannical. Mr. Zhuge saw that our Wei State is rich and prosperous, so he came to our Wei State a long time ago to teach us the art of calculation and military strategy. Is this really true? Emperor Jing also stood up in surprise and looked at Zhuge Liang carefully. If he really teaches the art of military strategy, Wei State will probably produce many talented generals in the future, and dying will be in danger. Zhuge Liang bowed slightly and said calmly, just as Princess Hanxue said, I have indeed opened a class in Weigua, determined to train a wise and brave war god like dying Chen Wuwei. Boom. The king and his ministers of Jing State were stunned, panicked, and filled with fear. Wei Hanxue and others raised their chins and looked arrogant. Mr. Zhuge is one of their trump cards that will ensure their victory in the fight. But at this moment, Zhuge Liang suddenly turned around, looked at Chen Luo and said, before asking the second question, I would like to ask the king of Zhenbei what the Pythagorean theorem is. Did the old king of Zhenbei solve the problem for you just now? When Chen Luogong heard Zhuge Liang's name, he was also shocked. If the opponent is the Zhuge Kongming in this time and space, then what's the point of competing? Just admit defeat. After all, that person is a very wise and almost demonic being. But even though he had already said that the hook is 3, the strands are 4, and the string is 5, the other party still didn't understand how he solved it. Obviously, he was just Zhuge Liang, far worse than Mr. Kongming. I have explained the solution, but you don't understand. So why ask about the theorem? You won't understand even if I tell you. Since he was not a copy of Zhuge Liang, Chen Luo was too lazy to pay any more attention to him. Chen Luo, don't be rude to Mr. Zhuge. You bastard. How dare you speak to Mr. Zhuge like that? You're courting death. People from both countries started shouting and cursing, obviously very unhappy with Chen Luo's attitude. Chen Luo said cheerfully, if you don't understand the meaning of the 3-strand 4-string 5, don't yell at me. You are not worthy. You. Everyone on both sides was speechless. Humph. It seems that you have indeed listened to the old king of Zhenbei's explanation. Zhuge Liang was also a little dissatisfied, and snorted, what do you mean by Pythagorean theorem? It's just a trick to confuse people. In that case, my second question will reveal your true form. Listen carefully. There is a team of soldiers and horses transporting food and grass. From a distance, we can see that there are 105 human and horse heads. After checking the footprints and hoof prints, there are 282. How many soldiers and horses are there in this team? Hiss. As soon as the question came out, the king and his ministers of dying all gasped. Let alone calculating, just such a large number was enough to make them dumbfounded. The Weigua envoys became complacent again. Wei Hanxue said proudly, this question is several times more difficult than the previous one. To be fair, I'll give you 2 sticks of incense. Is that enough, northern king of the town? Chen Luo was immediately happy, thinking, isn't this the classic chicken and rabbit in the same cage? Although the numbers have changed, it can be easily solved using a 2-variable equation. He closed his eyes and did the mental calculation. Seeing this, Emperor Jing thought Chen Luo was frightened by the question, so he quickly turned around and said, or calculate quickly. Prince Yu said with a bitter face, "Father, I didn't understand." The prince was also embarrassed and said, "I understand, but I don't know where to start." Emperor Jing's face darkened and he immediately looked at the civil and military officials. "Your Majesty, please don't worry. We will do our best to calculate. In 2 sticks of incense, we may be able to." Emperor Jing frowned. It looked like they didn't know where to start. As expected of the great hermit scholar Zhuge Liang, the second question he casually threw out was so incredibly difficult. Looking at Wei Hanxue's confident look, they were obviously sure that no one could solve the problem within 2 incense sticks. In this case, the third question will only be more difficult. Just now, Chen Luo had the advantage of knowing the answer and luckily won 1 question, but he lost 2 questions in a row next. If the general plots, dying will definitely lose. Emperor Jing seemed to see the horse farm drifting away, and felt heartbroken. But at this moment, Chen Luo suddenly opened his eyes, smiled and said, "Don't bother, I've figured it out again." What? Absolutely not. What nonsense. No one can solve such a difficult problem in such a short time. The ministers of both countries were furious again and started shouting together. Zhuge Liang also frowned and asked in surprise, "Another solution? Do you know the answer again?" "Impossible. This is a question I came up with myself. There is no way Qin Wuwei has taught you this. Besides, it took me a stick of incense to figure it out myself." "How could you figure it out so quickly?" Chen Luo laughed when he heard this. "You need to use a stick of incense to solve this kind of problem. What kind of military strategy are you teaching and what kind of commanders are you training? It's a joke." Everyone was furious when they heard this. "Chen Luo, don't be rude to Mr. Zhuge. How dare you, you little brat." "Ah. Princess, please start the killing fight quickly and let us kill this lunatic first." Amid the chaotic shouting, Wei Hanxue frowned and snorted, "Northern king of the town, you are so arrogant and rude, aren't you afraid that you won't even have the chance to marry into the family, and will be killed right here in the training ground?" "Don't worry, princess. I will never marry into your family. I will only spend the wedding night with you." Chen Luo rubbed his hands, raised his eyebrows and grinned. You scoundrel." Wei Hanxue was so angry that she almost drew her sword again. Zhuge Liang, whose beard was shaking, said angrily, "You ignorant boy, you are so arrogant. Chen Wuwei is a man of wisdom, courage and elegance, how could he give birth to such an ignorant and arrogant son like you? It's only been such a short time. If you have really solved this problem, I, Zhuge Liang, will worship you as my teacher on the spot." The eyes of the king and his ministers of Jing state lit up when they heard this, and then dimmed again. Even Zhuge Liang himself needed an incense stick to solve this difficult problem. How could Chen Luo solve it so quickly? The old king of Zhenbei couldn't have taught him this, so it's absolutely impossible. The Wei state envoys were also startled, but then they calmed down. After all, it is impossible, so there is no need to worry about it actually happening. "Haha, old man, even if you want to become my disciple, I have to be willing to accept you as my disciple." Chen Luo laughed when he heard this, and stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, "Listen carefully, the answer is, there are 69 soldiers and 36 horses in total, is that correct?" The king and his ministers of Jing state sighed, thinking that he really dared to say that. How could the answer calculated so quickly be correct? The people of Wei state also showed contempt and sneered. However, Wei Hanxue and Zhuge Liang, who knew the correct answer, both widened their eyes. The two were shocked, as if they had seen a ghost. 69 soldiers and 36 horses. How is this possible? How is this possible? Zhuge Liang's beard trembled and he shouted, "How did you calculate it? How did you calculate it so quickly?" The correct answer to this question is obviously only known to me and Her Highness the Princess. Zhuge Liang was struck by lightning, and Wei Hanxue was so shocked that her body trembled. This guy actually figured it out. If he knew the answer to the previous question, then there is no way he could know the answer to this one. The only possibility is that he knows the solution. Moreover, it is a brilliant solution that is dozens of times better than that of Mr. Zhuge. It turns out that he not only has extraordinary literary talent, but also has such a terrifying military strategy. Wei Hanque's delicate body was trembling constantly, and her eyes were like a ball of fire. She wished she could melt Chen Luo immediately and kidnap him. That's right. It's right again. Emperor Jing was so happy that he almost jumped up, and Gao Li, who was frightened, quickly stopped him. Haha, great. Luo'er is really talented. My horse ranch is right before our eyes. All the ministers in Dying were shocked and then overjoyed. No one expected that Chen Luo got the answer right again. It might have been a coincidence before, but this question is enough to prove that he has the talent of a general. The military officers' eyes began to burn with excitement, and they all vaguely saw the shadow of the old king of Zhenbei. But even the old king of Zhenbei might not be able to solve such a difficult problem so quickly, right? How did you do it? How did you solve it so quickly? Zhuge Liang asked with trembling eyes and red eyes. Want to know? I'll teach you. Chen Luo said with a calm smile, but you have to kowtow first and beg to be my disciple. If you are sincere enough, I can teach you what a linear equation of two variables is. This old man wanted to train a talented person to surpass Chen Wuwei, and he was very rude in his words just now. Chen Luo would not tolerate him. Zhuge Liang's old face flushed, but he was still confused about what a linear equation of two variables was. I don't believe it. I don't accept it. Do you dare to take on the super difficult problem that I have been studying for many years? Jing State was originally afraid of the battle and almost gave up, but he actually won 2 battles. Both of the difficult military strategies were solved by Chen Luo. Moreover, they were all solved in a very short time, much faster than the person who wrote the questions, Zhuge Liang. The people of Wei were already dumbfounded and sweating profusely. The ruler and his ministers of Dying were shocked beyond words, and Emperor Jing was even more ecstatic. If Jing Kingdom wins 2 out of 3 questions, it will have already won. Not only will it win another horse farm, but it will also be able to bring Princess Hanque into Dying as a hostage. This is such a good thing that I never dared to think about. Emperor Jing was so excited that his eyes began to shine when he looked at Chen Luo. This kid not only had enlightenment but also had literary talent. Wonderful. Indescribable. As for actually asking Zhuge Liang to kowtow and become his disciple on the spot, no one dared to think about it. The people of Wei were naturally shocked and angry, but they only breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that there was still an extremely difficult problem. Wei Hanque's beautiful eyes also trembled slightly. She admitted that she was also panicking. After all, Weiguo had lost 2 questions in a row. If Mr. Zhuge couldn't win back 1 game, then they must win 3 games in a row in the killing competition. With a powerful general like King de Jinji here, it will be very difficult to win 3 games in a row. Fortunately, Mr. Zhuge still has a super difficult problem, so unless Chen Luo is a god, Weiguo will definitely win. In this case, we only need to win 2 more games to still have 3 wins out of 5. At that time, I will naturally be able to redeem my sister Princess Hanxiang, and then bring Chen Luo back to Weiguo. Now, the most important thing about this guy is no longer his identity as the son of Chen Wuwei and the king of the North Town, but his talent. He is a man of great literary talent and military strategy. Even though he is weak in military power, he will be a very good strategist and general. We must bring him back. A super difficult problem that you have been working on for many years. Chen Luo scratched his ears and sneered, it was really difficult at the end, but don't let me down. Humph. Listen carefully. Zhuge Liang said proudly, now there are soldiers whose number is unknown. When we count 3 by 3, there are 2 left. When we count 5 by 5, there are 3. When we count 7 by 7, there are 2 left. How many soldiers are there? I might as well say that there are multiple solutions to this problem. I have studied it for many years and have come up with 2 solutions. As for you, if you can come up with a correct answer today, you will win. How about that? The training ground was quiet for a moment, and then there was a burst of noise. It's a problem with multiple solutions. It's really difficult. It is indeed Mr. Zhuge's most difficult problem. It is impossible to solve it on the spur of the moment. Haha, look at Dying and the others, they are all dumbfounded. The people of Jing State were indeed confused. The military generals counted on their fingers and were soon dumbfounded. The civil officials who were good at math became more and more frightened the more they thought about it, and their brows were furrowed. Chen Luo felt that this question was very familiar, and said with a smile, "Not bad, it is indeed quite difficult." "No hurry, wait for me to think about it carefully." Wei Guo was overjoyed when he heard this, thinking that this guy had finally solved it again. What's the point of thinking? How could anyone figure out the difficult problem that Mr. Zhuge had hidden in his heart in a short time? Emperor Jing also realized that this question was extremely difficult, and the key was to know the key to winning or losing on this question. If this problem can be solved, then the fight will be mostly won. But if we lose, it is still unknown who will win in the end. My dear ministers, since this is a very difficult problem, please help the king of the North Town to calculate it quickly. The ministers had no choice but to obey the order, but they were complaining in their hearts. They wanted to calculate it, but they didn't know where to start. Haha, are you dumbfounded? Dying should just admit defeat and surrender. Why waste time? That's right, admit defeat quickly and don't delay the killing competition. Jinghua, why don't you admit defeat and surrender immediately? The people of Wei State were all arrogant and proud, with their hands on their hips and shouting. Emperor Jing's face was gloomy, and all the civil and military officials were ashamed. But at this moment, Chen Luo's eyes suddenly lit up, he took a step forward, and his momentum soared to the sky. Luoer, you figured it out again. Amid the shouting of the people of Wei State, Emperor Jing saw the changes in Chen Luo, and he immediately became energetic and his eyes were full of anticipation. After saying this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. How could he solve it so quickly? After all, this was a super difficult problem that Zhuge Liang had been studying for many years. You figured it out again. Humph, you're just dreaming. Hearing this, Zhuge Liang snorted coldly, I don't set a time limit because it is impossible to solve it in a short time. Even the simplest first solution requires extremely complex calculations to come up with. Little Town North King, why are you pretending to be so arrogant again? Haha, that's right. He must be pretending to be so funny. The people of Wei State continue to sneer, just admit defeat. You definitely can't figure it out, so why bother struggling? Wei Hanxue also nodded lightly. She had just thought about it and found that this question was indeed extremely difficult. Mr. Zhuge has his own pride. After losing 2 games in a row, he threw out this question. Of course, he was sure that no one could solve it in a short time. This Chen Luo definitely can't do it. Chen Luo glanced at the people of Wei State and sneered, what kind of question is this about military strategy? After all this time, it's all just math questions. Is this thing difficult? I can solve it easily. Listen carefully, the first solution is 23. Everyone on the parade ground was stunned for a moment, and then the Wei State envoys burst into laughter. Haha, he looks so serious, it seems like it's real. Who can't make up a story? I said it was 24. Emperor Jing, just admit defeat quickly. Why let him embarrass himself? They laughed so hard that tears almost came out, but then they found that Zhuge Liang's eyes were wide open as if he had been struck by lightning, as if he had seen a ghost. Hiss! The laughter stopped abruptly and instantly turned into a gasp of cold air. No way. Could it be that? Wei Hanxue's beautiful eyes trembled, and she quickly said, Mr. Zhuge, his explanation. Yes, that's right. Zhuge Liang still had his eyes wide open, muttering in astonishment. What? How is this possible? Wei Hanxue and the rest of the delegation screamed in shock. That's right. You actually figured it out again. I knew it. Emperor Jing jumped up in ecstasy again, looking up to the sky and laughing, well done, Luoer, you are indeed my lucky general, ha 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 ha. The ministers of Dying were also shocked, and exclaimed in amazement, the young prince is amazing. He is simply a genius. The crown prince and prince Yu were also shocked, and for a moment they were filled with admiration for Chen Luo. How is this possible? This is Mr. Zhuge's most difficult problem. How could it be solved? And so quickly. Wei Hanxue was extremely shocked, her pretty face was filled with shock and disbelief, she was completely stunned looking at Chen Luo. All the members of the delegation were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Their open mouths were so wide that they could almost fit a fist. It's incredible, unbelievable. Everyone in the world knows that Chen Wuwei is a good father and a bad son, and his little town's King Bei is a fool and a waste. It would have been fine if he had become enlightened and had literary talent before, and he had solved 2 military strategy problems in a row, but how could he solve such a difficult problem in just a few breaths? Was it an accident? How did you solve it? The most shocked person was naturally the person who set the question, Zhuge Liang. He came back to his senses with difficulty, stumbled and nearly fell, and asked in a trembling voice, "How did you solve it so quickly? Did you guess it?" Guessed. Chen Luo smiled, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he said calmly with his hands behind his back, "Then why not let me guess again? The second solution you spent several years to come up with should be 128. Swish. Everyone's eyes instantly turned to Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang turned pale with horror and shouted, "Impossible. This is impossible. How come you even know the second solution? Are you a monster?" "Right again. Right again." The people of Wei State were completely dumbfounded, and the officials of Dejing State were almost crazy with joy, screaming and shouting, "The young prince is mighty and domineering." Chen Luo smiled slightly and continued, "The third solution, 233. What? A third solution? There is actually a third solution. How is this possible?" Everyone in both countries was stunned. Mr. Zhuge has been studying this for several years, and there are only 2 solutions, right? How could there be a third solution? The training ground suddenly fell silent, and everyone looked at Zhuge Liang in shock. Zhuge Liang's eyes trembled. He couldn't accept that this was the third solution. However, Chen Luo's soaring momentum told him that this might very well be the third solution. Without bothering to find paper and pen, Zhuge Liang simply laid on the ground and started calculating with his hands. Then, he suddenly trembled and fell to the ground with weak legs. Surprisingly, right again. Everyone was stunned. Mr. Zhuge had only 2 solutions after years of research, but Chen Luo came up with the third solution in such a short time. Is he a god? Wei Hanque's gaze towards Chen Luo became hot, while the others' eyes were filled with horror. But it's not over yet. Chen Luo glanced at Zhuge Liang and said with a faint smile, "The fourth solution, 338. Buzz. Everyone in the 2 countries' brains were buzzing instantly. There is actually a fourth solution. Could it be correct too? Zhuge Liang's eyes turned red, and he instantly fell to the ground to make a calculation, and then, he froze as if struck by lightning. Obviously, right again. Monster, it's simply a monster. Everyone in the 2 countries was going crazy. They subconsciously looked at Chen Luo, but they didn't dare to look directly at him. At this time, Chen Luo spoke again, smiling, 443, 548, 653, 758, 863, 868. Every time a word was spoken, everyone in the training ground was shocked. The people were shocked by the continuous solutions, and gradually became numb, with only the unbearable gaze and awe left. Is that enough? Chen Luo smiled and said under the awed gazes of countless people, I will give you as many correct solutions as you want, because it has infinite solutions. Puff. Zhuge Liang on the ground had his hair and beard standing up, his eyes wide open, and suddenly he opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood, then collapsed to the ground. Mr. Zhuge. While others were still in shock and daze, Wei Hanque was the first to come back to his senses and rushed over. But Zhuge Liang pushed him away, and crawled to Chen Luo on his knees like a madman, crawling on the ground and shouting, "Teach me. Please teach me. Take me as your disciple." Mr. Zhuge. Wei Hanque was stunned, and the people from both countries were dumbfounded again, shocked and speechless. Chen Luo frowned slightly, "You are from Wei, and you are their military advisor, why would I teach you?" Zhuge Liang's body trembled, and he turned around and shouted, "Listen, Weigua, today I, Zhuge Liang, will resign from the position of general and counselor, and will have nothing to do with Weigua from now on." He turned around and continued to throw himself on the ground and yelled, "Now, please, sir, take me in and teach me the art of arithmetic." "Sir, you can't do that. Chen Luo, how dare you?" The entire delegation was dumbfounded. Wei Hanxue barely managed to stay awake and shouted to try to stop it. Chen Luo raised his eyebrows and smiled at him, then he put his hand on Zhuge Liang's head and said calmly, "Since you are so sincere, I will teach you the solution to this problem first. 3 people make a row of 70, 5 plum trees bloom one branch, 7 suns reunite on the 15th day of the first lunar month, divide it by 105 and you will know." Zhuge Liang muttered several times and suddenly his eyes lit up and his body shook. He kowtowed to Chen Luo several times, then ran to find paper and pen in ecstasy, shouting as he ran, "I understand, I think I understand. So that's it, ha ha ha. Sir, you are a god, you really are a god, ha ha ha." Throughout the entire training ground, everyone from both countries looked at his running figure in shock and stunned. The king of the small town north is so awesome. There was silence on the training ground. That was Zhuge Liang, the world-famous strategist. How could he kneel down and beg Chen Luo to become his disciple? Moreover, after receiving Chen Luo's instructions, he actually left in ecstasy. The talent of the small town's northern king has reached such a level. People from both countries were stunned, and all they felt was horror and awe towards Chen Luo. Ha ha ha. After coming back to his senses, Emperor Jing couldn't help laughing up to the sky. "Issue an order to select 2 sets of my imperial study treasures and give them to Zhenbei Prince Chen Luo and Zhuge Liang as their apprenticeship gifts and meeting gifts." "Your Majesty is wise." The old eunuch Gao Li hurried to make arrangements. "Your Majesty, thank you for your reward." Chen Luo bowed to express his gratitude. Although the 4 treasures of the study were not of great value, Chen Luo knew that there were benefits to be gained. Right now, Emperor Jing mainly wanted to annoy the state of Wei. Weiguo was almost disgusted to death. Their military advisor, the great scholar Zhuge Liang, was specially invited to crush Dying. Not only did he directly break off relations with the Wei state, he even worshipped the king of the north of Dying Town as his teacher. This is so painful, even more frustrating than losing a city. Princess Hanxue, in this contest of military strategies, is Wei state willing to admit defeat? Do you want to compete again? Emperor Jing swept away his previous melancholy, leaned back comfortably on the dragon throne, and asked with a smile. The expressions of the people in Wei state suddenly became uglier than if they had eaten a fly. Zhuge Liang has become Chen Luo's disciple, so what's the point of competing in military strategy? Wei Hanxue blushed slightly, and bowed to Chen Luo and said, "The king of the North Town is a brilliant man, his literary talent and military strategy are both unparalleled." Hanxue is convinced. In terms of military strategy, Weiguo admits defeat. Haha, good. In that case, I, Dying, have won 3 games in a row. Is it still necessary to carry on with the killing battle? Emperor Jing said proudly, "Why don't you just hand over the horse farm directly, and then you 2 sisters can marry Luor together, which would be a good thing, haha." The Wei state envoys felt embarrassed and angry upon hearing this, but surprisingly, Wei Hanxue's face turned even redder, and she was even afraid to look at Chen Luo. The king of the north of this small town is such a talented person. It seems that His Majesty Emperor Jing is reluctant to let him marry into the family. Wei Hanxue's beautiful eyes flickered as she said, "But now I am determined to get him and bring him back to Wei state. In this war of slaughter, we will defend our country and win all 4 games. No one can stop us." "Huh? You mean, this fighting will involve a test of aura and 4 killing battles?" Emperor Jing frowned. He didn't expect that she was still unwilling to admit defeat and was determined to take Chen Luo away. "That's right, let's have 4 more rounds of killing battles. Does His Majesty Emperor Jing dare to accept it?" Wei Hanxue spoke proudly with full confidence. "Weiguo is too shameless. If there are 5 games in total, my Dying will still win, but you want to play 4 more games." Yes, they clearly don't want to admit defeat. Wei is considered a powerful country among the 7 countries. How can they be so shameless? Shafa still wants to win 4 games in a row. Do you think my great Jing has no powerful generals? The Crown Prince, Prince Yu, and all the ministers of Dying all spoke out in rebuke. Wei Hanxue said calmly, "We didn't originally say how many rounds there would be. Since it's a fight, wouldn't it be reasonable to have 3 rounds of strategizing and 4 rounds of killing? Is your country afraid?" Chen Luo smiled and said, princess, why bother struggling anymore? No matter how many more rounds you play, you will definitely lose. You might as well admit defeat as soon as possible and come back with me to live happily. Wei Hanxue blushed, pursed her lips and said with burning eyes, the northern king of the town is unparalleled in wisdom and intelligence, no one can match him. However, the next battle is beyond your control. Why don't you persuade His Majesty Emperor Jing to admit defeat and come back with me? Then if you want to become my consort, it's not impossible. Chen Luo raised his eyebrows. He originally thought that she proposed the condition of marrying into the family in order to humiliate himself and dying. Now it seems that you have taken a fancy to me. Sure. Only when you are in harmony with each other can you be more harmonious and more willing to try out various postures. Chen Luo has already started imagining all kinds of tricks he can play on her. Your Majesty, I have won 3 games in a row for you. There is no reason for me to admit defeat. Chen Luo looked at Wei Hanxue's graceful figure and his heart was burning with excitement. 4 rounds of fighting won't be a problem. I, De Jing, only need to win 1 more round to win a complete victory. Wei Hanxue frowned when she heard that. She wanted to persuade Chen Luo to admit defeat, but he still thought he could continue to win. King of the North Town, you probably don't know the fighting power of my country's masters. Wei Hanxue frowned and reminded him, you will definitely be in one of the next 4 games. Do you really have to go on stage and suffer? Chen Luo laughed when he heard this. Haha, princess, it seems that you still don't know enough about my bravery. Your Majesty, for the sake of Dying's complete victory, I will fight. Emperor Jing was so majestic that his face was filled with joy. Originally he was a little worried and had no confidence that he could win again, but he was reluctant to admit defeat. Seeing Chen Luo like this, he immediately stood up and said, good. Since the northern king of the small town is not afraid of fighting, where are my soldiers? Everyone in Dying was encouraged by Chen Luo's 3 consecutive victories. Why would they retreat at this moment? Prince Yu immediately stepped out and said confidently, Father, I beg you to fight. Your Majesty. I will fight you. I also want to fight. All of a sudden, all the generals of Dying came out one after another, and then countless soldiers in the entire parade ground also shouted in unison, asking for battle, and the sound shook the parade ground. Good. Emperor Jing was so excited that he trembled and said ecstatically, these are my soldiers, and this is the momentum that my great Jing Tiger and Wolf army should have. Wei Hanxue and everyone in the delegation frowned. They all realized that these people were all influenced by Chen Luo. This guy not only has unparalleled intelligence that shocks the world, but he is also so good at moving people's hearts. If he continues to stay in Dying, I am afraid that the threat he poses to other countries in the future will be no less than that of Chen Wei. No matter what, I have to take him away even if I have to use any means necessary. Wei Hanxue looked solemn and turned to look at the delegation. The experts in the delegation understood and nodded. They knew that this was no longer a simple duel, but a battle that concerned the future destiny of the country. Next, we must win all 4 games at all costs. Chen Luo, the king of the north of the town, must be taken away. In that case, let the killing war begin. Emperor Jing waved his hand and spoke proudly. Okay. The first match is a 1-on-1 fight. Wei Hanxue said solemnly, the one that Weigua is going to send out is General Cheng. Who from Jingwa dares to fight? As soon as she finished speaking, a fierce man with a burly back and 8 feet tall, holding a huge axe in each hand, immediately walked out of the delegation, full of murderous intent. What? It's actually him. When this person appeared, all the generals of Dying shouted in shock and anger. The prince and the civil officials were all a little confused. Who is this person? Is he very powerful? Prince Yu said solemnly, he is the Cheng Yaojin of Wei State. With his 3 axes, he once killed dozens of famous generals from various countries. He even broke into the enemy camp alone and chopped off the heads of 800 soldiers. He is known as the Devil King of the world. What? He is the Devil Cheng Yaojin. In the Battle of Jingwei, he was the one who killed 3 generals of our army alone. The prince and the civil servants were horrified. Prince Yu nodded seriously, his eyes flickering. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jing snorted and said, if this is the case, Who among all the generals can defeat him? Ha ha ha, let's see who dares to come. Grandpa's giant axe never leaves anyone alive. Chen Yaojin laughed loudly towards the sky. Chen Luo frowned slightly. Chen Yaojin, it seems that the Chen Yaojin in this time and space is also a fierce general. This man is born with great strength and has 2 giant axes. In this era, he is definitely a match for thousands of people. Just as he was thinking about how to restrain this kind of opponent, Prince Yu suddenly looked at him, stepped out of the line and bowed. Father, I am here to fight. Chen Luo raised his eyebrows when he heard this, thought about it and shook his head secretly. Father, this man's hands are stained with the blood of our dying soldiers. Today, I will make him pay with blood. Prince Yu Wangtu spoke with confidence and pride. Emperor Jing frowned in worry. Tuer, are you sure? A war of slaughter is no joke. Wangtu smiled proudly and glanced at Chen Luo. Chen Luo had stole the limelight before, so now it's of course his turn. If he doesn't play again, he will miss this great opportunity to perform meritorious service. The prince had been defeated before, and Chen Luo won 3 more battles of generalship. As long as he wins the next one, he will be able to easily secure the victory for dying. His contribution is indispensable. Don't worry, father. I'm sure of it. Wang Tu made up his mind and said proudly, I'd like to take this opportunity to remind everyone that dying was founded on military power, not on poetry or literary talent. Next, I will let the world see how brave and valiant I, General Dying, am now. Well said. Well done, Prince Yu. The generals shouted upon hearing this. Emperor Jing also showed a look of delight, and nodded his head repeatedly, saying, the butcher is not bad, he has quite the demeanor of me in my youth. The prince and the civil officials all looked unhappy and gritted their teeth secretly. Chen Luo sneered, knowing that these words were not only directed at the prince, but also obviously at himself. Chen Luoka has not forgotten the grudge he made in the Bingjia division. In that case, let's just watch the fun first. Your Majesty, Emperor Jing. At this time, Wei Hanxue suddenly spoke up, are you sure you want to let Prince Yu go on the field? Swords have no eyes, what will we say if something goes wrong? Emperor Jing frowned, but Wang Tu snorted coldly, since it is a battle of killing, then of course it depends on your ability. This king disdains those flowery duels. If we are going to fight, we must fight to the bitter end. Good. Well done, Prince Yu. So brave and domineering. The soldiers all over the parade ground shouted excitedly. Prince Yu was very pleased with what he heard and directly picked out a horse lance to go on stage. Wei Guo was secretly annoyed when he saw this and cursed under his breath. How shameless. You deliberately chose a long weapon. Although there are no restrictions on weapons, this Prince Yu is too shameless. He is the best young general in dying, but he has no demeanor of a great general at all. Wei Hanxue also frowned slightly, then sneered and nodded slightly at Chen Yaojin. The battle started quickly, and both men looked tall and powerful, equally matched. But the devil Chen Yaojin was a real killer. He swung his 2 huge axes and rushed towards Prince Yu with a roar. Although Prince Yu had experience in combat, he had never fought in a sea of blood and corpses. He was frightened by his crazy look and hurriedly raised his lance to block. With a loud bang, the 2 huge axes hit the lance, and actually cut the long handle of the lance into a bend. Prince Yu ducked his body, holding on with a rage, and the knuckles of his hands holding the lance suddenly cracked, and blood gushed out instantly. Everyone in Dying's heart instantly rose to their throat. Isn't Prince Yu always brave and fierce? How come he can't hold on after just 1 round? Your Highness Prince Dajinjiu, is this all you can do? Chen Yaojin continued to push down with force, grinning grimly. What the hell is the youngest general? He is nothing. You, get away. Being humiliated in public, Prince Yu was furious. He suddenly burst out with strength to knock away the giant axe and said angrily, I was just careless just now, and I will make you convinced next time. Just you. I've never been defeated by anyone except Chen Wuwei. Chen Yaojin laughed wildly and rushed forward again, swinging his giant axe. Boy, see what true bloody killing is like. Watch. With a loud shout, he ignored the attacking horse spears and swung his axe again and again as if he didn't care about his life. Prince Yu panicked, almost frightened to death, and quickly withdrew his attack to block. But this time, he couldn't hold on any longer, and was chopped off along with his lance. Bang! The training ground suddenly became quiet, and the king and his ministers were all dumbfounded. Actually, lost. Lost in just 2 moves. Butcher. In a daze, Emperor Jing exclaimed. Everyone reacted and rushed up to check. Prince Yu, who was helped up, had a look of horror on his face, his hands were bloody and trembling. He claims to be the youngest general in dying, and is determined to surpass Chen Wuwei and become the next god of war in dying. However, he failed to block even 2 of Qing Yaojin's moves, and didn't even see the 3rd axe. Ha ha ha. After Chen Wuwei, is this all the generals of dying are capable of? Qing Yaojin held the 2 axes and laughed wildly. Grandpa didn't even need to use the 3rd axe, it's simply unbearable. King de Jingyu, are you convinced by Grandpa's axe? Puff. The injured Wang Tu suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood in shock and anger. You, don't be so arrogant. I was just distracted for a moment and lost the opportunity. Haha, that's nonsense. Qing Yaojin laughed. Since it's a bloody battle, it's no different from a battlefield. Do you want to make the enemy wait for you to be ready on the battlefield? You don't even have the courage to admit defeat. There is really no one to carry on in the dying army. Extremely rebellious. What nonsense. The generals of dying were furious. After all, they were the ones who were scolded as well. What, you're not convinced? Why not send someone over to fight me? Who dares? Qing Yaojin was murderous and grinned at the people in dying. Emperor Jing's face turned pale and he was about to speak, but Wei Hanxue said, in the first battle, our Wei kingdom won. Is your country okay with that? Emperor Jing could only snort and say, Tuer is still young and lacks practical experience, so he lost. You win. How will Princess Hanxue compete next? I, the veteran dying, will take on the challenge. Wei Hanxue chuckled and said, okay, let's wait and see. Next up are the cavalry battle and the archery battle. I wonder which one Your Majesty Emperor Jing wants the King of the North to fight in. Emperor Jingdi looked unhappy when he heard this, and all the civil and military officials were instantly worried. There are no war horses produced in dying, otherwise they wouldn't be so eager to win a horse farm. Lacking war horses, the soldiers of dying were naturally not good at cavalry warfare. How could they compete with Weigua, which had many fertile horse farms? As for long-range bow and arrow combat, Emperor Jing's eyes flickered, and he snorted, Luoer is not good at fighting, so naturally he won't be allowed to fight. Next, let's have a cavalry battle first. Okay, let's do as His Majesty the Emperor said. Wei Hanxue was very confident, and said in a flash, the King of the North Town may wish to continue to witness the might of our Wei country. Believe me, marrying into the family is your best choice. Chen Luo said cheerfully, your country just won a game, and your Highness Princess is so impatient. If you are really anxious, why don't we find a secluded place and have a deeper discussion first? You lecher. Wei Hanxue's pretty face blushed, she snorted, turned her waist and walked away. But somehow, under Chen Luo's gaze, she actually remembered the feeling of being slapped by Chen Luo, and suddenly something strange appeared in her body and heart. The cavalry battle began quickly. Jing State sent out an old general, who mounted a warhorse and fought against a young general from Wei State, trying to defeat the opponent with his rich combat experience. However, as the ruler and his ministers of dying were in a state of trepidation, after the two sides had fought each other for more than a dozen rounds, the old general of the Jing State was careless and was beheaded directly from his horse. The rolling heads and the blood splattered everywhere frightened the prince and the civil officials so much that they turned pale. Even Prince Yu was still frightened for a while, only then did he realize that this fight was so dangerous. The key point is that dying lost again. The situation has become that Jingwe has won 3 and Weigua has won 2, and the situation has taken a sharp turn for the worse. Your Majesty, you have lost 2 games in a row. For the 3rd game, shouldn't you let the evil villain Chen Luo take on the enemy? Immediately, Weigua began to clamor, you are doomed to fail. You should let the evil villain who was rude to our princess come on the field and receive the punishment he deserves. Evil villain Chen Luo, you shameless man, How dare you accept the challenge? These guys still remember the previous grudge. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes and smiled, eager to try. 2 bloody battles have already been fought, and Wei Guo is still thinking about venting his anger. It can be seen how much they hate Chen Luo. This was not only because he had molested Princess Han Xue, but also because this guy had won both the literary battle and the military strategy battle, and had also abducted the great scholar Zhuge Liang, which really made Wei Guo extremely aggrieved. If he is not taught a lesson on the spot, even if he is allowed to marry into the Wei kingdom, it will not be satisfying at all. Your Majesty, since the kingdom of Wei has invited you so kindly, why don't you let me take the field? Amid the clamor from the Wei people, Chen Luo stood up directly. Emperor Jing frowned. Wei Guo has won 2 games. If they win 1 more, it will be a tie. How can we allow such nonsense? You can leave now. I have already made arrangements. In the next battle, I, De Jing, will definitely win in 1 fell swoop. As soon as he finished speaking, the Wei Guo delegation that was about to turn the situation around burst into laughter. Win? How can His Majesty Emperor Jing win? You have been defeated in battle after battle. Next up is a long-range battle with bows and arrows. Is there anyone in your army who is good at bows and arrows? Before Your Majesty Emperor Jing speaks big words, why not take a look at who we are sending out first? A tall man with long arms and a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle's walked out from the Wei Guo envoy's team. Seeing this man, the generals of Jing state were horrified and shouted, "It's Li Guang. Flying General Li Guang. It's over. We're going to lose this match. He's a famous marksman in the world. It is said that he once mistook a huge rock for a tiger while marching at night. He drew his bow and pierced through the rock from a distance of 100 meters. How could he be defeated?" Everyone in Dying panicked and lost their confidence in an instant. Emperor Jing's face also turned pale. He never expected that Wei State would actually send Li Guang. "Your Majesty. They are here, and the people are here." At this time, Gao Li, who had left at some point, suddenly came back, followed by a cloaked man. Wow. The cloaked man knelt down and bowed to Emperor Jing, saying loudly, "Your Majesty, I am Wang Zhong." "My dear, you are finally here." Emperor Jing excitedly came to greet him and said happily, "I haven't seen you for many years. You are old, can you still draw the bow? Do you dare to fight Li Guang?" "Your Majesty. After the death of the king of Zhenbei, although I retired from the army, I still carry a bow and arrow with me every day, so I dare to fight." Emperor Jing was overjoyed and asked excitedly, "Can we win?" General Huang pondered for a while and said truthfully, "It's 50-50. This." The smiles of Emperor Jing and his ministers froze. Everyone knows that Wang Zhong was once the best archer in Dying and has always been honest and upright. He said it was 50-50, which means there is no guarantee of winning. "My dear minister, you are old, it's good enough that you can fight." Emperor Jing was a little disappointed and sighed, "In this case, my dear minister, just do your best, and the victory or defeat depends on God's will." Old Huang Zhong nodded, turned around and began to prepare. The people of Wei State couldn't help but look more solemn, including Li Guang. Chen Luo watched curiously and thought to himself, "Good. Dying finally had a decent strongman to fight. Of course he hopes that the old general can win. If Dying wins, he will have 4 wins and will win the entire fight. By then, he can relax and wait to marry the sisters and go back to the bridal chamber." But the problem is that the old general is old after all, and there are strong winds from time to time today, so there are many uncertain factors. Unlike the previous 2 games, this time, people from both countries were solemn. After all, no one knows who will win between old Huang Zhong and flying General Li Guang. Wei Hanqua's palms were sweating from nervousness and she pursed her lips tightly. They had never expected that Emperor Jing would invite the sharpshooter Huang Zhong, a former subordinate of Chen Wuwei. If General Fei loses, then she won't be able to snatch Chen Luo away naturally. At that time, do I really have to stay in Dying and serve him with my sister? Absolutely not. The archery competition is about to begin. The rules set by Wei Guo for this match were that they had to stand 100 steps apart and shoot at each other blindfolded. When the rules were announced, the ruler and his ministers of Dying were shocked. The shooting is already very dangerous, and we have to do it blindfolded. Both sides are sharpshooters. Isn't this a fight for life? Why is the defense of the country going to this extent? Amid the exclamations, everyone in Wei State had a determined look on their faces. It was clear that they were determined to win at any cost. Chen Luo also frowned. After all, Wang Zhong was an old subordinate of Chen Wuwei. He felt a little reluctant to see him fight on the battlefield at such an old age. Wait a minute. General Huang. Chen Luo spoke to stop old Wang Zhong. Your Highness, there is no need to say more. Old Wang Zhong guessed what he was going to say and shook his head lightly. I am very happy to hear that the prince has come to his senses. I think the king of Zhenbei will also be pleased if he has a spirit in heaven. This time, I came here to fight for the king of Zhenbei again. I hope that the prince will not humiliate the name of Chen Wuwei again in the future. Even if I die, I will never become a son-in-law. After saying that, old Wang Zhong held a large bow and walked forward to meet the enemy fearlessly. Chen Luo's heart was shaken and he was shocked beyond words. I just heard the discussions of the two countries, and no one thought that Emperor Jing could invite old Wang Zhong, but I didn't expect that he actually came for Chen Wuwei. He came here to risk his life with his old body, just to help me win and avoid marrying into the Chen family and bringing disgrace to the Chen family's reputation. The former members of the Zhenbei army actually have such a deep comradeship towards Chen Wuwei. This made Chen Luo think of his teammates in his previous life, and the friendship they shared in life and death. His expression became solemn. The competition officially began, and both sides stood blindfolded 100 steps apart. Then, the two large bows were slowly pulled into a full moon, and the sharp arrows flew out as fast as lightning, breaking through the air. Puff! Both sharp arrows landed near the two people, and it seemed only slightly dangerous. Unexpectedly, this arrow was clearly a mutual test between the two. The next moment, the two men's movements suddenly accelerated, drawing arrows, drawing bows, and pulling strings all in one go. Bang bang! This time, the two sharp arrows collided with each other in the air with incredible accuracy. Good! Cheers instantly rang out across the entire parade ground, and people from both countries cheered for this wonderful arrow. Chen Luo also widened his eyes, truly witnessing the power of the ancient sharpshooter. This archery skill was in no way inferior to his marksmanship in his previous life. Before he could come to his senses, the scene on the field was really like a thunderbolt, with the bowstring trembling. The two men moved extremely fast and began to move horizontally continuously, while shooting out sharp arrows at a rapid speed. Each arrow was as powerful and swift as thunder, and they exploded and shattered after colliding with each other in mid-flight. With such terrifying accuracy and force, if one party is even slightly careless, they will definitely be pierced through. Everyone on the training ground was watching with fear and holding their breath. Explode, explode, collide and explode again. No matter how the two moved, their arrows could still collide accurately amidst the whizzing sound of breaking through the air, which showed how superb the archery skills of both sides were. Everyone was amazed and impressed by the two men's superb archery skills. They were shocked and indescribable. The more shocking it is, the more my heart tightens. It was obvious that the two were evenly matched and were both waiting for the other to make a mistake. Suddenly, old Huang Zhong's step staggered slightly, and it was obvious that he was exhausted due to his old age and frailty. Just at this moment, when he was about to make his move, a strong wind blew past, and the arrow flew out, but deviated by a hair's breadth. Oops! Careful! Whoosh! Puff! Old Huang Zhong missed the target. He failed to hit the flying arrow. Li Guang's sharp arrow flew over 100 steps and pierced his shoulder directly, and blood spurted out. Stop! General Huang! Chen Luo exclaimed and rushed forward. At the same time, Wei Guo cheered, but everyone in dying beat their chests and stamped their feet in frustration. Dying, lost again. The situation is a 3-3 tie. General Huang. Chen Luo called a halt to the competition and snatched the medicine and bandages from the medical officer who was rushing over. Amid the astonished looks of the medical officers, Chen Luo treated the injuries quickly and efficiently. Old Huang Zhong looked painful, and he forced himself to speak, "I'm sorry, my lord. I'm useless and couldn't help you." Chen Luo was touched and even felt a little sad. Don't talk. And don't move, or the wound will burst open. Go back and have a good rest. Don't worry, I will never marry into your family, and I will never humiliate Chen Wui's name again. Really? Old Huang Zhong's eyes lit up, and then he burst into tears, but it's easier said than done. There's only one game left. Then I won this last game. Chen Luo said seriously, help the old general to rest. The medical officers carefully helped old Huang Zhong away. On the parade ground, the people of Weigua cheered even louder. It's a tie at 3. Dying, are you ready for the ultimate defeat? Even old Huang Zhong lost, who else in Dying dares to fight again? It's better to just admit defeat, haha. Wei Hanxue also breathed a sigh of relief and said proudly, Your Majesty, we won this battle again. There is only one final battle left. Do you still want to continue the competition? Emperor Jing's face turned livid, and all the civil and military officials as well as the crown prince and prince Yu were also filled with disappointment. I am disappointed with Huang Zhong. I didn't expect him to lose. The key point is that after losing one-on-one battles repeatedly, how can we win the next battle? Dying, there is not even a good general suitable to lead the team. After all, the people sent by Weigua this time were too strong, ridiculously strong. Next, there is no chance of winning. Father. The Wei Kingdom is full of murderous intent, and it is clear that they want to take advantage of the opportunity to destroy our Dying's elite soldiers and generals. The prince suddenly said, why don't we just give up? After all, we have already obtained the Jiashan salt mine. If we admit defeat, the only thing we can do is not get the horse farm, and we can just let Chen Luo go to defend the country. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jing's face became even gloomier. But at this time, Prince Yu's eyes lit up and he quickly said, My royal brother, what you said is absolutely right. I second your opinion. Then, all the civil and military officials looked at each other and bowed in unison, saying, Your Majesty. Do not fall for Weigua's evil plan and harm the soldiers again. I also second your proposal. For a moment, everyone was urging Emperor Jing to admit defeat and surrender. After all, the chances of winning the last battle were too slim, and Weigua was extremely murderous. Rather than losing more troops and generals, it is better to take this opportunity to admit defeat and send Chen Luo away to make room for the position of the king of a different surname. Emperor Jing sighed, hesitated, and was about to nod. Shut up, everyone. At this time, Chen Luo suddenly spoke in a cold voice and growled. Even General Huang is willing to take the risk and go on the battlefield, but you guys are going to admit defeat. You guys, are you the brave and powerful generals of Dying, or are you a bunch of spineless weaklings? You. The ministers' faces suddenly turned red, filled with shame and anger. Chen Luo was too lazy to listen to their nonsense and said loudly, Your Majesty, I will fight in this final battle. Emperor Jing frowned, but people from both countries sneered and mocked him. The king of the small town north is really brave. Is he going to die? Come on, I've been wanting to deal with this guy for a long time, let's take half of his life first. You are so ignorant, you think this is a war of words and tactics. Can you fight? Who can you beat? Emperor Jing also sighed and said, Luoer, the defeat is already certain, why put yourself in danger again? You're not good at fighting, so even if you accept being my son-in-law, it's better than getting hurt and losing your life, right? Chen Luo's eyes were like those of an eagle. He glanced at everyone coldly and said calmly, I beg your majesty to grant my approval. Since I will bear the consequences if I lose, why don't you let me fight for you personally in this battle? Besides, the world is still uncertain, who knows, maybe I will be the dark horse. There was silence all around, and then laughter filled the training ground. Ha ha ha, dark horse. He's more like a black dog. You're still unwilling to admit defeat. You're simply courting death. In that case, then let him have his way. It will be a good opportunity to redeem himself from the past. The officials of Jing State had complicated expressions, but the envoys of Wei State were laughing like crazy and mocking them wantonly. They had long wanted to kill Chen Luo, and of course they were looking forward to seeing him take the field. But Wei Hanxue frowned and stepped out and said, Small town North King, you are considered a great talent, why are you so impulsive? You are already defeated. It is futile to struggle. Wouldn't it be better for you to return to Weiguo with me? Would you rather die than marry into my family? As she spoke, her pretty face turned slightly red, and she was really worried. Chen Luo smiled and said, I will definitely be the princess's consort. However, I will not marry you into the princess family. Instead, I want you and Princess Hanxiang to stay in dying and marry me. You are just wishful thinking. Wei Hanxue was angry and didn't understand why he was still not convinced. Moreover, he even wanted to marry her and her sister together. This is simply outrageous. At this time, a man suddenly walked out of the Wei state delegation. The other person was wearing a white robe and had a handsome face and looked very heroic. His eyes were fixed on Chen Luo with a cold light flashing in them. Your Highness, since he is seeking death himself, why bother to stop him? This king has long wanted to compete with him. Chen Luo raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, he looks like a pretty boy, who are you? However, everyone in Jing state recognized each other and exclaimed in surprise. It's him. Lin Pingji, the king of Xiapingxi of Wei state. His father, Lin Zhentian, is now ranked first on the list of famous generals of the Seven Nations. It is said that Lin Pingji loves Princess Hanxue and her sister and wants to be a royal consort to both of them. I'm afraid he came here specially this time. Chen Luo suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder this guy looked at him with such fierce eyes. It turned out that he was his love rival. Wei Hanxue also saw Lin Pingji's murderous intentions, frowned and said, Young Prince Lin, isn't it better to defeat the enemy without fighting? Why do you have to fight? Princess, do you really want to take him back to Wei? Lin Pingji's eyes became even fiercer when he heard this. Does he let it go just because he was frivolous and disrespectful to your Highness before? He has great talent. Wei Hanxue said solemnly, another son of Chen Wuwei. If we can bring it back and use it for our benefit, it will be of the greatest value to our country. Princess, do you really want him to be your consort? Lin Pingji gritted his teeth and said, even if the princess is willing, will His Majesty agree? Even if His Majesty agrees, the people of Wei and the Western Prince's palace will definitely not agree. If we don't teach him a lesson today and avenge our previous humiliation, we will never return home so easily. That's right. No matter we win or lose, we will never return home until we teach him a lesson. Upon hearing this, everyone in the delegation shouted. The Princess Hanxue whom they admired could marry anyone from the Wei kingdom, but she could never marry anyone from another country, let alone marry this evil villain Chen Luo whom they hated so much. You guys. Wei Hanxue was angry. She never expected that Chen Luo would provoke such strong hostility. She had already secretly fallen in love with Chen Luofang and was determined to win him over. She thought that as long as she won the fight, she would be able to take him away smoothly. But now that they have finally turned the tide and are on the verge of victory, these people actually want to kill Chen Luo. King of the North Town, you are extremely intelligent but not good at fighting, so you'd better stop trying to be brave. Wei Hanxue had no choice but to persuade Chen Luo, instead of staying here and being ostracized and mocked, why don't you admit defeat and follow us to defend the country? Then I will not only let you show off your skills, but also give you everything you want. Chen Luo smiled, thinking to himself, this girl really has him in her arms. Lin Pingji was angry and said, evil villain Chen Luo. You are the son of Chen Wuwei, don't you even have the courage to fight? Yes, you are going to admit defeat now. This is simply a disgrace to Chen Wuwei's name. He is indeed a fool, far worse than our little Prince of Pingxi. Princess, please don't make the mistake. Chen Luo glanced at these people sharply and sneered, are you deaf? I just said that I want to fight in person. I also said that no matter how many fights there are, I can take them all on my own. Now, these words are still valid. What? He actually dares to be so arrogant. Everyone in both countries thought that Chen Luo was crazy, he must be crazy. 3 killing battles have been fought, with 1 death and 2 injuries in Jing state. It's really thrilling. But how dare this wise idiot who has finally come to his senses speak so arrogantly? He is simply asking for his own death. Emperor Jing frowned, knowing that he had no chance of winning and had already lost interest. The Crown Prince, Prince Yu, and the others no longer counted on victory. After all, they couldn't win the race anyway, and it didn't make much difference to them whether Chen Luo was beaten to death on the spot or married into the Wei Kingdom. These are all great things worth celebrating. Are you crazy? Wei Hanxue was also a little annoyed. She didn't understand why this guy was so ignorant of the current situation. He still dares to make such arrogant remarks. Once he goes on the battlefield, the soldiers defending the country will take the opportunity to kill him. Don't worry, I'm not crazy, and I won't let you be a widow. Chen Luo raised his eyebrows and smiled, Your Highness, just wait patiently, and you will be able to live happily with me soon. Wei Hanxue blushed and stomped her feet, angry that he dared to be so reckless at a time like this. Seeing this, Lin Pingji's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he gritted his teeth and said, You are really looking for death? Then I will grant your wish. White-robed soldiers, step out. Follow me to meet the enemy. Kill. 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 A small team of white robes immediately stepped out of the delegation and roared. There are 10 of them in total, which is exactly one of the 10 in the military system, and they are all strong and elite. White Robe Army. The last charge is actually to charge the White Robe Army. It's impossible to win. The Pingxi Palace has sent all the white robe soldiers here. They are determined to kill Chen Luo. Who can I blame? It's all his own fault. He flirted with Princess Hanxue time and again, haha. The people of Jing State sneered and talked about it. They didn't even expect to win, and they also felt that Chen Luo was doomed. Emperor Jing frowned and hesitated. Luoer, are you sure you want to take the risk? Now that things have come to this, I won't blame you even if you admit defeat. The game was tied at 3-3 with only one game left, but he was unwilling to admit defeat. But the last ones they charged into were the White Robe Army, which made victory even more impossible. In this case, there is not much difference for Chen Luo whether he commits suicide or marries into another woman's family. I just felt it was a pity. After all, this kid had just gotten wise and even gave him a marching poem that would last through the ages. Your Majesty. I have used the gold medal bestowed by the Emperor to prepare myself, so of course I must go on stage. Chen Luo said calmly, Not only will I play, but I will also take on as many games as they have. Seeing how confident he was, Emperor Jing couldn't help but be moved. This kid unexpectedly won the Battle of Wenzhan and Jiangmo. Perhaps he can now fight for a chance to win. Good. It's rare that you have such courage, you deserve the title of King of Zhenbei. I approve. The ministers of Jing State shook their heads one after another, while the people of Wei State laughed loudly again upon hearing the words. Haha, he still wants to win. With the White Robe Army here, how can he win? It's a joke. Just wait for him to be killed on the spot and his head will fall off. King Xiapingxi will never let him off easily, just wait. Chen Luo was too lazy to talk nonsense. With the help of Dun Bo, he put on the breastplate to protect his vital parts, and then took the weapon made by Oyezi. There are 2 weapons. One is a modified version of the military bayonet that Chen Luo used in close combat in his previous life. It is based on the 5 or 6 types of military bayonets in his previous life, and has been improved into a comprehensive and strongest close combat weapon that can chop, stab, and pierce. The other weapon was a small square box fixed on the forearm, very inconspicuous. With these 2 pieces of equipment, Chen Luo is full of confidence. But when they saw his strange look, the people of Wei laughed like crazy, and the officials of Jing also sneered. Emperor Jing also frowned and shook his head, thinking that it was a pity that this kid had the imperial gold medal to summon Master Oyezi, and he thought he could make some ingenious preparations, but the result was just this. Do you think that you can win a war of slaughter with strange weapons? How naive. It's still so unreasonable. Oh my. What kind of magic weapon is the king of the north of this town using? It must be very powerful, right? Haha, this is weird. I'm afraid it's worse than a butcher knife. Evil villain, you'd better put on your heavy armor quickly, at least you can take more blows, haha. Everyone in Wei State laughed wildly, and Lin Pingji snorted disdainfully. Heavy armor. I'm afraid this loser can't even wear it. How do you want to die, you useless bastard? I can fulfill your wish later. Chen Luo checked calmly and slowly approached despite Uncle Dun's worry. I want to watch you die. Chen Luo glanced at him calmly, then turned and said, Princess Hanxue, announce the rules. You, Wei Hanxue sighed and said, Lin Pingji, I order you not to harm his life. Humph. Lin Pingji snorted coldly. Fearing that she would try to stop him again, he nodded and pretended to agree. Wei Hanxue then said, the rules are very simple. They have 10 men in formation. You just need to charge into the formation successfully and then defeat the Xiapingxi king who represents the general to win. Chen Luo, are you sure you want to go? The 10 of them are white-robed soldiers, all veterans of hundreds of battles. Chen Luo shook his head slightly. A soldier who has fought 100 battles. Is he that powerful? In his previous life, he had fought more than 1,000 life-threatening battles. What do you think, kid? Are you scared? Knowing you're dying, why would you just admit defeat? Seeing this, Lin Pingji sneered, charging into battle means fighting with a small number of people. How dare you go into battle? I can give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to beg for mercy. I will agree to let you admit defeat and spare your life. Otherwise, the sword will be blind and I'm afraid it will be difficult for me not to kill you, haha. Chen Luo turned his head indifferently and looked at him as if he was a dead person. I shook my head because I thought it was too easy and boring. Is there anything more difficult? What? What did he say? He thinks it's simple. Crazy. Really crazy. Is this guy scared silly? I'm absolutely terrified. They're trying to charge into a formation, and it's a white-robed army formation that no one can break. People from both countries expressed their disdain. Lin Pingji was also stunned for a moment, then he looked up to the sky and laughed, haha, good, good, good. The son of Chen Wuwei really has such an arrogant tone. You think it's too simple? Then why don't you tell me how to make it more interesting? Chen Luo glanced at the fierce-looking white-robed soldiers and said calmly, is this a simulated night attack on the enemy camp? Of course it should be a night battle. However, it's still early, how about we imitate the last battle and fight blindfolded? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire training ground was in an uproar again. What? They have to fight blindfolded. Isn't that more difficult? Is he seeking death? You definitely don't want to live anymore. Would you rather die than marry into the Wei Kingdom? You still have some backbone. Ha! What difference does it make whether he is blindfolded or not? He will die anyway. Wei Hanxue frowned. She had seen Chen Luo's talent before, but she just couldn't understand why he wanted to make such a change. What was the point? Lin Pingji did not hesitate and sneered, okay. Blindfold me if you want. You are afraid that you will be like your Prince Yu, and be frightened by our soldiers, so you want to blindfold yourself, right? You useless boy, fighting with your eyes blindfolded will only make you die faster. Prince Yu's face turned red when he heard this, and he said angrily, Father. Chen Luo is simply humiliating me. The prince also snorted, please ask the emperor to issue an order to give up this battle, quickly strip him of his title and send him to Weigua to marry into the family. Emperor Jing also frowned, not understanding the significance of Chen Luo's proposal. Isn't it more difficult and dangerous to fight blindfolded? What on earth is he thinking? Does he have to find ways to die? Seeing that Lin Pingji agreed, Chen Luo smiled. Facing 10 white-robed soldiers and 1 Lin Pingji, he was not panicked at all. After all, many of the tasks I had carried out in my previous life were much more difficult than this. But the problem was that the original owner's body was so drained by alcohol and sex that he had not had time to train properly to recover. Even with the advantage of weapons, it is still somewhat dangerous to fight against 10 experienced soldiers. But if we switch to fighting blindfolded, the situation will be completely different. In a completely dark environment like a night battle, they are no longer a team that can coordinate in an orderly manner, but just 10 individual soldiers. When it comes to single-handed close combat, Chen Luo considers himself invincible, whether in his past life or in this life. Not to mention the white-robed soldiers, even if he were to fight against Qing Yaojin, Chen Luo would definitely not be afraid. In that match, Prince Yu wanted to be the center of attention and go on stage first, but in the end he got injured. It was all his own fault. You can still laugh. At some point, Wei Hanshue's mentality had changed from wanting to win to worrying. You're obviously going to lose if you go on the field, why don't you just give up and follow me back to Weiguo? You're fighting blindfolded. Do you know that you're more likely to be hacked to death this way? Your Highness, are you worried about me? Chen Luo smiled, and suddenly took a step closer. He openly held her slender waist again and lowered his head close to her ear. Don't worry, I will only give you a surprise and let everyone know how good your vision is. You, let me go. The strong arms, broad chest, and the magnetic voice that sounded in his ears made Wei Hanshue's face and neck blush instantly, and her body almost weakened. Let go, you idiot. How dare you be so rude when you are about to die? Death to the evil villain. The rulers and ministers of Jing State were completely dumbfounded. They thought that Chen Luo wanted to let himself go completely before he died. The people of Wei State were furious again. Amid roars, Lin Pingji drew his sword and slashed at them. Clang! At the critical moment, Wei Hanshue suddenly drew her sword and directly swung away the long knife that was coming to chop her. Lin Pingji's eyes widened in shock and anger, and the people from both countries were also stunned. Wei Hanshue's pretty face turned even redder. She awkwardly struggled to break free from Chen Luo's arms, lowered her head and dared not look at the people around her. Ha ha! Thanks to the princess' kindness, I will definitely win today. Chen Luo laughed loudly towards the sky, turned around, and a domineering aura rose into the sky, and he stepped directly into the center of the training ground. Then, he covered his eyes with a black cloth and shouted at Lin Pingji, who was shaking with anger, "Little Lin, come here, let me see your sword manual of exorcism." "Oh no, I'm afraid you can't learn the sword of exorcism yet." "It doesn't matter, I will lend you a hand right away." "You are looking for death." Lin Pingji did not understand what was said, but he heard the sarcasm and provocation in the words, and he became even angrier. "White-robed soldiers, listen up. Form your battle array. Blindfold your eyes. Chop this beast into pieces. Yes. Kill, kill, kill." 10 white-robed soldiers immediately arrived at the scene, each blindfolded and holding the sword and shield in their hands tightly. This battle, which concerns the ownership of a horse farm, the whereabouts of Princess Hanxiang's sisters and Chen Luo, and even Chen Luo's life and death, begins instantly. This battle is undoubtedly suspenseful to anyone watching. After all, on one side is the incompetent Prince Chen Luo, and on the other side is the famous Lin family's white-robed army. Everyone believed that Chen Luo had absolutely no chance of breaking the formation, taking off the black cloth, and challenging Lin Pingji. Because 10 white-robed soldiers are enough to hack him to death thousands of times. Wei Hanshue, Dun Bo, and others were worried, but everyone else on the training ground had different expressions and were full of anticipation. The people of Wei are like this, and many people of Jing are also like this. Emperor Jing had a cold expression on his face and also believed that Chen Luo was courting death. In this case, he simply began to think about who should be given the title of king of a different surname in dying, which would be the most suitable one to be given to. Which one would be the most beneficial to his Wang family's world? The charge begins. The people outside the venue widened their eyes, either worried or expectant. Lin Pingji on the field pounded his breastplate and shouted, "Meet the enemy. Kill him. Kill, kill, kill." 10 white-robed soldiers hit their shields with swords, marked their positions and roared. They blindfolded themselves and listened attentively. As long as Chen Luo dares to get close, he will be attacked by their elite soldiers with swords and shields. No one was optimistic about Chen Luo. After all, let alone him, even the brave generals of Dying would never dare to charge into the white-robe army with their eyes blindfolded. No one would dare. However, the next moment, Chen Luo, holding a bayonet, suddenly started to rush forward. He was like a lone wolf or a tiger rushing down a mountain, charging at 10 people at once without any hesitation and even accelerating. Rushing forward would be tantamount to seeking death. Is he not afraid of death at all? Is he not afraid at all? Seeing that his momentum was getting stronger and stronger, one person was running with the momentum of thousands of troops. Wei Hanshue's pretty face was filled with shock. Closer and closer. Many people smiled, as if they had already seen him being hacked to death. The White Robe Army is already an elite force, and with 10 times their number, and armed with swords and shields, they are absolutely invincible. However, Chen Luo continued to charge forward as if he was not afraid of death. Finally, he rushed to within a few steps of the White Robe Army. Hearing the noise, the white-robed soldier beat his shield and roared again, raising the sharp blade in his hand. But the next moment, Chen Luo's pace changed and the sound of footsteps suddenly disappeared. The white-robed soldiers were all stunned. What was going on? Was this stupid little town king of the north finally scared of death? Was he afraid to move? The onlookers discovered that Chen Luo suddenly stopped running and rushed to one side of the army in a strange posture. What is he going to do? No, why didn't the White Robe Army react? While everyone was confused, Chen Luo had already taken action. After probing a few times, the bayonet suddenly thrust forward, and with a "pu" sound, it directly pierced the neck of a soldier at the edge. Blood spurted out along the holes on the bayonet like a fountain. Oh! The white-robed soldier was caught off guard and screamed in an instant, dropping his sword and shield and covering his neck in fear. However, Chen Luo directly pulled back the bayonet, and the next moment, blood gushed out even more violently, completely unstoppable. All the onlookers were shocked and horrified. In their eyes, the white-robed soldier suddenly stopped moving as if he was stupid, and then allowed Chen Luo to attack him. The key point is, he was blindfolded, but he still hit the target. That strange weapon, which didn't look very powerful, could actually cause such a horrific wound. The blood gushed out and there was no way to stop it. People from both countries were dumbfounded, and all those who knew about weapons felt a chill all over their bodies in an instant. What kind of strange weapon is this? It's simply the blade of death. Chen Luo raised the corner of his mouth, and after a successful attack, he withdrew without hesitation. This is the power of the modified military bayonet. Once stabbed, the wound will never heal and the person will surely bleed to death. The white-robed soldier who was hit screamed, but as his blood quickly flowed out, his screams quickly became weaker. The remaining 9 soldiers were instantly terrified. They didn't hear any footsteps at all. How could their teammate be injured? Unable to take off their blindfolds, they became more and more panicked, their formation instantly became chaotic, and the 9 people could only be on guard randomly. To them, Chen Luo, who was like a lamb to be slaughtered, had now become the god of death in the darkness, who could emerge at any time and reap their lives. This fear made them helpless. What are you doing? Kill him. Kill him for me. Lin Pingji was dozens of steps away, roaring in shock and anger. He is behind you, right behind you, kill him now. The 9 soldiers turned around and swung their swords, but all of them missed. Chen Luo rushed to the other side as if he was strolling in the garden. All the onlookers widened their eyes again in an instant. Puff. The bayonet was used again, poking at another person's shoulder, and then quickly poking at his carotid artery. The screams rang out again, and the remaining 8 people were completely panicked. No matter how loudly Lin Pingji shouted, the 8 blindfolded men could only huddle behind their shields like headless flies, not daring to move. Lin Pingji was almost going crazy. He didn't understand, were his men deaf? Can't you hear the footsteps if you're blindfolded? Why do they all act like fools, completely unaware of how to defend or attack? The Wei envoys were also getting anxious and shouting for warnings. But there were too many noises, and Chen Luo kept changing positions, so it was completely useless. Wei Hanxue's beautiful eyes flickered with brilliance. She finally understood the problem. Not only is his weapon weird, this guy's body movements are also very advanced. How could this happen? Everyone in Jing State was also stunned, and all the civil and military officials were stunned and couldn't believe it. Emperor Jing stood up in astonishment, staring at the scene and asking in confusion, "My dear ministers, why is this happening?" Magic. The king of the north of this town must have used some magic to confuse the other party's mind. Your Majesty, the evil spirit must not be allowed to continue. The king of the north in this small town has committed a serious crime. What kind of bullshit magic is this? It's a body movement. The young prince is so awesome. He's moving on tiptoe. Finally, a general noticed something and spoke out excitedly. The young prince was outnumbered and made very little noise, and only when he stood on tiptoe did he completely stop making any sound. Not only that. The young prince was able to remain so calm, fighting 1 against 10 without panicking, and deliberately letting the other side lose their composure. His attack was very steady, accurate and ruthless, and combined with that strange weapon, amazing. The young prince is really talented. For a moment, the generals of Jing state exclaimed in surprise. All of them were amazed by Chen Luo. Emperor Jing's face turned happy, and he asked excitedly, "You mean, Luo heir has a chance to win? Good job. Really good job. As expected of Wu Wei's son, he really has some hidden tricks." At this time, 2 more white-robed soldiers fell to the ground and bled profusely, unable to get up. The blood quickly dyed the ground of the training ground red. In just a few breaths, Chen Luo had killed 4 members of the famous White Robe Army. There are 6 people left. Lin Pingji also noticed something and roared in anger. "He's walking on tiptoe. He's among you. Kill him. Cut him to pieces." The remaining white-robed soldiers were greatly encouraged upon hearing this, and roared in shame and anger. They roughly determined the position of their teammates and started to chop with their swords. But at this moment, Chen Luo suddenly took several steps back, seemingly without any plan, but quietly moving away from the army formation. This. Everyone's eyes widened suddenly. Lin Pingji's eyelids were also twitching, and he hurriedly wanted to open his mouth to remind him. But it's too late. The white-robed soldiers, who followed orders, immediately swung their swords and slashed at their companions. "Stop. Stop now." Lin Pingji shouted in horror. Clang clang clang. Screams rang out. In an instant, the white-robed soldiers slashed wildly and injured 3 of them. Amid their cries of pain, they heard the order to stop. But at this moment, Chen Luo rushed into their midst again like a ghost, and attacked with his bayonet repeatedly. Puff puff puff. Everyone was stunned, including Lin Pingji. No one expected that Chen Luo's grasp of timing would be so accurate. In an instant, 3 more soldiers fell to the ground seriously injured, bleeding profusely. At this moment, Chen Luo seemed like a living devil, walking leisurely in the garden, advancing and retreating with discretion, and continuing to kill one soldier after another with ease. 10 sturdy white-robed soldiers fell to the ground one after another without even being able to display any of their fighting strength. As the glaring blood flowed wildly, the screams, struggles and cries of pain gradually disappeared. The White Robe Army was completely destroyed. Chen Luo held a bayonet in his hand, and not even a drop of blood got on his body. Horror, everyone felt inexplicable fear in their hearts and shuddered. On the training ground, even the screams were gone, and it was completely silent. Chen Luo took off the black cloth and threw it into the pool of blood of the white-robed soldier. Black cloth, red blood, blood-stained robe. He stood outside the pool of blood, with a smile on his face, and walked slowly forward. The steps were slow, but each one seemed to step on everyone's heartstrings. Everyone on the entire training ground was terrified and shocked to the point of forgetting to breathe. Those were the White Robe Army, 10 White Robe Army soldiers. How could they be killed just like that? Shouldn't he have been hacked to death? How could it turn out like this? Everyone witnessed the whole process, but surprisingly, no one understood how he did it. Is it relying on footwork? Is it relying on strange weapons? Yes, but it seems to be more than that. How on earth did he do that? Emperor Jing couldn't believe his eyes and was both surprised and delighted. The Crown Prince and Prince Yu were already dumbfounded and stunned. The generals were so excited that they couldn't explain why. Wei Hanxue was so excited that her body trembled slightly, because she saw through it. It turns out that he not only possesses extraordinary intelligence, but also has such a terrifying fighting talent. That's right, it's fighting talent. Stand on tiptoe to eliminate footsteps, launch a sneak attack to create panic, then seize the opportunity with absolute calmness and use strange weapons to reap the rewards steadily and accurately. This fighting talent is so terrifying. He might not have extraordinary martial arts skills, but relying solely on his agility and fighting talent, he managed to kill 10 white-robed soldiers alone. This is simply a miracle. He is simply a monster. He has such power even when he is alone. What will happen if he is given an army of thousands? Even if the god of war Chen Wei were alive, he would be no more than this, right? Who in the world can match such wisdom and courage? No one can match it. Wei Hanxue's eyes were burning, as if she had seen a rare treasure, and her heart was trembling. Xiaolinzi, it's your turn. Amidst everyone's shock and stunned expression, Chen Luo stopped and waved at Lin Pingji provocatively. Asshole! You deserve to die. Lin Pingji came back to his senses and was extremely shocked and angry. Each of the white-robed soldiers was trained by the Pingxi Palace with huge financial resources and energy, and each one of them is worth 1,000 gold. But surprisingly, this dying idiot killed 10 people in a row. Pingxi Palace suffered huge losses. More importantly, none of the 10 men were able to kill the bastard, or even hurt him at all. So you asked to fight blindfolded in order to deliberately throw them into a panic. It's so despicable. Ha! Chen Luo chuckled. If they can't even keep calm in the face of danger, what kind of elite troops are they? The White Robe Army of the Wei Kingdom is nothing but this. I guess you, the little king of Pingxi, are also rubbish. Chen Luo raised his thumb, then turned it downward, mocking him to the utmost. Extremely rebellious. They're just not good at night fighting and fell into your trap. You shameless fellow. Young Prince Lin is a young general and will kill you right here. The Wei envoys, who had come to their senses, were extremely depressed and took the opportunity to clamor again. Chen Luo laughed, turned around and glanced over sharply. These people shut up instantly and looked away one by one. He had just killed 10 white-robed soldiers in a row. Their bodies were still warm and their blood was still fresh. Who would dare to look directly at Chen Luo, who was filled with murderous aura? Seeing this, Chen Luo sneered and said, "Are all of you in Weiguo born in the year of the dog? You can only bark. If I can kill these damn white-robed soldiers, I can kill you all without leaving a single piece of armor. Don't talk nonsense. If you really have the ability, do you dare to fight me?" He was alone, yet he dared to challenge the entire patriotic delegation. The Wei state envoys were so shocked and angry that they dared not say a word. However, this domineering attitude made the eyes of the king and his ministers of dying light up, and they all straightened their backs. But this last game is not over yet. Lin Pingji is the beloved son of King Pingxi of Wei State, and a famous young master of Wei State. Without the advantage of blindfolding and disrupting the enemy, can the small-town northern king win? Chen Luo. The charge isn't over yet, your opponent is me. Lin Pingji was so ashamed and angry that his eyes turned red. This bastard killed his white robe army and ignored him to provoke the delegation. This clearly shows that they don't take him seriously. Chen Luo glanced at him calmly, sneered and shook his head. Without the white robe army, who are you? You'd better withdraw quickly and let your masters come, such as Qing Yaojin or someone else. Luoer. Don't be careless. Emperor Jing stood up from the dragon throne and spoke with concern. You are worthy of the name of Chen, and you have also promoted the prestige of Chen in my dying, but don't underestimate the enemy. Lin Zhentian is a world-famous master. In terms of martial arts alone, even your father was slightly inferior to him. This Xia Pingxi king must have learned his true skills. Be careful. Seeing that Emperor Jing was concerned about him again, the crown prince and Prince Yu were secretly indignant. But they didn't dare to say much at the moment. After all, Chen Luo had just killed 10 white-robed soldiers, and his might was temporarily unstoppable. At this time, Wei Hanxue also took a deep breath and said, "Your Majesty Emperor Jing is right. King of the North Town, you are able to kill 10 white-robed soldiers by yourself, which is enough to make you famous all over the world. Next, just admit defeat. Follow me back to Weiguo, and I will give you everything you want." Chen Luo turned around and laughed, "Ha. Princess Hanxue, it's not just you I want. Besides, if we have killed all 10 of them, is he the only one left? Don't worry, Your Highness. I will take you back home to live happily right away." You. Wei Hanxue stomped her feet in embarrassment, but she couldn't help her heart beating faster and her ears getting hot. Xiaopingxi Wang is a master, a real master. In the face of his absolute strength, you have no chance to take advantage of him. Hurry up and admit defeat and surrender. At worst, I will compensate Jingguo with a horse farm when you go to Weigua. Everyone in Jing State was overjoyed when they heard this. At this point, Chen Luo has already brought them enough surprises. But even if he killed the White Robe army, how could he be a match for a master like Lin Pingji? After all, charging into the formation just now was just a trick and didn't require much force at all. Next he has to fight Lin Pingji alone. How can he, who has been a playboy for many years, be able to compete with him? Luo'er, if that's the case, don't take any more risks. Emperor Jing was moved and said, although the little Pingxi king is not Qing Yaojin, he is not someone you can deal with. Rather than risking being killed, it is better to stop here. I will definitely find a way to redeem you. Chen Luo secretly raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, is this nonsense? Even if he was really worried about himself, when he went to Weigua and came back, he might not have the title of King of Zhenbei anymore, right? I am a king of a different surname, but I want to be a son-in-law. Unless I am crazy. Your Majesty. The Chen family has never admitted defeat. Chen Luo said loudly, besides, even if I am willing to admit defeat, I am afraid that the Xiapingxi king will not accept it, right? Am I right, Xiao Linzi? You're looking for death. Lin Pingji was almost furious when he saw Wei Hanxue's attitude, and he became even more furious when he heard the words. Kill 10 of my men, and I will fight you to the death today. If you dare to admit defeat directly, it means that Chen Wui's Zhenbei palace has bowed to my Pingxi palace. It means admitting that you and your son are both useless. As soon as these words were spoken, the generals of Jing State became furious. No matter how you view Chen Luo, Chen Wuwei is the eternal god of war to the soldiers of dying. How can they allow others to blaspheme him? Shut up, you little brat. Arrogant and rude. Even Lin Jintian wouldn't dare to be so disrespectful to the old king of Zhenbei. Your Majesty, I am willing to fight. I will teach this kid a lesson on behalf of the king of the North Town. Emperor Jing and Crown Prince Yu frowned upon hearing this, and their eyes instantly became gloomy. Chen Luo's eyes flickered, and he said loudly, shut up. Why do you have to meddle in other people's business? He's just a pretty boy. I can kill him with just a flick of my hand. The generals all glared when they heard this, wondering if this guy has gone mad. Lin Pingji is a master who became famous at a young age. He has no tricks when fighting alone. Where do you get the confidence to be so arrogant? When the people of Wei State saw this, they were delighted and thought that this guy was looking for death. Soon, we will see King Xiapingxi being killed in action, which will surely be very satisfying. Kill him. Xiaopingxi King, please don't show mercy. This guy deserves to be killed. If we kill him, we will still win the fight. Redeem Princess Hanxiang and enhance the prestige of our country. Hearing that Chen Luo dared to speak so arrogantly, the Wei State envoys laughed wildly and shouted. Lin Pingji even approached with a knife in hand, grinning, well, well, well. You are worthy of being the son of the god of war Chen Wuwei. I want to see if your ability is as great as your courage. Go ahead, kid. I'll make you lose your head in 10 moves. As a famous master of the young generation in Wei State, Lin Pingji was full of confidence and did not take Chen Luo seriously at all. After all, he had seen the charge just now. Chen Luo was just taking advantage and didn't have much martial arts skills. But at this time, Chen Luo, who was standing in the same place, was not on guard at all, and even put away his bayonet. 3 moves. Haha, I can cripple you in a snap of my hand. As he spoke, Chen Luo stood proudly with one hand behind his back, while he raised the other hand that was tied to the strange box and hooked his finger provocatively. This. He is still provoking. What does he want to do? Is he crazy? Once he gets close to me, he won't even have a chance to resist. You will definitely die if you don't beg for mercy. People from both countries were shocked and confused, not knowing what was going on. Wei Hanxue's heart was clenched and she was extremely worried. But for some reason, looking at Chen Luo's proud figure standing with his hands behind his back, she actually felt that this guy seemed to be really confident that he could win. But how is it possible? Lin Pingji was personally taught by the great master Lin Jintian. No matter how many powerful generals fight against him, he can't get the upper hand. Now that he is full of murderous intent, he will definitely not stay. Where does Chen Luo get the confidence from? Go to hell. Under the gaze of everyone, Lin Pingji suddenly drew his sword and rushed over at an extremely fast speed. When he got close, he jumped high into the air, grasped the hilt of the knife with both hands and chopped down suddenly. Swift. Decisive. Unparalleled momentum. It seemed that he was about to use the sword in his hand to chop Chen Luo in half with one blow. And Chen Luo was still standing there motionless, as if he was frightened silly. In this situation, the winner is immediately decided, and everyone feels that there is no more suspense. Wei Hanxue was unable to stop the furious Lin Pingji. Helplessly, she closed her eyes, unable to bear to watch the next scene. But at this moment, Chen Luo suddenly turned his hand over and clenched his fist, and the sound of a mechanism suddenly came from his arm. Everyone was surprised to find that the strange box on his arm suddenly popped open from both sides and a string was tightened. What is this? What is he up to? Everyone was confused and didn't understand what was going on. Lin Pingji, who was in midair, was not afraid at all, and fell down with a sneer. It's just a weird little box, what power could it have? At this moment, let alone the box, even if there was a shield, it would not be able to block his extremely sharp sword strike. Soon, he will make sure that this damn bastard is killed to pieces. In the blink of an eye, the long sword began to slash down, with a sound of breaking through the air and terrifying power. It seemed that in the next moment, Chen Luo would be covered in blood. At this moment, Chen Luo smiled. He seemed to be unaware of the danger, or to turn a blind eye to it, and then he suddenly pressed his wrist down. Whoosh! A short arrow suddenly burst out, as fast as thunder, and flew directly towards Lin Pingji with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Bang! Although the arrow was short, its speed and force were terrifying. It instantly hit Lin Pingji's body and knocked him down from midair. Ah! Lin Pingji instantly fell to the ground, covering his legs and wailing as he rolled over, completely losing his previous arrogance. Horrifying screams echoed throughout the training grounds, and everyone in both countries was stunned. One move. He actually only used one move. No, he really just flipped his hand and crippled Lin Pingji. How is this possible? How did he do it? Chen Luo laughed. In front of the black technology sleeve crossbow from his previous life, any crappy master would be knocked down by one arrow. I'll let you dance with me again. Silence. Everyone on the training ground was as quiet as death. Only Lin Pingji covered his bloody body and rolled over wailing. Lin Pingji lost. Luo'er won. Emperor Jing's beard trembled, and he turned to ask Gao Li in disbelief. The old eunuch's eyes widened as well, and he murmured, "Well, it seems so." "What do you mean, as if?" "It's just that the little prince won, really won." Lin Pingji's sword strike was extremely sharp. How did he do it? It was so powerful. The young prince is so mighty, he defeated the enemy in an instant, so majestic and domineering. The military generals of Jing state were so happy that they went crazy. The frustration caused by the previous 3 defeats was swept away and they felt proud. Is this the weapon he asked O Yezi to make? It's simply so terrifying. Prince Yu muttered in shock, his eyes starting to shine. The prince looked at some of the civil and military ministers, all of whom had frowned brows, and became fearful again. The Wei envoys were incredulous and unwilling to accept this fact. But Lin Pingji's screams woke them up. The Weiguo medical officer was the first to react and rushed onto the scene. How can this be? Isn't he a fool? Doesn't he have only some intelligence? Xiaoping Shi Wang lost. Xiaoping Shi Wang is a master, how could he lose? Impossible, I don't believe it. Did I lose the fight to defend my country? When they came to their senses, they saw the Wei envoys wailing everywhere. Wei Hanxue's beautiful eyes trembled, and she was so shocked that she couldn't express it in words. As expected, he won again, beyond everyone's expectations. No wonder he was so calm and composed before. It turned out that he was not scared silly, but was really confident. But this is too horrifying. What kind of weapon is in his hand, and why is it so powerful? A crossbow. Where in the world can you find a crossbow like this? So delicate and yet so powerful. The weapons used in the previous charge were already strange enough, causing wounds that would bleed profusely. This strange crossbow was even more terrifying. At a short distance, even a master like Lin Pingji was unable to resist and was hit instantly. It's simply so terrifying. Chen Luo blocked the Weigua medical officer, raised his foot, and stepped on the rolling Lin Pingji. Xiao Linzi, weren't you very arrogant? Now everything is gone, right? Ha ha ha. If you can find the sword manual of exorcism in the future, you can practice it. It's very suitable for you. Also, I'll tell you in secret, I've already slept with Princess Hanxiang, and now Princess Hanxue is mine too. Lin Pingji was already in great pain, and upon hearing this his eyes turned red, and he roared and struggled. Bang! Chen Luo kicked him unconscious and turned away. Only then did the Wei state medical officers dare to step forward, quickly lifted him up and ran back to the delegation. After a moment, the doctors said in horror, Prince Xiapingxi was castrated. What? Purged. Wei Guo was stunned with shock and anger, while Wei Hanxue's pretty face also turned slightly red and she spat secretly. Everything is lost, it actually means exactly what it means. From now on, Lin Pingji could no longer have any ideas about her, and he could not even have another woman. That guy is so bad and so cruel. Pingji. Pingji. At this moment, in the Wei state delegation camp, Cheng Yaojin, who was beside Lin Pingji, roared to the sky. Oops. Wei Hanxue's face changed slightly. Lin Jintian has done a favor to the Qing family, and Cheng Yaojin and Lin Pingji are as close as brothers. How can they bear to see him being abandoned? The excited generals of Jing state suddenly had their eyelids twitching and exclaimed in surprise. Oh no, Cheng Yaojin is going crazy. He will do anything when he gets mad. Oh no. Little prince, run. This guy is a devil. It's too late. No one can stop this devil. It's over. Sure enough, in grief, Cheng Yaojin picked up 2 huge axes and rushed towards Chen Luo with a mad roar. Evil villain. How dare you use a hidden weapon to hurt my brother? I will chop you into pieces. Cheng Yaojin was like a mad bull, stepping heavily on the ground with every step, rushing forward with terrifying murderous intent. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, and then, instead of turning around to run away, he stopped. Is he frightened? What is he going to do? The sudden change caught everyone off guard. No one expected that Chen Luo could defeat Lin Pingji, and no one expected that he could make Lin Pingji lose everything in a blink of an eye. Cheng Yaojin seemed to have gone mad, and rushed towards Chen Luo with a terrifying look. Someone. Stop him now. Emperor Jing and Wei Hanxue gave orders almost at the same time. For Wei Hanxue, the fight was already lost, but it further proved Chen Luo's value. Such an amazing talent must not die. After all, only by keeping him alive can we have a chance to find a way to bring him to the defense of the country. But it's too late. Cheng Yaojin was a battle-hardened warrior and a notorious devil. When he went mad, he even dared to chase and kill thousands of soldiers alone. Who dares to stop such a crazy and fierce man? Who can stop him? Chen Luo, be careful. Little prince, be careful. Since they couldn't stop him, everyone could only remind Chen Luo to run. However, Chen Luo just stood there, as still as a mountain. Second brother, how is it? The prince excitedly grabbed Prince Yu's wrist, but his eyes were fixed on the training ground. He's dead. Prince Yu's eyes flashed. You can only know the horror of Cheng Yaojin when you face him. Even if you have the courage of a bear or a leopard, you will be frightened by him and lose your composure. Chen Luo only has 2 strange weapons and not much strength, he will definitely die. The 2 brothers suddenly looked at each other and smiled quietly. At this moment, Chen Luo seemed to be really frightened as he watched Cheng Yaojin rushing towards him. As the distance between them shortened, he suddenly smiled and slowly raised his arms. A devil. A madman. Just a bit reckless. This is how fighting on the battlefield is. Whoever is brave enough to not fear death will be invincible. Because the braver you are, the weaker the enemy's momentum will be. As one side gains strength while the other loses strength, the side that shows weakness first will lose confidence and eventually be defeated. Chen Luo didn't believe that Qing Yaojin was not afraid of death. No one is not afraid of death. This guy is just extremely smart. The so-called madness is just his disguise, a means to intimidate his opponents. Prince Yu was defeated so quickly because he was frightened and panicked. But this method is useless to Chen Luo. When it comes to the dangers of battlefields, the mountains of corpses and the seas of blood, and the continuous artillery fire in the previous life, how can this era be compared to it? The ubiquitous rain of bullets and artillery fire from the sky, if it were in this era, who wouldn't scare them to death? The moment he raised his arm, Qing Yaojin's speed obviously slowed down. This is the proof. Standing still as a mountain, with a smile on his face, Chen Luo raised his arm calmly and pointed at the devil Qing Yaojin from afar. Closer. Closer. Qing Yaojin was still rushing forward, but a look of doubt flashed across his face. At this moment, Chen Luo suddenly shouted loudly. Stop for me, my king. Otherwise, you will die. The Jing people frowned, and Wei people sneered. That's the devil Qing Yaojin, how can a fool prince like you stop him? If you don't run away, soon, the two huge axes that have killed countless people will really split you in half. Everyone thought so, but then they were all stunned. Because they were shocked to find that with this roar, the crazy Qing Yaojin actually, really stopped right where he was. How is this possible? That's the devil Qing Yaojin, how could he listen to Chen Luo? Just stop when he is told to. Shouldn't he swing the two huge axes and kill him at this moment? What's going on? Everyone was stunned. But Chen Luo smiled, a bright smile. He is ugly and plays dumb, but he can become a famous general. How ridiculous. The devil who defends the country is nothing more than this. There was a stalemate all around the training ground, and everyone was in disbelief. You're looking for death. Qing Yaojin's ugly black face turned red, and he was about to rush forward in shame and anger. Chen Luo sneered calmly, come on. Chop me. You are also a veteran on the battlefield. Can't you see the power of my crossbow? If you dare to take another step forward, I will let you have a taste of being shot in the head. Headshot. His small sleeve crossbow was as powerful as a heavy crossbow and could penetrate a person's head. Everyone in the two countries gasped when they heard this. Qing Yaojin glared with his eyes wide open, roaring in shame and anger, just relying on such a small thing. I don't believe it. If you don't believe me, you can try it with your great head. Chen Luo smiled brightly, I also want to try, is your head iron enough? You are so shameless. Qing Yaojin looked at the crossbow with fear and said angrily, if you really have the guts, then fight with me with real swords and guns. You are the son of Chen Wuwei, but you can only use hidden weapons. This is really a disgrace to Chen Wuwei's name as the god of war. Chen Luo laughed. You are a famous general on the battlefield, but you actually said such stupid things. Is it true that swords are the only thing you can use on the battlefield? Stop talking nonsense. Qing Yaojin, if you stop in front of me, you've already lost and are afraid, right? Qing Yaojin was ashamed and angry when he heard this. He then realized that he had been tricked. He immediately picked up the huge axe and roared. Asshole! Grandpa will kill you. Before he finished speaking, he protected his face with one huge axe and swung the other one to attack. Idiot! Chen Luo sneered, and seemed to move his feet randomly, then he moved to the side and suddenly pressed down his wrist. Whoosh! An arrow flew out, as fast as lightning, and pierced Qing Yaojin's arm directly. Ah! Qing Yaojin cried out in pain, but was also completely furious, and continued to swing his axe regardless of anything. The hearts of the onlookers instantly rose to their throats, and no one knew what would happen next. But in a flash, Chen Luo seemed to be frightened and took several steps back. Immediately afterwards, another arrow flew out and pierced Qing Yaojin's other arm. Clang, clang. Amid Qing Yaojin's screams, the two giant axes fell heavily to the ground one after another. You. Qing Yaojin hung his arms in disbelief. The people of both countries were dumbfounded again. This General Qing failed. How is it possible? Oh my God, is that crossbow so powerful? It never misses a shot. This guy, how can he be so difficult to deal with? He clearly looks weak. If Chen Luo just threatened Qing Yaojin just now, then what about these two moves? Qing Yaojin was a fierce general after all. In a head-on confrontation, he was hit by 2 arrows in succession. The point is, Chen Luo obviously looked a little flustered, so how come he hit the target twice? This guy is so lucky. The expressions of the two people were very interesting. Obviously, no one had expected that he would be able to luckily encounter a dead mouse and actually injure Qing Yaojin. Even Wei Hanxue was a little suspicious. Was it a coincidence that he dodged twice? Or was it intentional? But no matter what, he really injured General Cheng's arms. If he can't lift the giant axe, won't General Cheng become a lamb to be slaughtered? At this moment, Chen Luo stepped forward, raised his finger and pointed at Qing Yaojin's head, and chuckled. Now, are you convinced? The hasty dodge just now was just an act by Chen Luo. It was performed for Qing Yaojin, but actually it was also performed for everyone in dying. Chen Luo knew very well that the Crown Prince and Prince Yu had already hated him, and that Emperor Jing was fickle and unreliable. He could have used a bayonet to kill Lin Pingzhi and Qing Yaojin, but he deliberately chose to use a sleeve crossbow. Because if he handed over the magic weapon, the threat would disappear. But if he himself was too strong, it might arouse the fear of Emperor Jing and his son. After all, in the original owner's memory, the death of the old King Zhenbei was very strange. As a latecomer, Chen Luo must of course please the emperor to protect himself before he can truly gain a foothold. After injuring Lin Pingzhi and winning the fight, Qing Yaojin comes to the door again. Such a good opportunity must not be missed. Qing Yaojin. I ask you, are you convinced? Qing Yaojin was furious, but when he was pointed at by a sleeve crossbow, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. I don't accept it. You are just relying on the advantage of your weapon. Haha, stupid. Chen Luo laughed and snorted, isn't the advantage of weapons the advantage of might Jing? Since you refuse to accept, then experience the feeling of being shot in the head. As he spoke, Chen Luo was about to press down his wrist to trigger the mechanism. Luoer, you can't do that. Chen Luo, stop it. How dare you, you little brat. For a moment, everyone in Wei State was shocked. Even Emperor Jing and others were horrified and spoke out to stop it. But the next moment, the crossbow string suddenly rang. Seeing that Chen Luo was going to kill Qing Yaojin, everyone panicked. Qing Yaojin is a famous general of the Wei State, and an old subordinate of Pingxi King Lin Zhentian. Lin Pingzhi has been seriously injured and disabled. If Qing Yaojin dies again, Emperor Wei and Lin Zhentian will surely be furious. At that time, the wealthy Wei State will certainly take the opportunity to send troops to attack dying. In recent years, Jing State has suffered from constant natural disasters and a depleted treasury, and is simply unable to withstand any major war. The consequences would be disastrous if a war broke out. Therefore, no one in Dying or the Weigua delegation wanted to see Qing Yaojin get into trouble again. But Chen Luo actually triggered the mechanism again. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, thinking it was over and it was too late to stop it. Hearing the loud noise, Qing Yaojin's mind went blank and his body trembled. Under the fear of death, he was so scared that he closed his eyes, his legs went weak, and he fell to his knees. But then, Chen Luo suddenly laughed out loud, raised his eyebrows and mocked, with just this little guts, you still dare to call yourself the devil of the world? Huh? Everyone was puzzled. Qing Yaojin opened his eyes tremblingly and said blankly, I am not dead. I forgot to tell General Qing that my crossbow can only be used 3 times. Look how scared you are. Chen Luo laughed. At this time everyone saw that the crossbow on Chen Luo's arm exploded. It turned out that the sound just now was not the sound of arrows bursting out, but the sound of a sleeve crossbow exploding. This guy did it on purpose, trying to scare Qing Yaojin. And Qing Yaojin, the devil who defended his country, was so frightened that he closed his eyes and knelt on the ground. King Dying and his ministers breathed a sigh of relief, and then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, what a devil, what a Qing Yaojin, but this is all the courage you have. Raise your hands and kneel down like a sage. Young prince is awesome. This move is so awesome. It's so satisfying. A famous general of the Wei Kingdom, but nothing more than that. Life and death all depend on the thoughts of the small town's northern king, haha. The Wei state envoys were filled with extreme shame and anger, and suddenly felt worse than eating a dead fly. This small town Beiwang is so mean. It was actually a murder and a heartbreaking act. How could they humiliate General Qing like this? It's so frustrating and embarrassing. The people of Wei State were so embarrassed that they wished they could find a hole to crawl into. I will kill you. Qing Yaojin came to his senses, and was shaking with shame and anger. His eyes turned completely red and he looked like he was going to fight Chen Luo to the death. Bang. He was about to stand up, but was kicked down by Chen Luo. Chen Luo drew out his bayonet and pointed forward, sneering, "What do you want to do? I'll give you one more chance to organize your words." I. Qing Yaojin's eyes widened and his face flushed red. His hands are injured now, what can he use to kill this damn villain? In shock and anger, he suddenly vomited blood, fell backward and fainted. We won. We won. A big victory. The king of the North Town is mighty. His domineering power reaches the sky. Ha ha ha, you are so talented, wise and brave, you are awesome, little prince. Everyone in Dying cheered and their shouts echoed throughout the training grounds. The people of Wei looked pale and despaired. Only Wei Hanxue was staring blankly at Chen Luo, who was walking towards her with a smile, her heart in turmoil. Princess Hanxue, your country has lost. Your Highness, are you ready to spend the wedding night with me? Chen Luo approached, raised his eyebrows and smiled wickedly. Wei Hanxue pursed her red lips, her eyes flashing. She was right. This guy was no fool at all. He was a man of extraordinary talent, wisdom, and courage. His talent and brilliance are simply the best in the world, making people involuntarily admire and look up to him. However, Weiguo lost and there was no way to take him back to Weiguo. But if I could stay with him, it seems, it wouldn't be bad to stay in Dying. Wei Hanxue was immediately frightened by her own thought, her pretty face turned red and she secretly spat. No, it's not possible. Precisely because he is so dazzling, one must spare no expense and find a way to make him serve the country and make him become his consort. Taking a deep breath, she woke up from her frenzy and made up her mind. Wei Hanxue is still determined to be with this man. Haha, great. Luo'er is great, bring glory to our great Jing country. After experiencing such a great change in mentality, Emperor Jing could no longer sit still and praised loudly. The king of the small town north is unrivaled and a role model for our generation. The ministers of Jing state also shouted loudly. They temporarily put aside their positions and selfishness and were completely convinced by Chen Luo. The main thing is that Chen Luo is so talented, but he didn't show much martial arts skills. It seems that he only won by relying on the advantage of weapons. In addition, he was still frivolous and playful, which made people feel not too threatened. Princess Hanxue, after 7 rounds of fighting, Dying, have won 4. Are you willing to admit defeat? Emperor Jing couldn't wait and asked quickly. Wei Hanxue had regained his composure and bowed, saying, Your Majesty, the king of the north of the small town has awakened and has unrivaled talent. This is a good omen for your country. We, the Wei Kingdom, surrender. Haha, good. You're right. Luo'er's awakening is a sign from heaven. He is my lucky general. Emperor Jing laughed. If that's the case, then princess, don't forget to fulfill our agreement on fighting. Wei Hanxue couldn't help but look at Chen Luo again, her pretty face slightly red as she said, the king of the north of this town is indeed a talented person. Your Majesty, please rest assured. I will report to my father after I return. The salt mine and the horse farm will be delivered in a month. Good. Good. Ha ha ha. Emperor Jing was so happy that he went crazy. With the complete Jieshan salt mine, he no longer had to worry about being controlled by other countries in the salt business. With an entire horse farm, Dying can finally train his own war horses and form a truly elite cavalry. Then I will send people to Jieshan City in a month to wait for Weigua. Your Majesty, I have another request. Wei Hanxue suddenly said, the people from your country who go to hand over the goods must include the king of the North Town. Can your Majesty agree to this? Emperor Jing was in a good mood and said casually, of course. This year's competition was originally won by the king of the north of the town. When the transaction is completed, he should be present to witness it. I agree. In that case, we'll take our leave. Wei Hanxue bowed and was about to leave. Wait. Chen Luo suddenly asked, besides the salt mine and the horse farm, what else is there? Your delegation can leave, but your highness, the princess, you don't have to leave, right? Don't forget. You lose. According to the agreement, the princess must marry this king together with Princess Hanxiang. Wei Hanxue stepped back with a red face. Why is the king of the North Town so anxious? I am a princess after all. How can I be so hasty in my marriage? How about we discuss it in detail in a month after father's approval? Her face was blushing, but her eyes were shining, and it was obvious that she was planning something. Not very good. Chen Luo raised his eyebrows. I seriously suspect that Her Royal Highness the Princess is going to default on her debt. If I let you go like this, wouldn't all my efforts be in vain? Upon hearing this, the ruler and his ministers of Dying frowned, thinking to themselves, I was just praising you for enhancing the prestige of Dying, what do you mean by this? So you won the fight not for De Jing, but just to marry Princess Han Shui. You are such a playboy. Wei Hanxue also blushed and asked in surprise, the king of the North Town is doing this, all for me. And Princess Hanxiang? Chen Luo said with a smile, I've said, I want both of you sisters. You. Princess Hanxue was angry and snorted, you are dreaming. Even if my father agrees, I will never agree. It seems that Her Royal Highness the Princess really wants to default on her debt. Chen Luo frowned and said, it's very difficult for me to deal with this. I can only. Only what? Wei Hanxue showed anticipation when he was about to give up his sister, Princess Hanxiang. Chen Luo laughed, we can only make it a done deal first. What do you mean, Ugh. Before Wei Hanxue could finish her words, Chen Luo suddenly hugged her close and kissed her forcefully. Full of tenderness, fragrant and soft in the mouth. Everyone in both countries was stunned for a moment. Wei Hanxue was caught off guard. The curvy body was immediately held in Chen Luo's arms. The next moment, Chen Luo suddenly kissed her forcefully. Wei Hanxue is crazy. I just felt him hugging me tightly, his red lips pried open domineeringly, and he attacked me unscrupulously. My mind went blank in an instant. This happened in public, this evil villain, how dare he? In shock, shame and anger, Wei Hanxue instinctively wanted to struggle, but soon she found that all her strength seemed to be drained away, her whole body became limp and powerless, and an indescribable strange feeling, accompanied by a pounding heart, spread throughout her body. Your Highness! How dare the evil thief? The ruler and his ministers of Dying were all dumbfounded. They knew that Chen Luo was still a playboy, but they didn't expect him to be so bold and lustful. The people of Wei State were even more furious, their eyes turned red, and they drew their weapons to come to the rescue. Wei Hanxue, who was almost intoxicated, was suddenly awakened by the sound of a sword being unsheathed. She pushed Chen Luo away and staggered back. Her pretty face was red as if blood was dripping from it, and her expression was a complex mixture of anger and shyness. Haha, so soft. So fragrant. Chen Luo put his hands on his hips and laughed, go back and tell Emperor Wei that I will take Princess Hanxiang to my house first, and when you marry here, the three of us will get married. You, how dare you? Wei Hanxue was so ashamed and angry that she could not speak. Why shouldn't I? From now on, you are my, Chen Luo's, woman. I've already kissed you, I wonder if Emperor Wei dares to deny his debt. Chen Luo laughed triumphantly. The people of Wei were furious and filled with grief and indignation. Her Highness Princess Hanxue was actually kissed by this evil villain in public. In this case, if the princess does not marry him, how will she live her life in the future? This evil thief deserves to be killed. Wei Hanshue suppressed her anger and said angrily, You just wait, in a month, I will make you bow down to me. Chen Luo stared at her red lips and smiled evilly. No, when the time comes, the princess will definitely bow down to me, and there is no need to call me your subject. I will just have to trouble the princess to talk more, haha. The outcome will be clear in a month. Wei Hanshue didn't understand what he meant, but she could tell that he definitely didn't say anything good. She turned around in shame and anger, and led the delegation away angrily. She was afraid that if she left too late, she would be kidnapped by this evil villain and taken directly to the palace. The king and his ministers of Jing state were surprised at Chen Luo's audacity, but soon they all showed meaningful smiles. On the parade ground, tens of thousands of people were rejoicing and cheering for a great victory. Haha, great! Pass on my order, our Jing country has won a great victory, take a day off to celebrate. Emperor Jing's old face was full of smiles, and he laughed loudly and said, The Zhenbei king has made great contributions to turning the tide. I reward him with 1,000 taels of gold and 10 hu of pearls. In addition, I allow the Zhenbei king's mansion to reopen the government office. Chen Luo raised his eyebrows. Gold and pearls are both money, at least they can help alleviate the palace's urgent poverty. The most important thing is actually to allow the government office to reopen. Originally, Emperor Jingdi sealed up the Zhenbei palace in the name of discipline, and the palace had to dismiss all its staff and only kept the old soldiers and servants. Now that it can be reopened, Chen Luo can recruit people to manage the palace, and he can also have up to 1,000 palace soldiers. From now on, he will have the power to make decisions in the palace and the territories. As long as he does not rebel, he will be a local emperor. One step closer to gaining a firm foothold. Chen Luo was overjoyed, bowed and said loudly, Your Majesty, thank you for your grace. I dare to ask your Majesty to issue an order to grant marriage to Princess Hanxiang and me first. Haha, approved. Draft an edict. Emperor Jing smiled from ear to ear and agreed readily. Chen Luo was secretly happy, thinking that it was settled, and he would go to pick up Princess Hanxiang and take her back to the palace later. Oh, and there's also Chon'er who has superb physical strength. I think they will be very surprised, right? My carefree life is finally about to begin. We won. Dying won. A big victory. What? How is that possible? How can the Jing win a fight? Absolutely impossible. I heard that Weiguo sent General Li Guang, the devil Qing Yaojin, and even the little Pingxi king Lin Pingji. This is a game that Weiguo is sure to win. The news spread rapidly throughout the city of Kyoto as if it had wings. In the tea houses and taverns on the streets and alleys, countless people were eagerly waiting, and they were either ecstatic or shocked when they heard the news. Wei Hanshue's admirers were still waiting for Chen Luo to be killed on the spot. When they heard the news, they were shocked and refused to believe it. Haha, what's impossible? The town's General Bei's talent is so extraordinary that he even shocked the great scholar Zhuge Liang, the general's teacher of the Wei state, and he kowtowed to him on the spot and became his disciple. What? You said that the young prince is not good at fighting. Don't you know that the young prince turned the tide, blindfolded and killed 10 white-robed soldiers, and seriously injured the young Weiguo master Lin Pingji with 1 arrow? And more, it is said that even the devil Qing Yaojin had both arms pierced by the North King of this small town. He was so frightened that he knelt on the ground, vomited blood and passed out. Ha ha ha, so satisfying. So domineering. The people from the other 6 countries in the crowd were all stunned when they heard this. Is this still the same useless little prince? Isn't he the son of a tiger father, the shame of the god of war Chen Wuwei? Surprisingly, so strong. What about Princess Hanxue and Commandery Princess Hanxiang? Could it be that they really want to stay in Jing country and marry Chen Luo? No way. Princess Hanxiang is a concubine's daughter and has no one to support her, so it's fine for her to stay. Princess Hanxue is the apple of the Emperor Wei's eye, why would she stay to share a husband? Princess Hanxue did not stay, but she was forcefully kissed by the king of the North Town in public, ha ha ha. Everyone in Jing country was so happy that their admiration for Chen Luo instantly reached its peak. What? How dare he? The evil villain Chen Luo, how dare you insult my Princess Hanxue? I will tear him into pieces. Great. Dare to disrespect the king of the North Town. Beat him to death. The city of Kyoto was suddenly in chaos, and countless people of dying who admired Chen Luo began to frantically hunt down people from the other 6 countries. The news was delivered to the state of Wei by carrier pigeon, and the government and the public were outraged. How dare you, you brat! Emperor Wei suddenly smashed the glass cup in front of him and roared madly. Not only did he kidnap the general's counselor and injure Lin Pingji, he also humiliated my General Cheng. He even treated Han Shui disrespectfully and rudely again and again. What a great Emperor Jing, what a great son of Chen Wei. They act like this, and yet they still want my Machang salt mine. Deliver the decree, deliver the decree. Ask the king of Pingxi to return to the capital immediately and bring 100,000 white-robed soldiers to Jiashan city. The palace servant next to him immediately responded, Your Majesty, the Prince of Pingxi has also received the news and is on his way. Very good. Emperor Wei gritted his teeth, if the Jing doesn't give an explanation this time, I will make sure they don't come back in a month. At this time, Chen Luo was swaggering towards the palace villa. In the villa, Princess Hanxiang, who was as pretty as a winter plum, was walking back and forth anxiously, waiting for news. Seeing Chana running back excitedly, her eyes lit up and she hurried to meet her. Chana, you're finally back. How's it going? Is the fighting over? Has that shameless villain been killed? Is Han Shui coming to pick us up? Chana's pretty face froze, and she said hesitantly, Princess, the fight is over, Jingguo won a great victory. Win. That's great. We can finally go back. Wait. Who do you think won? Wei Hanxiue was just about to be happy, but suddenly her body trembled and her smile froze. Princess, the king of the North Town turned the tide and made Jingguo win. Chan Er couldn't help but get excited as she spoke. Jingguo won 4 out of 7 games, and all of them were won by the little town's northern king. What? Wei Hanxiue's face turned pale, and she suddenly felt dizzy and almost fell down. Weiguo lost. He actually lost. How is it possible? This is a fight, how can that evil villain win? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Supported by Chaner, the weak Princess Hanxiang almost began to doubt her life. That evil villain is just a hateful dandy. It's a miracle that he has literary talent. How could he win in a fight? My lady, I have said long ago that with his ability, he might really win the fight. Chan Er blushed and said, How can he be a fool? He is clearly a man of hidden talents. He made a great splash in literary battles before, and later he easily subdued me. When I was in the palace, I heard that even Oyezi, the world's #1 weapon craftsman, wanted to worship him as his master. Wei Hanxiang asked, Chaner, which side are you on? Princess, calm down. I really have never seen such a powerful man. Chan Er said embarrassedly, You don't know, the first 3 questions of the martial arts competition are about military strategy, which were set by Mr. Zhuge Liang himself, and the result is. What was the result? Tell me in detail, or I won't believe it. Chaner's eyes sparkled as she said, In the end, the king of the North Town solved the questions easily. The last question was so shocking that Mr. Zhuge kowtowed and became his disciple on the spot. What? Wei Hanxiang's beautiful eyes opened wide in shock. Not only that. In the subsequent killing battles, Weiguo won 3 consecutive victories and tied the game for a while. Chaner's breathing became a little faster. I never thought that in the final charge, the king of the north of the town would personally take part in the battle. Faced with the Xiapingxi king and 10 white-robed soldiers, he actually thought it was too easy and asked to charge into the battle blindfolded. Oh my god. Princess, just look at how confident and domineering they are. They are Lin Pingji and the White Robe Army. Seeing how excited she was, Wei Hanxiang stomped his feet. Chaner's eyes sparkled as she spoke to herself, in the end, he alone easily killed 10 white-robed soldiers. Afterwards, facing the charging Xiapingxi king, he was able to stand still like a mountain, and finally used a strange weapon called a sleeve crossbow to shoot the Xiapingxi king to death. Wei Hanxiang was stunned, her cherry lips opened wide in shock. The fight was over at this point, but General Qing Yaojin got so angry that he attacked, but he was no match for him and was almost killed. He was so scared that he knelt on the ground, vomited blood, and fainted. "Princess, tell me, how could there be such a perfect man like him in this world, princess?" Wei Hanxiang was already stunned by what she heard. She knew that military strategy was actually a form of calculation, and it was good enough that the guy could win given his unparalleled intelligence. But he actually killed 10 white-robed soldiers by himself. Killed Lin Pingji with 1 arrow. Moreover, he even frightened the devil Qing Yaojin to death. Is he a demon? How can he be so strong? Then, what about Han Xue? Was she forced to stay as well? Wei Hanxiang suddenly came back to her senses. Chan'er's expression was complicated. Princess Han Xue is deeply favored by our Majesty, so naturally no one dares to keep her here. We have agreed to discuss the matter again in a month. It's just that, Princess, it's a foregone conclusion that you'll stay, and Emperor Jing has already granted the marriage. Princess, he is a rare man in this world. Being his woman, isn't it an honor? Not to mention your identity. Wei Hanxiang bit her lips tightly, looking struggling. She had been impressed by Chen Luo's talent before, but later became angry and resentful when she found out that she had been deceived. But now I know that this evil villain is so wise and brave, which is rare in the world. Isn't marrying a man like this 1,000 times better than being sent away as a concubine? This was the ideal husband that she never dared to hope for given her background. In this case, it might be a good idea to stay. After all, both the master and the servant had already been killed by that evil villain. Bang! The small door of the villa was kicked open. Chen Luo appeared with his hands on his hips, but the moment he entered the room he put away all his arrogance and pride, leaving only a faint smile. Chan'er is right. We have talked about this before. Now, I have won both the literary battle and the martial arts battle. Is this enough to win the princess' heart? Wei Hanxiang was startled and subconsciously dodged, but she noticed the changes in him before and after he entered the door. She was immediately surprised and asked, You were just pretending to be arrogant and putting on a show for others to see." Chen Luo raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. Haha, not bad, it seems that Her Highness the Princess is not just beautiful. Very good. I am very satisfied. As he spoke, his eyes were burning as he strode towards the delicate and graceful beauty. What are you going to do? Seeing Chen Luo striding towards her, Wei Hanxiang became flustered. Chen Luo domineeringly put his arm around her slender waist and slid his hand down to caress it. It is a foregone conclusion that you will stay. His Majesty has already issued an edict granting the marriage. I can do whatever I want to you, right? You. Feeling his strength and listening to his domineering words, Wei Hanxiang couldn't help but recall the situation when he pressed her down and beat her before, and her whole body suddenly went limp. Even if Emperor Jing has issued an edict, you and I haven't gotten married yet. How can you be so rude? Besides, you have bullied Chan'er for several days in a row, isn't that enough? Wasn't he rude before? Your Highness, are you jealous of Chan'er when you say that? Chen Luo grinned evilly, leaned over her jade-like neck and took a greedy deep breath. It will take another month for the wedding to be completed. Wait until your good sister comes along. There's no rush. Before that, His Majesty has agreed to let you move to the palace first so that we can have some fun. Besides, how can this king ever be satisfied with pampering such exquisite beauties as you? Wei Hanxiang was stunned, embarrassed and anxious, but a pair of large hands were wandering unscrupulously on her rippling palace dress, causing her breathing to become rapid. Chan'er felt strange when she saw this, and blushed as she said, Young prince, stop. Let go of the princess and come at me. Chan'er is in good health, she can still hold on. Ha ha ha. Since you can hold on, of course we should treat everyone equally. Chen Luo laughed loudly, picked up 2 beautiful girls, one on each side, and carried them into the house. Otherwise, when Princess Han Xue comes, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. The exclamation sounded, and as the door closed, it soon turned into 2 gentle sounds, one after another. The next morning, in Yangju Palace, Emperor Jing threw down the urgent report in his hand and said tiredly, This year is a year of famine, and malaria has broken out in the suburbs of Beijing. Order the East Palace to bring the Imperial Hospital to deal with this matter as soon as possible, and make sure it does not spread any further. By the way, where is Chen Luo? Did he take Princess Hanxiang back to the palace yesterday? Gao Li covered his mouth and laughed. Your Majesty, our little prince, you don't know yet. After the fight ended yesterday, he hurried to the other courtyard and continued his relationship with Princess Hanxiang. He is so carefree. Emperor Jing snorted. Now that he has become wise and brave, how can he still be so out of touch? Go and summon him to the throne. I am very curious about the weapon he used yesterday. Gao Li quickly agreed and left. As an elder beside Emperor Jing, he certainly knew that Emperor Jing was not curious at all. The victory in yesterday's fighting was unexpected. Emperor Jing clearly wanted to confirm whether Chen Luo really relied solely on the advantage of weapons. And, is he really as dissolute as before? Chen Luo was awakened by Gao Li's yelling. He stood up cursing and slapped her beautiful buttocks on both sides. Amid her cries, he got dressed contentedly and went out. He complained to Gao Li all the way with dissatisfaction, but Gao Li laughed even more happily. After all, the small town's king of the north, who is both wise and brave but still a dandy, is what your Majesty is thinking right now. Arriving at the side hall of the Palace of Tranquil Longevity, Chen Luo yawned and saluted. Emperor Jing narrowed his eyes and snorted, no need to be polite. You performed great feats yesterday and it was really hard. Did you have a good rest? Thank you for your concern, your Majesty. I had a good rest, but my waist is a little sore. Chen Luo said with a playful smile. How dare you talk nonsense in front of me? Seeing that he was still like this, Emperor Jing was obviously more at ease, but he pretended to be angry and slammed the table and said, Chen Luo, do you know your crime? Although you won the competition, you kidnapped Zhuge Liang, seriously injured Lin Pingji and Qing Yaojin, and even molested Princess Han Xue many times. Emperor Wei and Lin Zhentian must have been annoyed. Do you know how much trouble this will bring to dying? Here we come. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking that the old emperor was playing tricks on him again. He clearly made a great contribution, but they gave him a sweet reward yesterday and now they are giving him a slap in the face. It was obvious that he was trying to trap the crossbow in his hand. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind, a person who stands out from the crowd will be criticized. How could Chen Luo not understand such a simple truth? He performed brilliantly in the competition between the two countries, and earned the resentment of more than just the Crown Prince and Prince Yu. Also, His Majesty Emperor Jing is wary. In this case, he must not only appear to have no ambition but more importantly, he must be sensible and obedient. I am terrified. I know I was wrong, and I am willing to offer the blueprints of the sleeve crossbow to atone for my sins. Chen Luo did not give Emperor Jing a chance to continue acting and answered directly. Emperor Jing's eyebrows twitched in surprise, and he suppressed his joy and said, Are you really willing to hand over the blueprint of the sleeve crossbow? The fighting is over. What use is there for this crossbow? Chen Luo said seriously, Now, of course I should return it to your Majesty to help the might of our dying soldiers. Haha, great. Well said. As expected of a descendant of the Chen family, your loyalty to the emperor and your patriotism are unmatched. Emperor Jing was overjoyed when he heard this. Chen Luo also smiled with narrowed eyes, thinking that it was just a simplified version of Zhuge crossbow. Look how happy this old emperor is, like a fool. This simplified version of the repeating crossbow can only be fired 3 times at most. Even if it is improved further, it can only fire 5 times at most. The key point is that the range is only 10 steps, and it has little power beyond 10 steps. It seems overbearing but is actually useless. At most it can be equipped to guards, and its effect on real soldiers is very limited. It's worth using this thing to give the emperor peace of mind. Okay, you are thoughtful. Emperor Jing smiled happily. However, besides the overbearing shame and anger, you seem to have another weapon. Chen Luo's eyelids twitched slightly, and he thought to himself, You still want my bayonet to be modified. You're dreaming. Your Majesty. That weapon is too fancy and useless. I often steal things at night, so I have learned the skill of night travel. At that time, I just used this advantage to disrupt the white-robed army and killed them one by one in the chaos. Haha. Emperor Jing laughed loudly upon hearing this. I didn't expect that you, a kid who doesn't do his job properly, could develop such a skill. Okay, leave the sleeve crossbow blueprints behind, quickly go pick up Princess Hanxiang, and go back to your palace to have fun. Don't mess around in the palace anymore, it's disgraceful. I obey your command. Chen Luo smiled, left the drawings, and left in a swagger. As soon as he left, Emperor Jing narrowed his eyes and asked, Gao Li, what do you think? Gao Li bowed quickly and said, Your Majesty, I have thought about it carefully and found that the king of Zhenbei did not have any plan in the killing battle and was even a little panicked. It seems that he really relied on his hidden crossbow and the ability to walk at night blindfolded. He himself doesn't have much martial arts ability. I think so too. That's great. Emperor Jing nodded and couldn't wait to study the drawings. Past. After leaving Yangju Palace, Chen Luo breathed a sigh of relief and called a team of palace servants to help move Princess Hanxiang. Emperor Jing's doubts have been dispelled, so there should be no need to worry in the short term. Next, we just need to be wary of the Crown Prince and Prince Yu. When Chen Luo happily took Wei Hanxue and Chaner back to the palace, the prince's mansion in the Eastern Palace also received the imperial edict. Malaria. You want me to take care of it myself? I won't go. In the competition between the two countries, Chen Luo performed brilliantly, but he, the talented prince, didn't even have a chance to show off. Nowadays, in dying, Chen Luo's poems and bravery are spread everywhere, which makes His Royal Highness the Crown Prince very depressed and unhappy. Your Highness, you have to go on this matter. Sima Yi, the prince's advisor, advised. Let the Imperial Hospital do it. I'm not in the mood. The Crown Prince Wang Hua snorted, I just want to kill that bastard now. How did he suddenly come to his senses? How did he achieve such a great feat? He broke into the palace at night and tried to rape Princess Hanxiang. He should have angered my father and sentenced him to death. In the end, even Weiguo couldn't take him away. This is simply outrageous. No, your Highness must bring your capable men to treat the malaria yourself. Sima Yi's eyes flickered slightly, and he smiled mysteriously, otherwise, how could the Zhenbei Palace be infected with the disease? The king of the North Town is now in the favor of His Majesty. How could he die suddenly if he was not sick? How can we vacate the position of the king of a different surname so that your Highness can recruit people? Hiss. You mean? The prince took a breath of cold air, his eyes suddenly widened, and his eyes shone with strange light. The deserted Zhenbei Palace finally became lively. The competition between the two countries made Chen Luo shine, but it also caused the Crown Prince and Prince Yu to lose a lot of face. Naturally, no one from the civil or military officials came to congratulate, but the arrival of Princess Hanxiang and Chaner finally brought some vitality to this gloomy palace. God has eyes, and the master is in heaven. The old butler Xiahou Dun, holding the box given by Emperor Jing, cried with joy. Chen Luo was confused. Was he happy because he had finally gotten wise, or because of the gold and pearls in the boxes? No matter how you looked at it, it looked like he was just greedy for money. Okay, Uncle Dun, stop crying. Chen Luo's head hurt from his crying. Go and convert this money into silver, pay off the wages we owe to everyone over the years, and buy some food and clothing. We are a royal palace after all, and we are too shabby now. Upon hearing this, Dun Bo cried even louder, and kept shouting that the little prince had grown up and asked the old prince to come back and take a look. Chen Luo was nervous, and didn't want to see Chen Wui's soul return, so he quickly said, By the way, have you paid back all the foreign debts that the mansion has owed over the years? Xiahou Dun shuddered and said in surprise, Really? But these? I'm afraid they are not enough. How much foreign debt does the government owe? Chen Luo was shocked. 1,000 taels of gold and 10 hu of pearls are not enough to pay off the debt. Thanks to you, I owe the Duke of Hugua 3,000 taels of silver, and the Marquis of Pingyuan 5,000 taels. Anyway, we owe almost all the princes and nobles in Kyoto, at least 1,000 taels. Dun Bo complained. In addition, the support from His Royal Highness Prince Ning is at least tens of thousands of taels. Chen Luo felt a headache. No wonder all these gold and pearls were not enough. The original owner owed so much debt, how could he live a happy life as a free and easy prince? Speaking of which, Prince Ning is the only son of his aunt Queen Chen, named Wang Wei. He is the only person in Kyoto who is willing to be close to the Prince of Zhenbei's mansion. This boy is honest and kind-hearted. Although he is very young, he often persuades the original owner to study hard and is often bullied by the original owner. I didn't expect that he would willingly help the palace so much, dear. Young prince, are you going to pay off these debts? Dun Bo asked carefully. Pay it back. Chen Luo said angrily, they are all bad debts anyway. Why should we pay them back when they have cut ties with us? Keep it all for yourself. Use the salary to buy some good food and clothing, and add some more staff to the mansion. Go. Dun Bo said worriedly, it's okay to celebrate, but you should use it sparingly. Don't worry, Uncle Dun. I won't act recklessly like before. Chen Luo said seriously, after I spend all the money, I will find a way to earn more. Don't worry, you will never lack money again with me around. Okay, I'm going to go and deepen my relationship with the princess, don't bother me. Chen Luo turned around and left, but heard Uncle Dun say to the people beside him with great sorrow, alas, the young prince still hasn't changed his habit of bragging. Chen Luo was too lazy to argue with him. He came from another world, so it shouldn't be easy for him to make money. Anyway, just enjoy yourself for a while, there's no rush. Ran to the backyard and deepened his relationship with Princess Hanxiang and Chaner. For several days. After the second round of making love, Wei Hanxiang was already completely conquered. She lay on the bed with a rosy face and had already fallen into a deep sleep. His palms wandered over the silky skin of the two people, and Chen Luo thought to himself that this was life. This land of peace and tranquility is the best compensation for the fighting in the previous life. My lord, please stop teasing me. I can't stand it anymore. Chaner was panting after being hit by him for a few seconds and begged for mercy shyly. If this continues, I won't even be able to get off the bed. How can I serve you and the princess? Please, go out and look for women. Can you let the princess and I rest for a few days? Shocked. You actually made such an impolite request to me. Chen Luo said with a sly smile, no. If you are tired, just chat with me, the pure kind. Then please let go. I can't breathe. Chaner collapsed again, her breathing becoming rapid. Just when Chen Luo was about to pick up his gun and mount his horse again, a loud shout suddenly came from outside the door. Oh no, my lord, the person is dying. Damn it. What are you yelling about? I am doing it. As he spoke, Chen Luo frowned and got off the bed. How dare you, Dongmei, look down on the prince? Chaner heard the maids shouting coming from outside the door and quickly took the opportunity to cover herself. Come in now, I'll let you experience the power of the prince's spear. Chen Luo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He grabbed her hand, put on his clothes and went to bed. This girl is now his die-hard fangirl, and he can't stand it anymore, so he wants to drag the maid Dongmei into this. But Dongmei not only has a loud voice, but is also stout, which really does not meet Chen Luo's aesthetic standards. What happened? Why are you so flustered? Chen Luo asked with a frown when he arrived at the door. Although she was a new maid, she had been specially trained. What happened that made her panic and forget the rules? Your Highness, it's a new kitchen servant. He's having the shiver and is about to die. Malaria. A cold. Go get a doctor. Chen Luo was puzzled. Dongmei didn't know what a cold was, so she just said in a panic, I asked for help, and the doctor said it was malaria. He works in the kitchen. Everyone in the house must be infected. We are all going to die. Uncle Dun is terrified and is trying to find a solution with Dr. Li Shizhen. Chen Luo frowned, but Chaner and Wei Hanxiang in the room were awakened by fright. The master and servant rushed out and said in panic, Dongmei, is this really a disease of abuse? Wow. Dongmei burst into tears. Dr. Li is a famous doctor in Kyoto. He must be right. I said I didn't want to come to the Zhenbei Palace, but my parents forced me to come. Now, I'm going to die. She burst into tears in grief, and Wei Hanxiang and Chaner staggered together, their pretty faces turning pale with fright in an instant. We are no different, Wei Hanxiang said bitterly, we were lucky enough to start a new life, how come we got malaria? It's over, it's all over. Woohoo, little prince, I can't bear to leave you. Chaner was also scared and cried, looking over with tears in her eyes. Chen Luo was stunned. Isn't malaria just malaria? How could this thing be so scary in this time and space? Why are you panicking? With me here, it will be hard for you to die. Chen Luo stopped them from crying. Come on, take me to see it. No. You, don't be reckless. Wei Hanxiang stopped him hurriedly and looked at Chen Luo with a complicated look. Malaria breaks out from time to time in the Seven Kingdoms. It has always killed countless people and is difficult to treat. That servant is new here, maybe he hasn't infected everyone yet. If you go there, you will be infected. As she spoke, her eyes gradually calmed down, and she took a deep breath before speaking again. Dongmei, tell Lord Dun to seal off the palace and the yard where the servants are. No one is allowed to walk around freely. Let Dr. Li do his best to treat the patient. If that doesn't work, we'll try the next best thing. Seeing how organized she was, Chen Luo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, a smile appearing in his eyes. Wei Hanxiang's pretty face turned slightly red, realizing that she had overstepped her authority. After all, she was not yet the princess of this palace. She quickly added, Young prince, do you think this arrangement is a good idea? In addition, we often use mugwort to prevent malaria in Weigua, and it should be effective. Perhaps we can distribute it to each hospital and try it out. Good, very good. Chen Luo smiled with satisfaction. I didn't expect the princess to be so virtuous. I'm lucky. But you really don't need to be nervous. It's just malaria. I have a good remedy. I'll go over and take a look first. Young prince. Wei Hanxiang and Chaner both screamed and wanted to stop it, but they were unable to move, so how could they stop it? Chen Luo strode forward, seemingly not afraid at all. Princess, what should we do? Chaner and Dongmei were both worried and anxious. This guy, does he really think he is a god? Wei Hanxiang was very angry. Although after what happened before and in the past few days, she has been conquered by Chen Luo. But now seeing him being so reckless, she couldn't help but frown. After all, this is malaria, a disease that everyone fears. Even if he is talented, wise and brave, can he cure diseases? If he gets sick and dies suddenly, then the Zhenbei Palace will be finished, and they will be finished too. Wei Hanxiang was very disappointed. Go. Go stop him, don't let him come into contact with the patient. Young prince, why are you here? Please go away and don't come near me. Outside the small courtyard where the servants lived, Uncle Dun and a middle-aged doctor were both wearing veils. Seeing Chen Luo approaching, Dunbo was startled and rushed over to stop him. This is a life-threatening matter, little prince, please go back to the backyard and hide there. Since it's the kitchen servant who got sick, will it be okay if he hides in the backyard? Chen Luofeng said calmly, maybe we have all been infected already. Xiahou Dun was so frightened that he fell to his knees, staring at the one-eyed creature and yelling, pooh, pooh, pooh. The little prince's childish words are careless, and the strong wind will blow them away. Wuji, shit. I am no longer a virgin. Chen Luo was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and looked at the middle-aged doctor. The other party's name is similar to the medicine Saint Li Shizhen in the previous life. He can remain calm in the face of danger and it seems that he has some skills. Dr. Li, what's the situation? Li Shizhen bowed and said, meet the young prince. To reply to your majesty, it has been confirmed to be malaria. The alternating chills and fever is a critical condition. I am afraid. Chen Luo frowned and asked, how did you treat malaria in the past? Li Shizhen was slightly startled, thinking to himself, this dandy little prince not only cares about his servants, but also cares about the treatment methods. His fame has been spreading all over Kyoto recently, and storytellers have spread his poems and deeds of literary and martial battles widely, which are the most popular stories nowadays. What's going on? Has he become enlightened and understood medical principles? Or is he just pretending? Li Shizhen comes from a family of military doctors, so naturally he has a bit of a temper. He bowed slightly and said, there is no malaria without phlegm. The two herbs Changshan and Shuqi have always been used to treat malaria. The medicinal effects of the two herbs are similar, and both have the effect of eliminating phlegm and stopping malaria. If the symptoms are in the upper part of the body, Changshan can vomit them out. If the symptoms are in the hypochondrium, Shuqi can break the dampness and drain the water. However, both are violent and good at expelling. If you are not careful, they will seriously damage your vitality. This patient was discovered too late and is already in critical condition. It is even more difficult for him to withstand the effects of the medicine. Do you understand this, young prince? Chen Luo raised his eyebrows, feeling disliked. You mean, now you can't be cured? What should I do then? Humph. Don't mention it. Since I missed the opportunity and it has become a critical condition, even gods can't save me. Li Shizhen was unhappy and snorted, if others find out, they will definitely seal off the courtyard and set it on fire to prevent the spread of malaria. Please ask the young prince to block the news. Shizhen is willing to guard the courtyard, diagnose and boil medicine through the door, and give it a try. Chen Luo's eyes widened in shock. Are all the people in this time and space so barbaric? It's just a case of malaria, not only do we give up on it, but we also burn it to death. However, judging from the reactions of the crowd, we also know that they are very afraid of malaria. After all, it is contagious, and once it spreads, the consequences will be disastrous. Li Shizhen is a good person, a conscientious doctor. Moreover, Chen Luo remembered that their Li family had once been medical officers of the Zhenbei army and now ran a small clinic. Over the years, he no longer despised the dilapidated palace and regarded it as one of his own. In this case, Chen Luo said directly, saving people is the most important thing. Since you are not sure, just listen to me. Li Shizhen was furious when he heard this, and he jumped up and said, Are you going to do something like arson and murder too? There is a human life inside. If the old prince were alive, he would never give up his soldiers. Li just thought that the young prince had enlightened and could finally be like the old prince, but he didn't expect that he still hadn't made any progress. Damn, why are you launching a personal attack? Quite courageous. Chen Luo said strangely, why are you so excited? Who is going to set fire to kill people? I have a good recipe that can save the handyman inside, do you understand? Uncle Dun, go dig some Artemisia annua from the corner, and I will show you the real miracle cure for malaria. Nonsense. Li Shizhen was furious, what are you digging for weeds for? Are you going to set this yard on fire and kill people? I, Li Shizhen, will never let you do such a cruel thing. Seeing this, Uncle Dun and a group of old servants also bowed and persuaded. Little prince, let's not cause any trouble, okay? It is the job of doctors to cure diseases and save lives. Just leave it to Dr. Li. We in the Zhenbei Palace never give up a single soldier. We can't do things like killing people to stop malaria. Chen Luo was so angry that smoke almost came out of his nose. Who said I wanted to kill people to stop malaria? I'm clearly trying to save people, why don't you believe me? No one believed what Chen Luo said. They don't believe that there is a miracle drug to cure malaria in the world, and they don't believe in Chen Luodong medicine even more. After all, he is just a fool and has only been enlightened for a few days. Even though he showed amazing talent in the competition between the two countries, that has nothing to do with medical skills. They all believed that Chen Luo was going to disregard the rules of the Zhenbei Palace and take human lives lightly. Young prince, please look at these old slaves. Dun Bo and others knelt down and begged, if it weren't for the old prince's sympathy, we would have died on the battlefield long ago. It was the old prince who rescued us one by one and settled us in his palace. Although this servant is new, he is already a member of the palace. Why not let Dr. Li try his best to treat him? Chen Luo said angrily, he can't save her, I said I will save her. Please, young prince, stop making trouble. Human life is at stake. This is not just reciting poetry. Dun Bo and others pleaded again. Shit. Chen Luo couldn't help but roll his eyes. Li Shizhen actually fell to his knees and said with a dark face, please give me a chance, my lord, and try my best. This errand boy probably won't last more than a few days. Why should the young prince break the old prince's rules out of fear? Just when Chen Luo wanted to curse, Chon'er came with Wei Hanxue. What you said is not right. Which is more important, the rules or human life? His life is insignificant. If he causes the whole prefecture to be infected with malaria, How many people will die? I also admire the old Jinbei king's rules, but malaria is fierce, you don't want to harm the entire Jinbei palace. Wei Hanxiang is the princess of the Wei state, so she is naturally quite powerful. Although she is not a princess yet, her aura when she appears on the stage is no weaker than that of the mistress of the house. Chaner, we are not from the Jinbei palace, you do it. This. Li Shizhen, Dun Bo, and others were dumbfounded when they heard this. No one expected that the seemingly weak Princess Hanxiang would be so decisive. And what she did was actually correct. After all, this is how the whole world deals with malaria. Even Dun Bo and others felt that this was the way it should be. After all, the young prince has just come to his senses, and the palace has just said that he will get better, so he can't be ruined by malaria. But the problem is that the Jinbei army's military rules are as strict as the sky, and they really can't do things like killing people to stop malaria. Since it wasn't someone from the Jinbei palace who did this, it seems, it's not impossible. Li Shizhen felt very uncomfortable. He knew that this was the default practice of the world, and he also knew that what Wei Hanxiang said made sense, but he had the heart of a doctor, so how could he accept such a thing? For a moment, he could only worry. Chaner, do it. Yes. Princess. Chaner shouted and went straight to find a torch to set a fire. Wait. Chen Luo frowned upon seeing this. Are you guys treating me like I don't exist? I've said it many times, I want to save him, I want to heal him myself. Who said I want to set fire and kill people? Uncle Dun and Li Shizhen were all stunned, wondering what was going on. Didn't you want to dig up weeds and start a fire? Wei Hanxiang frowned. You are extremely intelligent, don't you know the pros and cons of this? Setting fire to stop malaria is the best solution at the moment, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Chaner, go quickly. Chaner, you are not allowed to go. Chen Luo gritted his teeth and said, I am going to be angry. Don't you two understand what I am saying? Your Highness, Chaner understands. Chaner looked over with her big eyes blinking, can you really save people? Chaner believes in you. My goodness, this girl has reached the point of blindly worshipping Chen Luo. Chaner. Wei Hanxiang stamped her feet in anger, why are you fooling around with him? Princess, the prince is so powerful, maybe what he said is true. Chaner said weakly. You. Haha, great. Chaner is really beautiful, well-behaved and obedient. Chen Luo laughed when he saw this, let's go, follow me to collect herbs. You. No one is allowed to move. Dr. Li, please watch for me. If anyone dares to set a fire, I will beat her butt to pieces. Wei Hanxiang's delicate body trembled, and she stomped her feet again, causing her body to shake continuously. In the palace, everyone was confused. Dun Bo and Li Shizhen then realized that Chen Luo really had no intention of setting fire or killing anyone. But the problem is, he actually wants to treat the patient himself. Isn't this nonsense? What's this about miracle medicine? Who does he think he is, a medicine saint? The expressions of the people who stayed where they were extremely complicated and full of doubts for a moment. Your Majesty, can you really cure malaria? Chaner followed Chen Luoman around the palace and couldn't help but ask curiously. But this malaria, no one in the world can cure it, not to mention that the man is already seriously ill, isn't it impossible for even gods to save him? If the gods can't save her, I can. Do you believe it? Chen Luo slapped her on the face and asked with a smile. Ah! Chaner exclaimed, her face immediately turned red, and she said tenderly, I believe it. Chaner believes whatever the prince says. Haha, Chaner is so good. Found it. Chen Luo suddenly saw the Artemisia annua in the corner and walked forward quickly. Just look for this kind of weeds. Come on, let's separate and pick them. Pick them carefully, only the ones that smell stinky. There are actually two common types of Artemisia annua, one smells bad and the other is very fragrant, and they look very similar. In the past life, there was a Nobel Prize winner in medicine in China who extracted artemisinin from the smelly Artemisia annua, which is a specific drug for treating malaria. The people in this time and space obviously had no idea about the Zhuhaofang, which records the use of artemisinin to stop malaria, and it is impossible for them to know the existence of artemisinin. Chen Luo had seen this kind of Artemisia annua in the corner before he dared to make such a solemn promise, but unfortunately no one believed him. If you don't believe it, then let's talk about the efficacy. Let them see the power of Chinese medicine. Chaner was very confused. It was clearly just a weed in the corner, so why did the prince say it was a miracle drug for malaria? You know, the whole world regards malaria as a tiger, and treatment has always been a matter of luck, and there is no good cure at all. But the prince actually said that this wild grass can cure it. It's hard to understand. Although she couldn't understand, she had already obeyed Chen Luo's instructions and obediently helped to pick the fruits. Soon she had a large handful. She smelled the stench and wrinkled her nose. "Your Majesty, what next?" Then Chen Luo recalled the ancient recipe: a handful of Artemisia annua, soak it in 2 liters of water, and squeeze out the juice. After confirming that everything was correct, Chen Luo prepared to take action. Chaner said first, "My lord, how can you do such rough work?" "Chaner will do it." As she spoke, the thoughtful girl immediately started to take action. On the other side, the servant's weak cry for help floated outside the courtyard. Li Shizhen became extremely anxious after hearing this, but he did not dare to act rashly. Wei Hanxiang looked serious and turned to look at Xiahou Dun. "Uncle Dun, this is your last chance to take action while the young prince is away. If you wait for him to come back and insist on going into the hospital to rescue people yourself, have you thought about the consequences?" Dun Bo's body trembled, and a look of panic appeared in his one eye, and then his face became conflicted. "You are all veterans of hundreds of battles, how could you be more ruthless than a woman like me? If he really has malaria, no one can guarantee that he can be cured. Can Dr. Li guarantee that?" Li Shizhen was about to stop him, but his face suddenly became solemn after hearing what he said. There are many prescriptions for treating malaria in the world, but the effects are mediocre and no one can guarantee that it can be cured. It is precisely because of this that the world has tacitly accepted such a cruel act of setting fire to stop malaria. It is really helpless. Seeing that he was interested, Wei Hanxiang continued, "If something goes wrong, will you be worthy of the old Jinbei king's spirit in heaven? Even if he is lucky enough to be unharmed, what if the malaria spreads throughout the palace and the entire capital? Will Emperor Jing let your little prince go by then? I am not the princess of Jinbei yet. If something happens, I can just go back to Weigua. But can he hide away?" Dun Bo and Li Shizhen both gasped. They didn't expect that Princess Hanxiang, whom the young prince won back, was so smart. In just a few words, the pros and cons of this matter were pointed out. She was right. Once the little prince came back, no one could stop him from entering the yard. By then, it will be a catastrophe no matter what. No. We must kill people and stop malaria before the little prince comes back. Dun Bo and others suddenly became ruthless, like old wolves. They pushed away Li Shizhen, who was still hesitating and prepared to set fire. Chen Luo and Chaner hurried back with a bowl of green grass juice. As I approached the courtyard, I saw that everyone had already picked up dry firewood and was throwing it onto the roof of the courtyard. Uncle Dun held a torch in his hand, gnashing his teeth and ready to throw it in to ignite it at any time. "Stop. Everyone, stop it." Chen Luo cursed loudly upon seeing this, rushed forward, snatched the torch and stomped it out. "Uncle Dun. My words don't work, right? Who told you to set the fire?" Dun Bo fell to his knees and said anxiously, "Young prince, the overall situation is more important. I have figured it out. Even if it violates the Jinbei military regulations, I cannot let you put yourself in danger. Otherwise, if you are infected or the virus spreads, the consequences will be unpredictable." Chen Luo said angrily, "I said I could save you, why don't you believe me? Who gave you the courage to ignore my words?" Uncle Dun and the old servants all lowered their heads in silence and subconsciously looked at Wei Hanxiang. Wei Hanxiang frowned and said with a cold face, "I asked them to do this. King of the North Town, you have shown both wisdom and courage in the competition between the two countries. You have really impressed us. But how can you be so willful and reckless in the face of such a big issue? I really look down on you." In front of so many people, she deliberately spoke very harshly, just to prevent Chen Luo from doing anything reckless. Chen Luo was not angry but laughed, "I acted capriciously. Do you look down on me? Okay, just wait. I'll punish you after I save the people. When Dun Bo and the others heard this, they became anxious and shouted, "Young prince, you can't do this." Even Li Shizhen said anxiously, "Young prince, practicing medicine and saving lives is not a joke, please give me the opportunity. You can't control it even if I give it to you." Chen Luo took the grass juice from Chaner and stepped forward to enter the door. Wei Hanxiang was so angry that she trembled when she saw this. "Chen Luo, stop right there. If this door is opened and malaria spreads, do you know the consequences? Do you want the entire palace to be buried with you, and then let malaria spread to the entire dying Kyoto? You want to die, but I don't. I thought you had a good fate, but I didn't expect you to be so ridiculous." These words are really heart-wrenching. After all, malaria is too terrible for people in this time and space. Wei Hanxiang spoke like this because she was worried. Chen Luo approached with narrowed eyes, but she met him with an angry look, with a stubborn face. Bang! Chen Luo held the bowl in one hand and slapped her with the other. "You dare to speak to me like that? You will be punished by the family rules." Wei Hanxiang's delicate body trembled, but she suppressed her shame and glared at him even more stubbornly. "Hey, you're still not convinced, right?" Chen Luo said with a smile, "Okay, wait for me. Wait for me to rescue the person, and then see if you will obey." "Oh, king of the north of the small town, do you really think you can do anything?" Wei Hanxiang sneered stubbornly, "If you really have such ability, I will bow down to you and obey your orders from now on." "Haha, good." Chen Luo laughed and turned around and said, "Li Shizhen, don't you want to save people? I will give you a chance. Go and give this bowl of medicine to that servant. Do you dare?" Chen Luo thought about it and decided not to take the risk himself. What if the Artemisia annua in this world is unreliable? Wouldn't that be putting yourself in trouble? Li Shizhen is a doctor and knows how to deal with it better, which is just what he wants to do as a doctor. "Young prince, using medicine to save lives is not a joke." Li Shizhen frowned and spoke as he looked at the bowl of grass juice. "Don't talk nonsense. If you don't feed it, I will set it on fire." "Okay, I'll go." Li Shizhen sighed, thinking to himself, just accompany the stupid prince for some nonsense. It's a good opportunity for me to go in and take a closer look at the patient's condition, and maybe think of a solution. Suppressing his anxiety, Li Shizhen held the bowl and walked towards the courtyard resolutely. For a moment, his back actually had a sense of tragic grandeur, like the whistling wind and the cold Ishui River. Everyone watching couldn't help but admire the young prince, as well as feel helpless about his ridiculous behavior. Chen Luo just curled his lips. "Why are you so sad? Soon, I will let you know what a miracle medicine is. Just wait to be spanked sincerely, Princess Hanxiang." "Chaner, how long has the doctor been in there? Why is there still no movement?" Wei Hanxiang frowned, with a look of confusion on her pretty face. Chaner blinked her big eyes and said, "It's been a quarter of an hour, maybe the young prince's medicine has taken effect." "Oh, how is that possible?" Wei Hanxiang sneered, "In my opinion, Dr. Li is probably collecting the body of that man. He can't die." Chen Luo was not panicked at all, and smiled with narrowed eyes. "If he dies, many things will be unclear." "What do you mean?" Wei Hanxiang frowned in astonishment. Then, she seemed to understand something, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of surprise and doubt. After a while, a strange cry suddenly sounded in the courtyard, followed by the sound of footsteps. Everyone instantly tensed up, fearing that the servant might rush out. But then, it was Li Shizhen who appeared. He rushed out like crazy, and fell to his knees at the gate of the yard, looking crazy as if he was frightened. "Dr. Li, what happened to you?" "That person died." Dun Bo and others pretended to block the door and asked nervously. He. Li Shizhen was trembling, as if he was having the fits. "Oh no. Dr. Li has also been infected. Quick, lock the gate." Dun Bo screamed and was about to pull the chain. Chen Luo grabbed him and said angrily, "Die your ass. Listen to what he has to say." Wei Hanxiang dragged Chaner back and said angrily, "Chen Luo. It's already like this, why don't you get out of the way?" "No. I'm fine. The little prince is amazing. Li Shizhen, who was shaking with excitement, finally spoke with an ecstatic look on his face. The servant has recovered and is back to normal. My young prince is amazing. That herb juice is truly a miraculous medicine for curing malaria. My young prince is truly my great Jing medicine king. What? How is this possible? He has malaria, and it's a critical condition. How could there be such a miraculous medicine in the world? Besides, the young prince has never studied medicine. Wei Hanxiang, Dun Bo, and others all widened their eyes in shock, unable to believe it. It's true. He's really not shaking or vomiting anymore, and his pulse has started to calm down. Li Shizhen shouted excitedly, and suddenly kowtowed to Chen Luo. My lord, you are truly the medicine king who has descended to earth. Please give me some medicine to help me eradicate malaria and save countless lives. Wei Hanxiang and others were shocked again. Li Shizhen is a kind-hearted doctor, so it is impossible for him to lie. Could it be that they are all true? Malaria, which is feared by the world, was actually cured by the little prince with a bowl of grass juice. This is too amazing. Is he really a god who has descended to earth? While Wei Hanxiang was shocked, Chon'er jumped up with joy and cheered, young prince is so powerful. Chon'er knew that if young prince said he could save her, he would definitely be able to save her. There really is such a miraculous medicine in the world. This is a great merit that will benefit all people. Li Shizhen also kowtowed again, tears streaming down his face with excitement. That's right. I beg you to teach me how to cure malaria and save the people. For being able to discover such a miraculous medicine, the young prince must have made great contributions to the lives of thousands of people. Chen Luo smiled, a satisfied smile. But then, he suddenly said solemnly, Xiahou Dun, listen to my orders. Uncle Dun was startled and suddenly froze. In an instant, he inexplicably saw a murderous aura from Chen Luo. This aura was very familiar to him and the old servants. This was clearly the aura of a commander issuing military orders. Without thinking too much, Dun Bo instinctively knelt on one knee and growled solemnly, the old slave is here. Give the order to block the news. No one is allowed to get close, and no one is allowed to spread the news. Ah. Dun Bo was stunned, and so were the others, not understanding why this was happening. Chen Luo frowned slightly and said, don't you understand? Understood, sir. I'll arrange it right away. Dun Bo turned around and drew out his sword, starting to block the surroundings. Chen Luo nodded in satisfaction, but he had no intention of explaining. He just turned around and said with a smile, Your Highness, are you convinced? I don't believe it. Wei Hanxiang couldn't believe it. After all, this was too magical. That's malaria, a horrible disease that kills countless people. At this moment, another person walked out of the courtyard. He was a little weak, but when he appeared, everyone was shocked. I am Lu San, a humble man, and I bow to thank the prince for saving my life. Another person came out of the yard. It was the sick servant Lu San. He had just heard what Li Shizhen said. He walked over weakly, knelt down and kowtowed to Chen Luo. The ancients were real. No matter whether it is Li Shizhen or Lu San, they kowtow for real. He banged his head against the ground making a loud bang. It just looked painful. He is the servant. Wei Hanxiang was stunned, and so were Chon'er and the others. After all, Li Shizhen had just said that the other party was in a serious condition with alternating chills and fever and would not be able to hold on for much longer. But this man just looked weak at the moment, how could he be in any critical condition? For a moment, the eyes that the master and servant looked at Chen Luo seemed to be shining with lightning. Uncle Dun and the old servants were all stunned with shock. Their foolish little prince has finally come to his senses and is so awesome. He's like a living god. Chen Luo's eyes lit up as well, thinking to himself that Qinghao was really awesome. Huaxia medicine was really awesome. Drinking a bowl of Artemisia annua juice actually works like a charm. It's amazing. Your Highness, are you convinced now? Chen Luo turned around, raised his hand, and grabbed Wei Hanxiang. This is simply a miracle. How did you do it? Wei Hanxiang didn't dodge. Her body trembled and her pretty face turned red. It was unclear whether she was embarrassed or excited. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, and the look she gave Chen Luo was more than just surprise. But like Chanar, it turned into complete admiration. After all, this is no longer something that can be described as talented, intelligent and brave. Chanar was right, he really was, a rare and extraordinary man in the world. It's like a god descending to earth, he can do anything. Hey! Miracles are plentiful to me. Chen Luo laughed. Don't worry, princess. Just stay with me and wait and see. You'll get used to it slowly. This time, Wei Hanxiang was completely obsessed and convinced. She was convinced and willing to obey him. Your Highness is a god, Hanxiang is so lucky. I wish to follow your Highness from now on and witness all the miracles. Haha, good. That's good. Chen Luo laughed with satisfaction, and grabbed her, causing Wei Hanxiang to cry out and fall into his arms. But at this time, Li Shizhen couldn't wait any longer. He was also extremely surprised when he saw Lu San. He never expected that the effect of the medicine was so exaggerated that it could allow the patient to get out of bed and walk around so quickly. Young lord, there is such a miraculous medicine, why do you want to block the news? Li Shizhen knelt down and said anxiously, please give me medicine to save the people infected with malaria in the world. With this miraculous medicine, malaria is no longer a ferocious tiger. It can save countless lives in the world. This is a great merit. Chen Luo held Wei Hanxiang in one hand and Chanar who came over with the other, hugging them on both sides. Dr. Li, do you really want to cure malaria and save lives? Li Shizhen was also a simple and honest man. He kowtowed several times and said, this is my lifelong wish. As long as the prince is willing to give me medicine, I am willing to pay any price. Great. It's rare that you have such a kind heart. Chen Luo nodded calmly, if you really want to cure malaria and save lives, then get up first, and we'll talk about it later. Li Shizhen was so anxious that he scratched his head, but how could he dare to disobey Chen Luo, who was like a god at the moment? He quickly stood up and went to help Lu San, the handyman who was kneeling beside him. I didn't let him get up. Chen Luo suddenly narrowed his eyes and tried to stop him. Li Shizhen was surprised and said, Your Majesty, he has just recovered from a serious illness and can't bear it. Before he could finish his words, he saw Chen Luo's cold expression and terrifying power. Lu San also felt tremendous pressure and was in a panic. Should I ask, or should you tell me yourself? There were no new servants around, they were all his trusted ones, so Chen Luo simply spoke directly. Lu San trembled with fear when he heard this, and suddenly started to kowtow again. He kowtowed and cried repeatedly, I am guilty. I deserve to die. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Everyone around was stunned again, not knowing what was going on. Only Wei Hanxiang's eyes flashed with surprise, as if she finally figured something out. Get up. While Li Shizhen, Dun Bo, and others were in bewilderment, Chen Luo spoke in a condescending manner. Since you know you are guilty, then tell me, where is your sin? Lu San finally stopped kowtowing and just lay on the ground crying, I shouldn't have concealed my illness and come to the palace to work. What? Dun Bo wanted to draw his sword and chop him up, you bastard. Were you infected with malaria before you came to the palace? You want to kill our Zhenbei palace, I'll chop you up. Lu San was so frightened that he almost peed himself. He shouted in horror, I don't know. Someone gave me a medicine and said that malaria would be cured after taking it. I believed them and was sent to the palace without knowing what was going on. I didn't mean to do that. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Li Shizhen was furious and asked, you mean, someone deceived you and sent you to Zhenbei Palace? Who is so bold as to use such a despicable and vicious method to harm others? This is to harm the Zhenbei Palace and the entire Kyoto city. Upon hearing this, Lord Dun and his old servants were immediately furious. They looked coldly at Wei Hanxiang and Chanar at the same time. After all, this kind of thing, no matter how you look at it, seems to have been done by the other 6 countries, who deliberately wanted to let the dying Kyoto fall. The person who has the grudge against dying recently is of course Weiguo. Being stared at by them, Wei Hanxiang and Chanar's faces changed slightly, and they said anxiously, it can't be Weiguo. The person who did this must be very familiar with Kyoto and the palace. Chen Luo smiled and said, don't worry, I didn't say it was Weiguo who did it. Besides, even if it was really done by Wei Guo, it has nothing to do with you two. After all, you are all in the palace. You are all my people, so I can trust you. Wei Hanxiang and Chaner breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. They were so moved by his words that they threw themselves into his arms. Chen Luo held one in each hand and said calmly, "Uncle Dun, put away your knife and continue asking questions." Only then did Dun Bo and his companions realize that they had misunderstood Wei Hanxiang. They put away their knives with an embarrassed smile, and turned around to kick Lu San. "Even if you were deceived, you must have concealed something. Tell me, where are you from?" Lu San said in panic, "I am actually from Tunchen County in the suburbs of Beijing." "What? Tunchen County?" Li Shizhen exclaimed, "The Tunchen County where malaria is." "I see. I thought everything was normal in Kyoto. How come malaria suddenly broke out in the Zhenbei Palace?" "You are actually from Tunchen County. You are so brave that you actually sneaked out and even entered Kyoto. Do you know that this is a capital crime punishable by the death of 9 generations of your clan?" Lu San was nearly frightened to death and began to kowtow in fear. "Your Highness, please understand. I really didn't sneak out. Someone brought me out. There was malaria in the village, and I was very scared. When I first started to feel the symptoms, someone found me, gave me medicine, and then secretly took me into the city in a carriage." Li Shizhen and Dun Bo were both incredulous and pressed the issue further. Chen Luo waved his hand and said, "Okay, no need to ask, he definitely doesn't know the inside story. Dr. Li, please take good care of him first. This matter is not over yet." After saying that, Chen Luo directly put his arms around Wei Hanxiang and Chaner, turned around and left. Dun Bo asked someone to guard the yard, and then hurried over, saying anxiously, "Young prince, this is a huge matter. It's obvious that there are evil people who want to murder our Zhenbei Palace. Why are you still so calm?" Chen Luo turned around and said, "Lu San doesn't know the inside story, can you guess who did it?" "This. I can't guess. After all, we have quite a lot of enemies." Uncle Dun was embarrassed. Chen Luo rolled his eyes and thought to himself, "You idiot original owner, what a mess you have left for me. Since you can't guess, just wait." Uncle Dun wanted to ask more, but Wei Hanxiang suddenly said, "What the young prince meant is that we should just sit back and wait for the rabbit to come." After all, Lu San was saved. We don't have to worry about malaria anymore. Why panic? My lord, am I right? Haha, it's so white. No, I mean so right. Chen Luo laughed as he looked at the collar of her palace dress. "Oh, you are so bad." Wei Hanxiang covered herself shyly. "My young prince, this is bad. Something big has happened again." Chen Luo was hugging girls on both sides, enjoying being fed grapes by Wei Hanxiang and Chaner, when Dong Mei suddenly came running over crying again. Chen Luo felt a little headache, thinking to himself, "This girl is obviously quite strong, why is she so fond of crying? What's wrong? Don't cry and tell me slowly." Chaner opened the door, and Chen Luo asked helplessly. "Woo, this time it's really over." Dong Mei wiped her tears and said, "A lot of people came outside, holding torches and surrounded us, saying they wanted to set fire to stop malaria. I said I didn't want to work in the palace, but my parents forced me to come. I'm doomed now. What a coward and how dumb he is." Chen Luo was speechless, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "People are coming, this is a good thing. Wow. We are all going to be burned to death, this is not a good thing." Dong Mei cried even louder. "Shut up, stop crying." Wei Hanxiang frowned and said, "The prince has been waiting for the rabbit to come to him. Now that the rabbit has come, it is naturally a good thing. Xiang'er is really big and smart." Chen Luo laughed, grabbed 2 handfuls, stood up and squinted his eyes and said, "You guys can rest in the inner house. I want to go and see who is so despicable and so bold." At the gate of the palace, a large group of soldiers were standing ready with weapons and torches in hand. The leader shouted angrily, "Since you are all veterans, quickly retreat and don't block the road. Once the imperial physician has confirmed the diagnosis, I will give you a decision." Uncle Dun and his old servants held weapons in their hands, some had one eye or were lame or had broken arms, and they looked like defeated soldiers, but each of them had a fierce look in their eyes and a face full of fearlessness and ferocity. Haha, retreat. We old soldiers in Jinbei have never known what retreat means. Uncle Dun stood on the steps holding a knife. His hunched figure straightened up without him noticing, and he spoke with a sneer. Who are you? You are so bold that you dare to surround this place. Do you know that this is the Jinbei Palace? The leading general on the opposite side was riding a tall horse, holding a whip and sneering, "We are surrounding the Jinbei Palace. Someone said that there was a person with malaria here. For the safety of the palace and the entire Kyoto, we are here on the orders of the Crown Prince to investigate. If you dare to stop me again, I will regard it as concealing malaria and plotting evil, and I will kill you without mercy." Dun Bo and the others were shocked. The mastermind behind the young prince and the others turned out to be the Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace. I'll say it again, get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. The other party shouted again, with murderous intent in his eyes. Uncle Dun and the old servants looked at each other, and then took a step forward with a knife, completely blocking the door. Without the emperor's order, even the prince has no right to enter the Jinbei Palace without permission. Dun Bo raised his knife and snorted proudly, "Raise your dog eyes and look. Can't you see the pillar stone of the country written by His Majesty himself?" Ha ha ha, the old King Jinbei was indeed the pillar of the country, but it's a pity that he is no longer here. The other party laughed and said, "As for the palace today, it is nothing more than a bunch of crippled old soldiers and chickens and dogs. Look at yourselves, do you look like a soldier at all? Get out of here right now, or you'll piss yourself." The soldiers around him laughed out loud when they heard this. Those who can enter the Eastern Palace and the Crown Prince's mansion as palace soldiers are naturally young elites who have been carefully selected. They are all arrogant. If nothing unexpected happens, they will be the emperor's guards when the prince ascends the throne. Naturally, they will look down on these old soldiers from Jinbei. We are indeed disabled old soldiers, that's a fact. Dun Bo and the others all looked cold. How dare you call our little prince a piece of shit? Who the hell are you? Kill them. As soon as the word "kill" came out of his mouth, he and the old servants with lame legs and broken arms suddenly threw away their frail appearance, and each of them rushed towards the steps to kill like evil spirits crawling out of hell. There were only a dozen of them, but the troops in front of them had completely surrounded the palace, with more than 100 people in front of the main gate alone. More than 10 people rushed towards more than 100 elite soldiers. They showed no fear at all. They dragged their old bodies with limited mobility and slashed with their swords with red eyes. The soldiers of the Eastern Palace never expected them to be so powerful and retreated in horror. The leading general immediately became angry and shouted, "Looking for death? Do it now. Send these old bastards to hell." When the palace soldiers received the order, they shouted loudly and were ready to surround and kill Dun Bo and his men. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out. "Stop. I want to see who dares to touch my people." Jinbei Palace concealed malaria and did not report it, with evil intentions. The Crown Prince has ordered that the palace be sealed and investigated. Anyone who dares to stop or resist will be killed without mercy. Charge. Kill them. The ashamed and angry generals of the prince's palace soldiers roared, raised the flag, and were ready to draw their swords and kill Dun Bo and his men. "You bastards, you are the ones who want to harm the young prince in our Jinbei Palace. I'll kill you." Dun Bo and his men roared, their eyes red, but they did not retreat, they just rushed forward to kill them. The battle is about to begin. At this moment, with a murderous roar, Chen Luolong appeared proudly with the steps of a tiger. "How dare you? You even dare to touch my people? Protect the young prince." Upon seeing this, Dun Bo immediately gave up the charge and called on the old servants to return to defend Chen Luo. Upon seeing this, everyone in the East Palace retreated cautiously. After all, in the previous fight between the two countries, Chen Luoka had just demonstrated his prowess. Although it is rumored that he relied on his wisdom to kill the White Robe army and relied on the advantage of his weapons to defeat Lin Pingji and Qing Yaojin, it is still quite intimidating after all. The general of the East Palace looked at Chen Luo's sleeves warily, and bowed slightly, saying, "Jinbei King, we are here on the orders of the Crown Prince to investigate the matter of Jinbei King's mansion concealing malaria. For the safety of the palace and the entire capital, please ask the prince to let the imperial physician go in and check it out. Oh. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes, pushed Dun Bo aside and took 2 steps forward. Did the prince ask you to investigate? Then the prince ordered you to lead the troops to surround my Jinbei palace, and you spoke without restraint and looked down on everyone, and even wanted to attack the old soldiers in my palace. This. The general hesitated, feeling that this was a trap waiting for him to jump into. He snorted, of course not, it's just that they refused to cooperate, so we. Chen Luo suddenly raised his hand, and with a hissing sound, a short arrow suddenly flew out. The general was caught off guard, and when he wanted to draw his sword to block, it was too late. With a puff, the short arrow pierced directly into his shoulder, and blood flowed out instantly. Ah! The general of the Eastern Palace cried out in pain and almost fell off his horse. General! The soldiers of the Eastern Palace were also startled and rushed forward to support him. King of the North Town! How dare you sneak attack me? The general covered his wound and was furious. Are you going to disobey the Crown Prince's order and refuse to cooperate? Everyone knows I have a hidden crossbow, how can this be called a sneak attack? Chen Luo's face was indifferent, and he raised his foot and stepped forward again. I haven't seen the prince, so how do I know whether he has given the order? Perhaps, it is you who are rebelling under the banner of the Crown Prince. Before he finished speaking, Chen Luo suddenly raised his hand again, and another sharp arrow flew out. The soldiers of the Eastern Palace were horrified and raised their shields to block. Boom! The short arrow pierced directly into the shield, penetrating 3/4 of the way. King of the North Town, are you crazy? The general was terrified and quickly jumped off his horse and hid in the crowd, yelling. Do you know the consequences of hiding the truth about malaria? You refused to cooperate and even injured others. You must be guilty. If you don't let the imperial physician investigate, I will just set fire to stop the malaria. Let me paralyze you. Chen Luo sneered and suddenly rushed forward. After all, those palace soldiers were just palace soldiers. How could they dare to stop him, the great king of Jinbei? For a moment, they were so scared that they pushed away to the left and right. Chen Luo rushed directly to the general, raised his hand and put the sleeve crossbow against his forehead. I'll give you another chance. Tell me, who asked you to come? If you dare to bite His Royal Highness the Crown Prince again, I will blow your head off. The officer panicked and turned pale with fear. He thought this was a good opportunity to make a great contribution, but he never expected it to turn out like this. Does the king of the north in this small town dare to kill anyone? Of course he dared. This guy has always been lawless, but he dared to molest the princess of Weigua in public many times during the competition between the two countries. He is a madman. The general was completely panicked, feeling that his head was about to be blown off by this madman at any time. His identity as the general of the Eastern Palace had always allowed him to do whatever he wanted, but now it didn't work. Tell me, who asked you to rebel? As the Eastern Palace soldiers were frightened, Chen Luo pointed his sleeve crossbow at the general's forehead and spoke in a cold voice. My patience is limited. Speak quickly, or you will die. The general was terrified and fell to his knees, screaming in panic. We are not rebelling. It was really His Royal Highness the Crown Prince who ordered us to come here to investigate malaria. The Imperial Hospital can testify, and the Crown Prince can testify for us, too. The sharp arrow flashed a cold light, which almost scared him to death. How could he dare to be as arrogant as before? My young prince, please don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. Everything I said is true. Oh, I don't believe it. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes and said, when did His Royal Highness the Crown Prince take charge of malaria? How come I don't know? You must be lying, Uncle Dun. Beat him. Beat him until he admits to rebellion. The eyes of Dun Bo and others lit up, and they all rushed over with a roar. The general was not stupid either, and he immediately understood that Chen Luo did it on purpose. It was obvious that they were deliberately trying to deal with him, and then let Xiahou Dun and other old soldiers take revenge for what happened just now. This guy is a prince, but he is so vindictive. The key point is, he knew very well that they were soldiers from the Eastern Palace and they would not and dared not to falsely convey the prince's order. This is clearly a deliberate attempt to accuse him of rebellion in order to force him to confess and to drag the Crown Prince into the water as well. How despicable! How insidious! You dare, ah! His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will not let you go, ah! His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, help me! Dun Bo and his men were really ruthless and soon beat the general to the point that he screamed in pain. Seeing that he was quickly becoming a nobody, Chen Luo waved his hands and said, "Forget it, you're refusing to admit it, right? Then I'll send him off." As he spoke, Chen Luo once again raised his sleeve crossbow amid the horror of the palace soldiers and imperial doctors beside him. I didn't rebel. It was really the prince who asked us to come here, woo-woo. You dare to come to Zhenbei Palace to act wildly, and dare to bite the prince. Go to hell, bastard. Chen Luo sneered and prepared to press down his wrist. Stop. Chen Luo, stop it. At this moment, a horse rushed over quickly, and the prince lifted the curtain of the carriage and shouted from a distance to stop it. The general was overjoyed and quickly shouted, "Your Highness! Save me, Your Highness! The king of the north of the town wants to kill." Ugh! Puff! The mechanism made a piercing sound, and the general's words came to an abrupt end. His eyes widened in horror, and a blood hole as thick as a finger appeared on his forehead. The sharp arrow has already penetrated into it. The people around were stunned and turned pale with fear. Chen Luo. You are so brave. When the carriage rushed to the front, the prince jumped down hurriedly and roared angrily. Didn't you hear me telling you to stop? How dare you shoot my officer in front of me? Crown Prince Wang Huo was almost going crazy. He never expected Chen Luo to be so bold. In front of him, all the palace generals were killed. Who would dare to work for him wholeheartedly in the future? Oh my! Look at what's happened. Chen Luo also looked frightened, and said bitterly, "Your Highness the Crown Prince. It's all your fault. If you hadn't suddenly rushed out and yelled, my hands would never have been shaking. Everyone in the palace knows that I am a coward. I tremble when I hear thunder. Your Highness, you have killed your beloved general with your own hands." The surrounding soldiers were dumbfounded again, but Dun Bo and others were trembling with fear. They knew very well that the young prince did it on purpose. They wanted to laugh but had to hold it back, thinking that the young prince was so bad. You. The prince was shaking with anger. This general was the most trusted member of the army whom he had cultivated with great difficulty, yet he died so easily. Chen Luo. Stop trying to make excuses. It was you who shot and killed my beloved general on purpose. I will never let you go. I will report you to my father and punish you for all your crimes. As he spoke, the prince's eyes flashed. The death of the general was not completely worthless. After all, his death added another charge to Chen Luo. This is not bad. It will be easier to kill this bastard later. The prince's expression changed and his eyes were uncertain. Chen Luo slowly adjusted his sleeves, narrowed his eyes and smiled. What are you talking about, Your Highness? What do you mean by multiple punishments? This man led his troops to besiege the Zhenbei Palace without authorization, threatening to set fire and force his way in, intending to rebel. After being discovered by me, he actually said that it was Your Highness who ordered it. How despicable he is. I helped Your Highness to eliminate the traitors. Shouldn't Your Highness thank me? The Crown Prince Wang Huo shuddered and said angrily, You are talking nonsense. I am handling the malaria issue in the name of my father. I received news that someone in the Zhenbei Palace has malaria, so I ordered him to bring the imperial physician to check it out. Is there any problem? The person with malaria is still in your house, and you still want to quibble. How could the emperor listen to your nonsense? Chen Luo continued to smile with narrowed eyes. Oh. So, it was really arranged by His Highness. The prince's heart trembled, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. He frowned and asked, What do you mean? Hearing the word arrangement, he couldn't help feeling a little guilty. It doesn't make any sense. Chen Luo said calmly, since it was His Highness who asked him to bring the imperial physician to investigate, then, was His Highness's intention that he led his troops and held torches to besiege the Zhenbei Palace? The prince's eyelids twitched, and he said angrily, I was just afraid that malaria would spread, so I asked him to lead people to block the surrounding area. When did I ask him to attack? Don't frame me. I didn't frame him. Chen Luo laughed. Your Highness might as well ask your palace soldiers and imperial doctors to see if he gave the order to attack. The prince's face trembled and he gritted his teeth secretly. Hearing this, he actually had a rough idea of what was going on. After all, the Zhenbei Palace has been in decline for too long and has long lost its former majesty. The general brought people here. He must have not taken the people in the palace seriously, so he acted arrogantly and prepared to take them down in one fell swoop. But in the end, Chen Luo has become difficult to deal with now that he has come to his senses, and that's why things have turned out like this. In this way, there is no way to make an excuse for the death of the general. The Eastern Palace was originally the head of the civil officials and had little power in the army, but now he has sacrificed one of his few beloved generals in vain. The prince hated Chen Luo so much that he wanted to kill him immediately. Okay. Just assume that he acted inappropriately, and that you killed him accidentally. Let's put these aside for now. The prince gnashed his teeth and said in hatred, now, I will thoroughly investigate the malaria issue in the Zhenbei Palace. Send the imperial physician in to check immediately. Wait. Chen Luo stopped the doctor and raised his eyebrows. Who told you about this, Your Highness? We don't have many people in our palace, and we rarely interact with the outside world. How could someone get infected with malaria for no reason? Your Highness, I'm afraid you are mistaken. If you want to investigate and deal with malaria, shouldn't you go to the Tunchen County outside the capital? The prince's pupils shrank slightly, and he felt that Chen Luo was hinting at something. But now that things have come to this, he can no longer care about so much. Furthermore, it was already a certainty. How could he be allowed to make excuses and escape with such a great opportunity? Humph. I came here from Tunchen County. The prince snorted coldly. I have verified in Tunchen County that a villager named Lu San was infected with malaria, but he escaped before the blockade and sneaked into the city. I had people search hard and finally confirmed that he entered the Zhenbei Palace to work. Does the king of the North Town want to hide it? Do you know the consequences of hiding it? After he finished speaking, the prince was surprised to find that Chen Luo and the old servants in the palace remained calm. It's strange, shouldn't they be panicking? Shouldn't they be panicking? How can you be so calm? What else? Chen Luo raised his eyebrows and asked, Uncle Dun, among the new servants in our mansion, is there anyone named Lu San? Dun Bo blinked and said, there is a guy named Lu San who can cook and took the initiative to go to the kitchen to do odd jobs. But he said he is from the capital, not from Tunchen County. That's him. It's Lu San who can cook. The prince was overjoyed and sneered. He actually went to work in the kitchen of the palace. I'm afraid that everyone in your palace has already been infected with malaria. Someone. Seal all the gates of the palace immediately. No one is allowed to leave without permission. The soldiers of the Eastern Palace responded with a roar and blocked the palace again. Then Lu San has malaria. Is it that scary? Chen Luo pretended to be panicked and rushed to the prince. Your Highness, if we are all infected, what should we do? Don't come near me. The prince quickly dodged and snorted, if I'm infected, of course I have to seal off the palace. King of the North Town, from now on, it will depend on whether you are strong enough. Oh, what shall I do? What shall I do? Chen Luo looked frightened and anxious. Your Highness, if the lives of our royal family are strong enough, will everything be fine? The prince snorted, malaria is like a tiger. Even with timely treatment, only 2 or 3 out of 10 can be cured. Even if you are lucky enough to survive, if there is malaria in Kyoto again, it must have spread from the Zhenbei Palace. Then you will be the culprits, and your crimes will be unforgivable. Father will definitely punish you severely. Chen Luo nodded and smiled suddenly, so it's a series of traps. How clever. The prince frowned and said coldly, at this point, you can still laugh. Chen Luo said in a low voice, this is too unlucky. Your Highness, do you think there is a traitor who wants to harm me? The prince's expression suddenly changed. Stop talking nonsense. Who dares to harm others with such a thing? It's obvious that you became wise and acted recklessly, and you didn't discipline your subordinates, which led to this disaster. Who can you blame? Oh, right. Chen Luo nodded. It seems that unless no one in my house has malaria, there is no way we can escape this disaster. The prince almost laughed out loud, but he suppressed his laughter and said, "Humph. It's good that you know. Bring the imperial physician in for diagnosis immediately and wait for the results. This is an unsolvable situation." In the eyes of the prince, Chen Luo is dead. After all, he was sure that Lu San was infected with malaria. Judging from the time of death, he must be seriously ill and no god can save him. We can just seal off the Jinbei Palace and give some medicine to pretend to treat him. It won't be long before he hears the news of the death of the northern king of his town, right? Even if he really survives, malaria will reappear in Kyoto and cause panic. After my father found out, he investigated and concluded that it was someone from the Jinbei Palace who secretly escaped and spread the news. In this case, Chen Luo will die sooner or later. After all, malaria was too fierce. Emperor Jing almost died from it once, so he was extremely afraid and hated it. The prince's wishful thinking was going on, and he couldn't help but start thinking about which generals in the army he could win over with the title of king of a different surname. Imperial physician, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and get in and diagnose. Yes, Your Highness. The imperial physician bowed and looked over. At this moment, the fear on Chen Luo's face disappeared, and he said with a faint smile, "No need to trouble the imperial physician to go in. Uncle Dun, go and bring the person out." The prince was surprised and asked, "Chen Luo, what do you want to do? Do you want to infect me with malaria?" Chen Luo smiled and said, "Don't worry, Your Highness. The Lu San you mentioned is fine." "What? How is that possible? I am sure he has malaria." "Unfortunately, I'm also sure he's fine. We'll know exactly what's going on once we see him." The prince frowned, suspecting that Chen Luo was not aware of the situation. But the question is, how come even the old servants look so calm? Then Lu San must be seriously ill. Could it be that the people in Jinbei Palace haven't discovered it yet? In this way, it would be easier to push the blame onto the entire Jinbei Palace. God is really helping me. The prince's eyes lit up and he said no more. He asked everyone to step back and wait for Lu San to come. The imperial doctors were all acting as if they were facing a great enemy. They covered their mouths and noses, sprinkled medicine powder, and were ready for battle. Not long after, Dun Bo appeared with Lu San in a swagger. Seeing such a big scene outside, Lu San was so scared from afar that he began to tremble and looked like he was having the hiccups. The prince's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he shouted, "He is clearly having malaria. Chen Luo, you still dare to say that he doesn't have malaria? What is your intention?" Chen Luo smiled, turned around and said, "Lu San, what are you afraid of? With me here, what are you afraid of? Haha, he has the alternating chills and fever of malaria, it's not just a word from you, eh?" The prince laughed, but before he could finish his words, his eyes suddenly widened. The palace soldiers and imperial doctors beside him also widened their eyes in surprise. Damn it! Lu San actually stopped shaking all of a sudden. Could it be that the mouth of the little town king of North was blessed? Is it so magical? In front of the palace gate, the prince and others were all dumbfounded. They were sure that Lu San had malaria, and they also clearly saw him approaching with shivers. But why did he really stop shaking when Chen Luo told him not to? Can you control malaria yourself? You must be kidding. He has severe malaria. There is probably no cure and he won't survive for more than a few days. How come he suddenly stopped shaking and looked quite energetic? The prince and others were all stunned. Chen Luo smiled and said, "Your Highness, look at him. How does he look like someone with malaria?" The prince's face trembled, and he turned his head and glared, "Imperial physician. Come forward and diagnose." The imperial doctors were also surprised. They looked at each other and couldn't help but come forward curiously. After all, this man doesn't look like he has malaria, let alone a serious case. Seeing that he was just a little weak, the imperial doctors were not so scared anymore and they all wanted to diagnose him quickly. As a result, they took action one after another, and then expressed surprise and doubt. Why is this happening? How strange. This pulse seems to be a case of recovery from malaria. Shouldn't the disease be so severe that it is incurable? Are you Lu San? The imperial doctors were full of doubts and kept whispering to Lu San. The prince was waiting outside the door, and when he got impatient he asked angrily, "What are you doing?" "He is a person with malaria, not a treasure. How dare you surround him like this for so long? You are courting death." "No, Your Highness." The old doctor in charge was full of doubt and turned around and said, "This person is not suffering from malaria at the moment." "What the hell?" The prince almost jumped up when he heard that. He glared and said, "Absolutely impossible. What do you do for a living? Examine me again. Examine carefully." The imperial doctors had no choice but to continue their diagnosis, and all turned around and said, "Your Highness, he really doesn't have malaria. To be precise, he has just recovered from malaria and is now fully recovered. Naturally, he will not infect others." The prince was dumbfounded and stunned. "He's fine. Shouldn't he be seriously ill? How could he suddenly get better? You old fellows, are you deliberately teasing me?" The old doctors were startled and knelt down in fear. "I dare not." "But, he has indeed recovered from malaria." "Yes, Your Highness, this kind of pulse condition cannot be mistaken by us." As imperial physicians, they never dared to get involved in court struggles or speak nonsense. Recovery means recovery. If you dare to talk nonsense and get denied by others, you will lose your job. How is this possible? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The prince was so angry that his nose was about to smoke and he growled through gritted teeth. Although he was the crown prince, he only liked to write poetry and had no knowledge of military affairs. It was not a problem in the past few years, but in recent years, the border has been in turmoil and Emperor Jing has paid particular attention to it, which has allowed his second brother, Prince Yu, to take advantage of the situation and rise. If this continues, his position as crown prince might be in jeopardy. That's why he was so anxious and wanted to seize the opportunity to get rid of Chen Luo. After all, as long as something happens to Chen Luo, he will be able to hold the title of king of a different surname in his hands. By then, naturally, generals who are jealous of this prince will come to join him. Why would he need to worry about military affairs anymore? This time, what a perfect plan, what a good opportunity. It seemed like we were about to finish the job, so how could something go wrong again? Who would have thought that this critical patient would actually recover? Is the Jinbei Palace a den of monsters? Can this be cured? I want to ask you. He has been away from Tunshan County for several days. Shouldn't he be seriously ill? The prince, with red eyes, asked the people in the imperial hospital, "Has anyone in the world cured severe malaria? Has anyone?" "Your Highness, this seems to have no precedent." The doctors replied cautiously, "It's a severe case of malaria. I think medicine is ineffective and no one can save him." So, maybe Lu San had been cured of malaria when he entered the city. The prince's face trembled, as if he was thinking of something. Chen Luo winked at him, and Lu San was also smart, so he quickly shouted, "Yes, yes, yes. I drank a dose of medicine when I was brought into the city, so it should have taken effect later and I was cured." "Ah. In that case, the medicine you drank is not simple." Chen Luo laughed and said, "The person who gave you the medicine is your savior. Come out and see if he is nearby." Lu San couldn't keep up with the train of thought, and after being kicked by Dun Bo, he quickly got up and ran out the door. When the prince saw this, his expression suddenly changed. When the prince saw Lu San running out, panic flashed in his eyes. "Since he has recovered, there is no need for me to seal off the Jinbei Palace anymore." The prince flicked his sleeves and snorted, "In that case, I'll take my leave." Things have come to this point, the plan has completely failed, and he is afraid that if he stays, more trouble will arise. "Your Highness, don't be in a hurry to leave." Chen Luo's eyes flashed slightly, and he shook his sleeves to reveal a sleeve crossbow. "You. Chen Luo. What do you want to do? Threaten me?" The prince was shocked and angry. "Haha, Your Highness, you are joking. We are cousins. I want to invite my cousin to visit us." Chen Luo spoke but had no intention of putting away his sleeve crossbow and moved closer step by step. "You. How dare you?" The prince had seen the power of the sleeve crossbow and was so frightened that he dared not move. Chen Luo turned around and winked. Dunbo immediately took up his sword and took Lu San with him to look for someone among the soldiers of the Eastern Palace. Ah. It's him. She was the one who gave me the medicine and took me into the city. How did he die? Lu San suddenly cried out, pointing at the palace officer who died with his eyes open, his voice trembling with fear. Chen Luo's eyes lit up and he squinted and said, Lu San, are you sure? It must be correct, Your Majesty. I guarantee it with my life. Lu San was very sure. Chen Luo nodded slowly, turned to look at the prince and said, That's right. Since he is my lifesaver, how could I admit my mistake? Your Highness's East Palace is really full of talented people. A lieutenant general in the palace actually has a prescription for curing malaria. It's not easy. The prince was sweating profusely. I was recognized, and now I'm in trouble. In this way, it was naturally believed that his people let the malaria patient escape and brought him into the city and sent him to the Zhenbei Palace. If this crime is brought to my head, my father will surely be furious. After all, because of the way state affairs, the emperor is now very fond of Chen Luo. What should I do? What should I do? Under Chen Luo's smiling gaze, the prince was very panicked. Suddenly, he had an idea and said with a sad heart, So that's how it is. It turns out that he has a good cure for malaria. What a pity that my beloved general was killed innocently, and even the cure for malaria was lost with him. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, This bastard, his reaction is quite quick. You actually want to take this opportunity to bite me back. You're dreaming. Yes, yes. Your Highness is now in charge of dealing with malaria, but your subordinates are hiding a good remedy without your knowledge. Moreover, this guy cured the people in Tunchen County, but secretly brought them into the city and arranged them in my house. What is his purpose? Your Highness, can you explain it to me? Ah, this. The prince was stunned. He wanted to bite Chen Luo, but his teeth got stuck again. This. I really don't know. Chen Luo walked over with a smile and kicked the lieutenant general's body. Then he narrowed his eyes and smiled, Since your Highness is unaware of this, the only possibility is that he must be a spy for the Wei Kingdom. I specifically found Lu San, who was supposed to die of illness, and planted him in my palace to gather intelligence. Your Highness must have discovered his identity and deliberately used me to eliminate him, right? Your Highness is very wise. That's right. That's right. That's exactly it. The prince's expression changed drastically. He quickly weighed the pros and cons, then clapped his hands and laughed. My cousin is really smart. You guessed it all. Ha ha. I admire you. Your Highness is too kind. Your Highness is still better. I admire you very much, ha ha. The two knew the truth, but they both tried to hide it. But in reality, Wang Huo was so angry that he almost vomited. The malaria plan failed, and he couldn't even avenge the murder of his beloved general. He had to hold his nose and accuse the lieutenant general of being a spy. In this way, it will be even more difficult to recruit military generals in the future. At this moment, Chen Luo suddenly came closer. Your Highness, the matter between the lieutenant general and my mansion has been resolved, but Your Highness, you still have to be careful next time. The prince frowned in confusion. Chen Luo laughed softly and said, After all, Lu San had not yet fully recovered when he was sent here. He came to the palace through a dental clinic after entering the city. If the dental clinic had given the infection to the dental clinic. Hiss! The prince suddenly shuddered, and instantly his face was filled with fear and his whole body was cold. The prince was scared away. He took the palace soldiers and the imperial physician with him, and ran away as if he had seen a ghost, rushing to the dental clinic. After all, the dental clinic was causing trouble and many people were coming and going. If someone is really infected by Lu San, wouldn't the entire Kyoto be in danger? By then, things will be disastrous, and once they are investigated, it will definitely be his responsibility. After all, Emperor Jing had repeatedly warned that malaria must not be allowed to spread from Tunchen County. If it really spread to the capital, he would be doomed even if he was the crown prince. Haha, done. Go back home and close the door. Watching the prince leaving in embarrassment, Chen Luo laughed heartily and told everyone to go back. Young prince, it's obvious that the Eastern Palace did this, why don't you take this opportunity to complain to His Majesty? Back in the courtyard, Dunbo asked in confusion, in recent years, the East Palace and Prince Yu's mansion have always disliked you. Isn't this a good opportunity for revenge? Chen Luo couldn't help but think of the time when he came out just now and saw them charging forward fearlessly, and he sighed in his heart. He couldn't help but sigh, Uncle Dun, you are good in everything except that you are too reckless. If I hadn't come out in time, would you really have fought with the Eastern Palace soldiers? Why not? Dunbo glared and said, we old soldiers from Jinbei have never known what cowardice is. Even if it's just a dozen of us crippled old soldiers, we will definitely beat them to a pulp. The other veteran soldiers around shouted in agreement, and it seemed that they were really not afraid. Chen Luo was very impressed and said helplessly, okay, you guys are awesome. Then what? Then you get besieged and hacked to death. Remember, the Jinbei Palace is different from before. You can no longer rush in recklessly when encountering things. It's the same logic as before. Even if we know that it was the Lieutenant General who did it, so what? If we bring this to the Emperor, will he severely punish the Crown Prince? No. He will only push all the blame onto the dead Lieutenant General, and will still hold a grudge against me for suing the Crown Prince. Dunbo and the others all widened their eyes. Chen Luo walked slowly inside with his hands behind his back and continued, so don't be impatient, let the bullet fly for a while. Next, let them worry about it. We should take the opportunity to make money quietly. That's the hard truth. After Chen Luo walked away for a long distance, Uncle Dun and the others suddenly realized what was going on and cried out in surprise. Oh! So that's what it means. It has to be our little prince. He has a long-term vision. Young prince is so awesome. But why did he take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune? I don't know. Chen Luo thought to himself, your reaction time is really long. If you don't flatter me, I will leave. Obviously, it is unrealistic to expect them to really figure it out. However, he was quite moved by the loyalty and bravery of these old soldiers. With such subordinates around, the next things will be much easier. Without further ado, Chen Luo went directly to the study and summoned Li Shizhen alone. If he doesn't see him again, this future famous doctor will probably be very worried. After entering the study, Chen Luo's eyelids trembled violently, only then he realized that everything here, from the paintings on the wall to the books on the table, were almost all erotic pictures. All the serious books such as military books were thrown onto the bookshelf by the original owner and were already covered with a thick layer of dust. It's unbelievable. Chen Luo gritted his teeth, feeling heartbroken, and began to criticize. Young prince. Please teach me, please give me medicine. Li Shizhen came running over and started kowtowed as soon as he entered the door. After he finished kowtowing, he looked up and was stunned. It was already this late, and the little prince was still looking at these frivolous things. Oh, by the way, the young prince has a magic medicine to cure malaria, he is simply the reincarnation of the Prince of Medicine. That's all right. Chen Luo put away the albums one by one without changing his expression, planning to return to the backyard and criticize them with Xiang'er and Chaner. Get up, sit down and talk. Chen Luo spoke lightly, leaning back on the comfortable couch. Li Shizhen refused to get up, and knelt on the ground again and said, I beg you, young prince, to give me some medicine. Seeing how stubborn he was, Chen Luo said with a smile, Dr. Li, didn't you look down on me before and laugh at me for not knowing medical knowledge? Upon hearing this, Li Shizhen started to kowtow again without saying a word, even harder. Stop, stop, stop. I surrender to you. Do you have a head made of iron? Get up quickly. Chen Luo just said it casually, but he didn't expect Li Shizhen to react so strongly. Obviously, he was afraid that Chen Luo would bear a grudge and refuse to give him medicine, so he knocked him down so hard. Chen Luo was really impressed. He felt that although this guy was a doctor, he was also stubborn and fearless. Are all the former members of the Jinbei army so tough? Even the military medical officer is like this. Li Shizhen raised his head and his forehead was red and swollen. Chen Luo didn't dare tease him anymore, so he waved his hand and said, Go to the wall in the yard and pull some wormwood. Yes. Although Li Shizhen was puzzled, he already regarded Chen Luo as the king of medicine. He immediately stood up and walked out without hesitation. After picking a handful of Artemisia annua, he knelt down again, looking as if he would continue to listen to orders and allow himself to be teased. Chen Luo raised his eyebrows and said, "Do you think I am teasing you to vent my anger?" "I dare not." Li Shizhen said firmly, "I only know that I will obey the orders of the little prince. I only ask the little prince to give me medicine." "What medicine do you want to give me?" Chen Luo smiled, "The medicine is in your hand, why do you need me to give it to you?" Li Shizhen was startled and looked at the Artemisia annua in his hand in confusion, and his brows suddenly frowned. "This is clearly a weed, and there is no record of it being used as medicine. Why did you try to fool me, young prince? Besides, how can a single medicine be so effective in completely curing malaria? I don't believe it." He stuck out his neck, looking like he was determined to fight Chen Luogong to the end. Chen Luo was speechless and curled his lips and said, "You were the one who brought that bowl of medicine in, and you were the one who fed it to Lu San. Since you are a doctor, you should at least be able to distinguish the smell of medicinal herbs, right? Can't you compare it with what you have in your hand?" Li Shizhen frowned, hesitated for a moment and began to rub the Artemisia annua in his hand. He lowered his head and smelled it, and his face changed drastically. "Yes, that's the smell. This wormwood is actually one of the ingredients in that magical medicine." "You are wrong, it's not just one of the herbs, but only this one," Chen Luoyu said in a shocking tone. "What?" Li Shizhen stood up in shock, his eyes wide open. "How is this possible? Absolutely not. This is clearly just a weed." Li Shizhen's worldview seemed to collapse and he couldn't believe it. Chen Luo smiled and said, "How else do you think I can prepare a complicated medicinal soup in such a short time? Speaking of weeds, there are many herbs in this world that are not weeds. The only difference is whether they have been discovered to be used as medicine or not. Isn't that right?" Li Shizhen was struck by lightning when he heard this. After a while, he suddenly knelt down again excitedly and shouted, "With this, the little prince can be the teacher of all doctors in the world. People in this world only know how to follow the old ways, and all the medicinal materials and prescriptions are controlled by the aristocratic families. I don't know how many lives have been lost because of this. Little do they know that herbs should be like weeds, and should be available to everyone and used by everyone. This is the right way. If this wormwood is really a miraculous medicine for curing malaria, then your merits and virtues, young prince, will be remembered for generations to come." Chen Luo was curious when he heard this. "You mean, Dang's medical resources are all in the hands of the princes and nobles? The common people can't enjoy them?" "Medical resources?" Li Shizhen was slightly stunned and exclaimed, "Yes, it is indeed medical resources." The young prince has made a high-level and accurate summary. "In fact, it's not just dying, the whole world is like this now. Decent doctors and good medicines have always been used only by the kings and nobles. The lives of common people are worthless, and they can't afford good doctors or expensive herbs. It's heartbreaking." Chen Luo looked at him in surprise. In such an environment, Li Shizhen still insists on providing free medicine to help the poor. What a man of character. "In this case, Li Shizhen, are you willing to follow me and change this situation?" Li Shizhen was slightly startled. What does the young prince mean? Chen Luo stood up and waved his hand proudly, saying, "I want to make sure that everyone in this world can afford to see a doctor and use medicine." "What?" Li Shizhen was shocked and trembled with excitement. "Young prince, are you serious?" "Of course it's true." Chen Luo nodded. "Everything started with this miraculous medicine for curing malaria." Li Shizhen's eyes turned red instantly and he started to kowtow frantically again. The young prince has the world in his heart, which is admirable. "I am willing to follow you till my death to save the world and save the people from illness and hardship." This time, Li Shizhen kowtowed extra hard, full of respect. In his previous life, Chen Luo had carried out many international aid missions. Many of these times were escorting medical teams and providing medical assistance. He knew too well how difficult it was for civilians in backward areas to suffer from the lack of medical care and medicine. The powerful and wealthy are sitting high and mighty, enjoying everything, yet they still control all medical resources in their hands, squeezing the lives of the poor for huge profits. That's right, under backward conditions, medicine is the biggest profit maker. Of course Jin Luo would not miss such a good opportunity that can save people and make money. Li Shizhen was completely conquered and worshipped her madly. But when he calmed down, he was worried again. Young prince, if you really do this, it will affect the interests of many people. By then, we will be enemies with all the powerful families in the world. Chen Luo smiled and raised his eyebrows. Become enemies? Are they worthy? This king wants to harvest these powerful people like leeks. There is no time to lose. Go ask Uncle Dun for some money and start setting up a medicine shop right away when you return. Li Shizhen was once again impressed by Chen Luo's domineering attitude and said respectfully, "As you wish. But my lord, what should we name our medicine shop?" "I have already thought of it. Let's call it Tongrentang. We will treat all patients equally in the world," Chen Luo said calmly. Li Shizhen's whole body trembled, and his eyes suddenly turned red again. What a great Tongrentang! What a great way to treat everyone equally! The young prince really has the world in his heart. It's really admirable. Also, I need you to prepare a recipe that can be mixed into the Artemisia annua juice without affecting its medicinal properties. Li Shizhen was puzzled. Why is this? Just do it, you'll know soon. Chen Luo waved his hand calmly. Go do it quickly. Seeing this, Li Shizhen stopped asking questions, respectfully withdrew, and immediately went to find Dun Bo. In the next few days, the gate of Jinbei Palace was closed, and only Dun Bo and a few others were sent to help Li Shizhen with the work. Chen Luo was so indulged in the land of gentleness that he had fun with Xiang'er and Chaner, the master and servant. On the wide bed, the tulle half covered the graceful body, and the black hair was slightly messy like a waterfall. After another exciting battle, Wei Hanxiang fell into a deep sleep again in satisfaction. After all, Chaner had good physical strength. Her naked skin was flushed. She knelt beside Chen Luo and gave him a massage to relieve his fatigue, like a beautiful jade sculpture. 2 strands of black hair fell down, just in front of the body, half covered and swaying slightly. The scene was erotic. Chen Luo was so happy that he didn't want to leave. While enjoying all this, he listened to Chaner talking about old times. As he listened, Chen Luo suddenly opened his eyes. "You mean, you were sent away by someone so that I could sneak in and light the cigarette?" "Yes." Chaner said obediently. "Now that I think about it, the young prince is obviously very skilled but just hiding his abilities. Even if you don't arrange for someone to send Chaner away, Chaner probably can't stop you. But it's strange. Although the villa is remote, there are usually royal guards patrolling by. But there were none that night. I couldn't ask for help, and in the end, I was tricked along with the princess." Chen Luo sat up suddenly, frowning. This is not right. In his memory, the original owner was dragged out for a drink by a guy he had just met, and they talked about Wei Hanxiang's charm. He even got the drug from the other party. Later, the original owner went to the villa drunk and smoking, and it seemed that he did not encounter the imperial guards. By the time Chaner showed up and knocked the original owner unconscious, squinting eyes had already filled the entire room. How could it be such a coincidence? This is obviously a trap. Someone arranged all this behind the scenes to trick the original owner. Only then did Chen Luo realize that although the original owner was a playboy, he was not so bold as to be so arrogant. He broke into the palace at night and used this method on a princess from another country, and this happened before the Jingwei competition. If the original owner had not been beaten to death by Chaner, and if I had not traveled through time, the matter would have been exposed. At that time, the Wei state envoys would have been furious, and Emperor Jing would have certainly severely punished the original owner, and might even kill him directly. There are villains who want to harm me. Chen Luo's eyes suddenly became sharp. He hugged Chaner and kissed her fiercely, then got off the bed. He wanted to get to the bottom of this matter. I was confused and didn't notice it before, but now that I realize I've been cheated, of course I have to take revenge. Chen Luo also wanted to know who had such great ability to set up such a trap to trick him. He asked the old soldier in the mansion to deliver the letter. After nightfall, a dark shadow quietly entered the Jinbei Palace. General Xueqingyi pays respect to the young prince. The person who came was none other than Xue Qingyi, the lieutenant general of the Imperial Guards who had led his team past when Chen Luo was competing in poetry with Zhao Kong in the villa. When they heard about the breaking of the formation, they were so excited that they lost control of their emotions and knelt down in public to kowtow to Chen Luo, but were scolded and driven away by Chen Luo. They met again only today. Get up. General Xue doesn't hate me for scolding you in public that day, right? Chen Luo asked calmly from his high seat. I dare not. It was me and the others who lost their composure at that time, and almost caused a big mistake. It was all thanks to the young prince who stopped us. Xue Qingyi looked up and couldn't help but said excitedly, from that moment on, I knew that the young prince had really come to his senses, and I have been waiting for the young prince to call me. Ah. You are quite smart. Chen Luo was slightly surprised. The situation at that time was indeed somewhat thrilling. At that time, I was in the Imperial Palace. Xue Qingyi and his men are now Imperial Guards, but they are responsible for the security of the Imperial Palace and can only be loyal to Emperor Jing. As a result, they were so excited that they forgot their identities and knelt down to worship Chen Luo and commemorate the old king of Zhenbei. This is a big taboo. If Chen Luo did not drive them away but took the opportunity to win them over, Emperor Jing would definitely become suspicious when he found out. It is very likely that Xue Qingyi and others will be punished, and Chen Luo will also be targeted because of this. Fortunately, Xue Qingyi was smart and guessed Chen Luo's intention. He took the opportunity to express his deep dislike for Chen Luo before leaving. I and my men were impulsive and almost harmed the young prince. Please punish us, young prince. Xue Qingyi did not dare to take credit for it and spoke with shame. Chen Luo waved his hand and said, You are the old members of Zhenbei. We are a family, there is no need to do this in private, get up quickly. As he spoke, he held out his hand to support him. Xue Qingyi quickly stood up, moved to tears. I called you here tonight because I have something to ask you. After making sure Xue Qingyi was trustworthy, Chen Luo narrowed his eyes and asked, Do you know who was on duty near the other courtyard the night before the competition between the two countries? Xue Qingyi recalled, It seems to be Hu Yiping's team, Little Prince, is there any problem? Chen Luo asked again, Did you miss any place during your patrol shifts? Of course not. Xue Qingyi shook his head and said, Although the area near the villa is remote, it is in the palace after all, so no one dares to slack off. Our patrol routes are also fixed. We will not take detours unless there is something urgent. Chen Luo nodded slowly, Are you familiar with Hu Yiping? Do you know who he is close to? Xue Qingyi hesitated, I'm not sure, but I heard that he seems to be the Prince of the East Palace's men. Oh, right. The next morning, it was our turn to take over. Hu Yiping seemed to have just woken up, and he insisted on going on patrol before taking over. I thought it was very strange. Now it's confirmed. Hu Yiping must have done it on purpose. He didn't patrol the area around the villa at night, but wanted to capture the original owner in the morning. It seems that the person behind this can only be Crown Prince Wang Huo. It turned out that the plan had failed, and later Chen Luo showed his prowess in the competition between the two countries. Wang Huo became anxious and resorted to such despicable means as framing him with malaria. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes, murderous intent surged. Xue Qingyi in front of him couldn't help but feel frightened. Isn't it said that the northern king of the small town is just smart and intelligent, and he wins in fighting only by relying on the advantage of weapons? How could he have such an astonishing murderous aura at this moment? This kind of momentum made even he, an old member of Zhenbei who had fought with the barbarians many times, terrified. It seems like there is more to the young prince than what he appears to be. Xue Qingyi couldn't help but seem to see the figure of the old king of Zhenbei again. He felt an urge to kneel down and his emotions were agitated again. Chen Luo was actually very clear about his situation. But he didn't expect that the prince wanted to kill him directly in order to take away the title of king of a different surname and win over the hearts of the people. Chen Luo thought he hadn't offended any of them. What's so great about being the son of Emperor Jing? Is it so great to be the crown prince? How much has the Chen family paid for your Wang family's empire? Chen Wuwei is dead, and in the end even he, the only descendant of the Chen family, is being plotted against like this. What a bullshit emperor and prince. Chen Luo suddenly even wanted to rebel. However, my own foundation is unstable now, so I definitely cannot just commit suicide like this. He had to cultivate his own confidence and manpower first. Anyway, Emperor Jing had already allowed him to reopen the government office. Coming back to his senses, Chen Luo looked at Xue Qingyi. General Xue is a tough soldier who fought in battles, but now he can only patrol day and night and hang out with the palace maids. Are you willing to accept this? Xue Qingyi blushed slightly and smiled bitterly. What can I do if I am unwilling? Since the old prince died of a sudden illness, the Jinbei army has been disbanded. Some of us who were part of the Jinbei army have been disbanded, and some have been disbanded. Now we are already scattered. I am considered lucky. Although I cannot fight in the battlefield, at least I have some free time. Unlike some of my comrades, they are often suppressed because of their status as old members of Jinbei under the command of others. It is heartbreaking. Chen Luo frowned. Why were the old members of Jinbei suppressed? Xue Qingyi smiled bitterly and said, My young prince, have you forgotten that 6 out of 10 of our military achievements over the years were made in the prestigious Jinbei army? If the Jinbei army had not been disbanded and many military achievements had not been abolished, how could one of our junior officers not be suppressed and bullied when his military achievements were greater than those of their current superiors? Chen Luo was furious when he heard this, and slammed the table and said, Asshole! Military merits are earned by killing enemies for the country. Why are they being abolished? Without the old prince, all the old people in Jinbei are like dogs that have lost their homes. Little prince, you are like dogs that have lost their homes. Woo-woo. Xue Qingyi was so sad when he heard this that he could no longer bear it. His eyes turned red and tears rolled down his cheeks. He knelt down and cried loudly. Once again, Chen Luo seemed to see his former comrades in arms and felt heartbroken. After a long silence, Chen Luo helped him up and said in a low voice, General Xue, don't worry. One day, the flag of the Jinbei army will be raised again and sweep across the world. Xue Qingyi shuddered suddenly, then smiled bitterly. The god of war Chen Wuwei is no longer here. How can he believe it? How can he dare to believe it? Chen Luo didn't force him to believe it, but he finally knew what kind of people to recruit as the palace soldiers. After all, when he reopened the government office, he could have 1,000 personal guards, and these were his first team in this world. Brother Xue, the Jinbei palace has been allowed to reopen. Chen Luo suddenly said, Uncle Dun and his family are old, and they really need some familiar young people to help them share some of the responsibilities. Xue Qingyi was slightly startled, then said happily, I understand. We will soon make some mistakes, and then we will be kicked out of the Imperial Guards. At that time, we will need to find a new place to go. Haha, okay. Chen Luo patted his shoulder with a smile, and said seriously, this king will wait for you to come home. Xue Qingyi's eyes turned red again when he heard this. Afterwards, he paid homage to the old king of Jinbei before leaving under the cover of night. Chen Luo sat alone in the study for a long time, and for the first time carefully thought about his situation and what he should do. He still has to be the Prince Xiaoyao, but it wouldn't be too much to kill some of those arrogant and self-righteous guys at the same time, right? Since they are looking for death, beat the shit out of them. My lord, why did you sleep in the study room again? Are you tired of the princess and me? Chaner came running over early in the morning, looking pitiful with red eyes. How could that be? I can't love you enough. Chen Luo smiled and hugged him in his arms, and immediately started to touch him all over. I just needed to think about some things recently. I was afraid of disturbing you if it was too late, so I simply didn't go back. Ah. Your Majesty, please don't. Chaner was immediately irritated by him and gasped repeatedly, her face flushed. This is the study room. The study is better, it's quite interesting. Chen Luo smirked, come on, Chaner, I'll let you look at some pictures, let's practice and criticize at the same time. Ah. This is so embarrassing. Chaner exclaimed and covered her face, but couldn't help but said, my lord, I want to try this. Haha, come on, morning exercises are good for the spirit. Let's practice 300 rounds first. Chen Luo laughed, picked her up horizontally, and put her on the desk. Please spare my life, my lord. Please spare my life, my lord. With Chaner begging for mercy, a beautiful day began. Suddenly, a loud roar came from far outside the study. Oh no! Something terrible has happened, Your Majesty. Chen Luo had just felt refreshed, but his face suddenly fell when he heard this. The loud voice naturally belongs to Dongmei. Does this girl have some special attributes? Why does she always yell about something bad? It's so unlucky. Chen Luo is going to fire her. Stand there. Don't come over. Chen Luo came to the door with his clothes tied up and pretended to be angry. What are you yelling about so early in the morning? Can't you see that I'm busy? Bah. Dongmei also understood and spat. Chen Luo's eyes widened, thinking that you little girl is going to rebel, and immediately said with a fierce face, don't you want to do this anymore? Believe it or not, I will kick you out. Okay, Your Majesty, please tell my father right away. If I'm chased away, I can go find my brother Tainyo. Dongmei was not scared at all, instead she was very happy. Chen Luo couldn't bear it. Is his Jinbei palace so unwelcome? What's your father's last name? Chen Luo was very curious. Whose daughter was she and how was she educated? No need to mention your surname is Xiahou, hee, my name is Xiahou Dongmei, but actually Uncle Dun is my father. Dongmei smiled naively and foolishly. Chen Luo was shocked. Dongmei was actually Dun Bo's biological daughter. I can't afford to offend you. Fortunately, I didn't listen to Chana and molest this girl before, otherwise I would have been forced to marry her. Chen Luo was glad that his aesthetic taste was normal, but he couldn't help but doubt Dun Bo's intentions. What was his intention in bringing his daughter into the palace? Could it be that he really wanted to change from being an old servant to being a father-in-law? Dongmei, your brother Tenia sounds like a perfect match for you. Chen Luo's attitude improved immediately, and he said with a smile, bring him here someday so I can get to know him. Brother Tenia is busy shooting birds to save money to marry me. He is really good at shooting birds. That's why he has no time to come. Dongmei is quite arrogant. You're mentioning that bastard Tainyo again. Forget about marrying him. Uncle Dun came over at some point, and when he saw this, he immediately glared at him with his one eye and shouted, also, I've told you so many times not to be rude to the little prince. Dongmei was very anxious and looked like she was going to fight to the death with Uncle Dun. It's okay. Uncle Dun, we are a family, and Dongmei is naturally my sister. Chen Luo hurriedly tried to stop the fight, taking the opportunity to clarify his identity and dispel Uncle Dun's unreasonable thoughts. Oh, how can this be done? What is your identity, young prince? Dun Bo was a little flustered when he heard this. Chen Luo suddenly realized that he had been overthinking. In this era, there was a hierarchy, so how could Uncle Dun dare to want to marry his daughter to him? It seems that he wanted to break up the couple and didn't want Dongmei and Tenia to be together. Okay, what happened just now? Look how scared Dongmei is. Dun Bo quickly bowed and said, my lord, please forgive me. This girl is just a coward. I was afraid she couldn't explain it clearly, so I hurried over here. That's right, there's malaria in the city. Chen Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. Sure enough, Crown Prince Wang Hua had caused a problem. He had someone take Lu Sen into the city and then to the palace from Yaxing. How could it be possible that he didn't infect others during the process? Everyone in our mansion has already tried the magic medicine, so we are not afraid. Dun Bo frowned and said, but what Dr. Li meant is that the city is densely populated and it is easy for the disease to spread. So let me ask the young prince, when will Tongrentang start distributing the magic medicine to people? Don't worry. Chen Luo said calmly, I asked you to go out of the city to collect Artemisia annua. Are you ready? It's ready, and it's all kept fresh with ice. Uncle Dun nodded. Dr. Li even prepared some medicine powder specifically for use with the juice to treat malaria. Everything is ready. We are just waiting for your order to open the pharmacy so that we can quickly distribute the medicine to everyone. Distribute. Chen Luo shook his head and smiled, who said they were going to be distributed. If we give it away for free now, no one will believe it. Wait a little longer, I will make my own arrangements. Chen Luo remembered that the main route of transmission of malaria is blood. In such an environment in ancient times, even the kings and nobles did not have any complete means to repel mosquitoes. In previous history, Emperor Kangxi of the Qing dynasty was once infected with malaria and nearly died, which shows how harmful it is. Lu San had been in the city for a few days and had undoubtedly become a source of poison. It was bound to spread everywhere. The transmission rate and mortality rate of this malignant malaria are extremely terrifying. Chen Luo needs to solve it before it breaks out, but not too early, so he needs to wait. After waiting for 3 days, news came from outside the government that more people were getting sick. The people in the city have begun to panic, and some are even preparing to flee Kyoto. After all, if we wait any longer, people will probably start dying, and it will be too late to escape then. Li Shizhen cried and begged to see Chen Luo, kneeling down and begging Chen Luo to order the release of the medicine. Because 3 days have passed, the first group of people infected have reached the critical stage of malaria and can't wait any longer. Let's go. It's time for Tong Rintang to open. As a time traveler, even if he became a prince, Chen Luo could not treat human life as worthless. Since you don't want to see anyone die of illness, now is naturally the best time to start. The most lively places in Kyoto are the East and West markets. The East market is frequented by the rich and powerful and is the most prosperous. The West market, just across the road, is a gathering place for mostly outside merchants and is relatively messy. The dental clinic where malaria appeared was in the West market. Tong Rintang is also there. Chen Luo looked at the 3-story Tong Rintang building in front of him. Hearing that it only cost a small price, he was very satisfied. My young prince, if we want to open a medicine shop, we should open it in the East market. Why did you choose the West market? Not only did he open a pharmacy, he also bought up half of the shops on the West market. The gold and pearls His Majesty gave him as a reward were almost all spent in a flash. Dun Bo's face was wrinkled with heartache. He was very afraid that Chen Luo would return to his dissolute ways and do something wrong. At least I knew he was messing around before, and I could persuade him to be careful. Now, the young prince is becoming more and more unpredictable and we have no idea what he wants to do. The West market is obviously a place for lower-class people. The young prince is simply lowering his own status. What do you know? This is called buying at the bottom. Chen Luo looked around with a smile and found that apart from being a bit messy and crowded, it was not too dirty, which made him more satisfied. Malaria first appeared here, and everyone was in a hurry to sell their shops, but looking back, the prices here are going to go up dramatically. Why the big price increase? Uncle Dun was puzzled. Because, this area is blessed by the Medicine King. Chen Luo walked into the building with a smile, sat on the observation deck on the 3rd floor, ready to watch the show. Li Shizhen was almost going crazy. Young prince, the pharmacy is ready, and the shop has been bought. When do we start saving people? Right away, right now. Chen Luo smiled faintly and said, let's set off the firecrackers and open the store. Don't forget to hang up the sign again. Li Shizhen thought of the sign, his face looked a little strange, and he bowed and went downstairs. Soon the sound of firecrackers rang out, directly breaking the deserted atmosphere of the West market in recent days. The people nearby were all confused, but the diners in the East market restaurant across the road were all curious. Tong Rintang. I thought it was a restaurant, but it's actually a pharmacy. Who owns it? How strange. Whose medicine shop is opened in the West market? Doesn't this unlucky guy know that there is malaria in the West market? Haha, who else could it be? It's the northern king of this small town who made a big splash a few days ago. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar all around. Has the king of the North town come to his senses? Why is he still doing such a ridiculous thing? Oh my God, I just said that the idiot prince is no longer an idiot. I still regarded him as my idol. Just after receiving the reward from His Majesty, he actually started to squander the family fortune. It's so disappointing that a fool and a playboy turned into a prodigal son. The diners' laughter and scolding immediately disturbed the poetry appreciation party going on nearby. Upon hearing this, the scholars who appreciated the poetry rolled up their sleeves and prepared to curse Chen Luo. Why don't you give up your literary talent and engage in business, which is full of money? The small town's northern king is truly disgraceful and simply despicable. The key point is, it is extremely stupid, extremely stupid.